Chapter 1 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Chapter 1. Wanted. A governess. Must be young. I cut out the advertisement thus headed eagerly from the Times. I was 18, and my youth had been the great obstacle to my getting an engagement. Now here was some delightful advertiser who considered it an advantage. I wrote to the address given, enclosing my photograph and the list of my qualifications. Within a week I was traveling down to XVIII, Norfolk, engaged to teach one little girl, aged 6, at a salary of £35 a year. The correspondence had been carried on by my future pupil's father, who said he would meet me at the station at Beaconsburg, the market town nearest to XVIII. It was about 5 o'clock on an afternoon in early August that I sat, trembling with excitement and fright, at the window of the railway carriage as the train steamed slowly into Beaconsburg station. I looked out onto the platform. There were very few people on it, and there was no one who appeared at all like the gentleman I had pictured to myself as my future employer. There were 2 or 3 red-faced men who gave one the impression of being farmers, and at one end there were 2 young men engaged in securing a large mastiff, which was bounding about in great excitement at sight of the train. I got out and spoke to the station-master. "There is Mr. Rayner himself, ma'am," said he, pointing towards the 2 young men with the dog. One of them was now looking about, as if in search of somebody, and I walked timidly towards him. He seemed puzzled as his eyes fell upon me. Then suddenly he raised his hat. "Miss Christie?" he said interrogatively, growing very red. "Yes," said I, bowing and blushing too. "Will you come and show me which is your luggage?" I was surprised and rather confused to find Mr. Rayner so much younger and less self-possessed than I had expected. I followed him and pointed out my boxes. "The dog-cart is waiting outside," said he. "Let me carry your bag." I followed him through the station. 3 or 4 big dogs began jumping up upon him and upon me as we came out. "Down, Rover! Down, Luke! Get down, Tray!" said he, raising his voice. I had noticed what a very pleasant, rich voice he had when he first spoke to me, and now I remembered how particular he had been in his letters about my music, so I concluded that Mr. Rayner sang. He helped me into the dog-cart, carefully wrapped me up with a rug, and then, instead of getting in himself, patted the neck of the brown mare, who turned her head and put her nose into her master's hand. I was trying to get over my bewilderment. Of course I might have expected that the father of my 6-year-old pupil would not be the middle-aged gray-haired man I had pictured to myself, but for him to be a man who did not look more than 3 or 4 and 20 was a surprise, and to find him so shy and deferential did not seem quite right, considering our respective positions. He was big and broad, and rather massive, had dark hair and mustache, gray eyes, and a kind simplicity of expression, which perhaps, I thought, with his habit of blushing, made him look younger than he was. He left the mare and stood by me again. "I am afraid you will find the country dull. You will miss the gaiety of London." "I haven't led a very gay life," said I. "I don't think poor people are very gay anywhere." "But you have not been shut up in a schoolroom before. I can't think how you will stand it. I always hated schoolrooms, and it's a fact that I was never in a school without being told that I was a disgrace to it." Mr. Rayner did not seem much distressed as he made this confession. "I dare say you were great at cricket, or rowing, or fighting," I hazarded, feeling that some rejoinder was expected. "No, I wasn't. I remember giving a boy a black eye once for calling me a dunce. He was quite right, you know. And I remember being surprised that I hurt him so much, for I generally got the worst of it in a fight. They used to say it took a good deal to rouse me. And I didn't do much harm when I was roused," he added, laughing. "I hope your daughter does not share her father's dislike of school routine," I broke out anxiously. He started and looked up at me, coloring vividly, and then said, with some amusement in his tones. "Did you take me for Mr. Rayner?" The next moment he seemed sorry for my evident confusion, and added, looking away, "My name is Reed. Mrs. Rayner sent her broom for you, but a wagon ran into it and took one of the wheels off, so I put my cart at your disposal. I hope you don't mind driving in a thing like this." "Oh, no," I said. "That was Mr. Rayner on the platform with me," he went on. "His dog rushed out just as the train came up, and he asked me to see to your luggage while he held him. I don't know why he is so long." As he spoke, Mr. Rayner himself came out of the station, letting his mastiff loose at the door. I saw in a moment that he was a few years older than my companion, and that, while they both wore round hats and Norfolk jackets, he bore the impress of town breeding as clearly as Mr. Reed did that of the country. He was slight, well-made, with delicate features and a dark golden beard and mustache. He came up, raising his hat, and shook hands with me. "You have been marveling at the barbarism of Norfolk manners, Miss Christie, and asking, 'When is the next train back to London?' But I have been warned by my wife not to make my reappearance at home without a certain parcel from the stores, which has been due at the station about 10 days, but has, for some unaccountable reason, failed to turn up hitherto. By the way, I hope my sprightly young friend has been entertaining you well?" "Miss Christie took me for you, Mr. Rayner," said Mr. Reed, shyly reddening again, "and has now to suffer the awful disappointment of finding that Mr. Rayner is an old fogey after all. Miss Christie, forgive my grey hairs. You will find me a great deal more trustworthy than any of these gay, deceiving Norfolk lads. Now, Lawrence, my boy, if you want us to get home before the mist rises, we had better start." Mr. Rayner sprang up behind. Mr. Reed got up in front by my side, and took the reins, and off we started, with the 5 dogs bounding, barking, and growling along the road as we went. We had to drive right through Beaconsburg, up a long hill to the market-place, which was lively and busy, as it was market day, down another long hill, lined with the dreary old houses of the elite of a provincial town, past a tonyard, over a small bridge crowded with cattle returning from market, and then along 2 miles of straight willow-bordered road over a marsh. The scenery was not particularly pretty, but I had never lived in the country, and everything was new and interesting to me. Mr. Rayner was occupied at the back with letters and papers, and Mr. Reed at my side listened to my comments with flattering interest and appreciation. "How beautifully green everything is," I remarked presently. "Yes, rather too green," Mr. Reed rejoined ruefully. "We have had a wet summer, and now we are going to have a wet autumn, I believe, and this place will be nothing but a swamp." "Don't set Miss Christie against the place, Lawrence," said Mr. Rayner rather sharply. We passed through a low-lying village, some of the houses of which were flooded in winter, Mr. Reed told me. Up a hill, down a hill, and up another sloping road, at the side of which stretched the marsh again. "There is Adler's, Miss Christie," said he, pointing with his whip to a pretty red house, half covered with ivy and surrounded by trees, which stood below the road, on the borders of the marsh. "Here, Lawrence, I'll get down and take the short-cut," said Mr. Rayner. There was a footpath which led from this point of the road straight to the house through a couple of fields and a plantation. After Mr. Rayner had alighted, Mr. Reed and I drove on by the road. "What a lovely place!" I cried enthusiastically. My companion remained silent. "And oh, what a beautiful pond! I do believe it has water lilies!" I exclaimed, turning round half breathless at such a glorious discovery. "I wouldn't have that stagnant water near my house for my children to play about for something," said he, in an energetic growl which surprised me. I said no more until we drove slowly down the sloping carriage drive through the trees which led to the house. Then again my admiration broke out. "Oh, how delightfully cool it looks, with the ivy all over it to keep out the hot sun." "Yes, and to keep in the cold moisture, Miss Christie. That ivy hasn't been cut for the last 5 years, and it ought to be torn down altogether to make the place fit to live in. It is no better than a pest-house," he went on, getting more and more excited. "I wouldn't let a labourer live in it." "A labourer won't have a chance until my lease is up, Lawrence," said Mr. Rayner dryly, coming out of a path among the trees. And the 2 men exchanged looks, which showed at the bottom of their hearts They were not friends. But then it was not likely that Mr. Rayner would care to hear his beautiful home called a pest house. We drove slowly down to the hall door, which was open, and a gaunt, untidy-looking servant came out and carried in my boxes. Mr. Reed helped me down and stood by me, apparently examining the harness, while I looked in an ecstasy of admiration at the dark red house thickly covered with ivy, and at the grey stone portico, the pillars of which were stained with picturesque patches of green, while the capitals were overgrown with soft bronze and brown moss. Then he seized a moment, when Mr. Rayner was speaking to the servant, to stoop and say to me quickly, in a low voice, "Don't let them put you near Mrs. Rayner's room." I could not answer, could not ask why, for the next moment he was calling out goodbye to Mr. Rayner, and raising his hat to me, was walking by the side of the dog-cart up the steep drive that led through the garden to the road. I was sorry he was gone. I wanted to ask what he meant by his strange warning, and to thank him for his kindness. A distressing sense of loneliness came over me. Mr. Rayner, who had grown grave and silent and deeply occupied with his letters during the last part of the drive, had gone into the house forgetting to invite me in. The servant had disappeared with my last box. Instead of following her, I stood watching the dog-cart and its owner out of sight, until a harsh woman's voice startled me. "Won't you come in? I'm to show you to your room." It was the gaunt servant who addressed me. I turned, flushing, and followed her into a low, long hall, dark, cool, and old-fashioned, such as the outside of the house had prepared me for. Up an oak-lined staircase, through a few of those short and inconvenient passages which abound in old houses that have been added to from time to time, to her corner room, shabby, dark, and bare-looking, where my boxes were already installed. I sat down on one of these, the only friendly things I had about me, and began to cry. Somebody at least have come to the door to meet me. I thought of Mr. Reed's words, and began to wonder with a new sense of dread what Mrs. Rayner was like. Was she an invalid? Was she mad? If not, why had she left the correspondence about her child's governess entirely to her husband? My tears dried slowly as I went on puzzling myself uselessly about this mystery which must be so very soon solved, and I was scarcely ready when the servant returned to tell me that tea was waiting for me. But my curiosity was only to be sharpened. Tea was prepared for me alone, the servant saying that Mr. Rayner was busy, and had had his taken into the study. Not a word about Mrs. Rayner, no sign of a pupil. So great were my anxiety and curiosity that I forgot how hungry I was, and in a few minutes I had finished my tea, and was standing by the window looking out into the garden. It was not yet 7 o'clock in a bright summer evening. A light breeze had sprung up and was swaying the tops of the trees that grew thickly round the house. On the side of the dining room, a mossy lawn stretched from the roots of the trees right up to the French windows. I opened one of these and went out. I had never been in such a beautiful garden before. The grass was soft and springy and well kept. There were no stiff beds of geraniums and verbenas, but under the trees and against the house, and wherever there was a spare corner, grew clumps of Scotch and monthly roses, Canterbury bells, prince's feather, and such simple flowers. The house was built on the very border of the marsh, at the bottom of a hill which sloped down, covered with trees, towards the dining-room side of the house. I made my way round to the front and the moss-grown portico. From here one caught glimpses of the marsh through the thick trees. I followed a grass path cut through them, facing the front of the house, until I came to the pond which had excited my admiration from the dog-cart. Here the vegetation grew unchecked. The water was half covered with smooth green duckweed and water lilies, and the reeds and rushes, which grew tall and thick round the margin, had encroached much upon the little sheet of water. The path I had followed was continued through the trees, within a few feet of the pond, to the outer edge of the little wood which enclosed the house and garden. There were a few rough steps over the fence connected it with the footpath along the borders of the marsh, which joined the road at the descent of the hill. This was the short-cut by which Mr. Rayner had reached the house before us that afternoon. I had turned back towards the garden, and was close to the pond, when I had heard a low crooning sound which seemed to come out of the ground at my feet. Looking about, I saw sitting among the reeds, at the very edge of the water, so close to it that her little shoes kept slipping in the moist, yielding earth. A tiny elfish-looking child, about 2 years old, in a dirty white frock and pinafore, with a small, pale, wrinkled face and thin, straight red hair, who rocked herself to and fro and went on with her monotonous chant without seeming at all disturbed by the appearance of a stranger. She only stared at me, without altering her position, when I told her that she must not sit so near the water, or she would fall in and be drowned. But when I stooped to lift her up, she proved her humanity by screaming loudly, and reproaching me in baby language too indistinct for me to understand. I supposed her to be the child of the gardener, or of some neighboring cottager, and not quite knowing what to do with her, I carried her, still screaming, to the house, where I met the servant whom I had already seen. "I found this child sitting with her feet nearly in the pond," I said tragically. "Oh yes, miss, there's no keeping her away from the pond. She's there pretty nearly all day by herself. Come now, Mona, it's time for you to go to bed. Dirty little girl, look at your pinafore." She took the child from me, thankful to have been spared the trouble of hunting and catching the little wild thing, and carried her off, leaving me wondering whether my pupil would be as eerie a creature as her sister. As there was nothing to invite me to stay indoors, I went out again, this time to explore the side of the house which faced the marsh. Here the grass grew untrimmed and rank up to the very walls, and as I made my way through it, my feet sank from time to time into little unseen pools and swamps, which wetted them up to the ankles after a few steps. However, I went on as carefully as I could, past a tangle of shrubs, rue trees, and straggling briars, until, pushing aside the low-hanging branches of a barberry tree, I found myself within a few feet of a window, so heavily shaded by gnarled and knotted ivy that for a few moments I did not notice a woman's face staring at me intently through the glass. As soon as I caught sight of the sunken face and large lustreless gray eyes, I knew, by her likeness to the child at the pond, that this was Mrs. Rayner. I retreated in as leisurely a manner as I could, trying to look as if I had not seen her, for there was something in the eager, hopeless stare of her eyes as mine met them which made me feel like a spy. I crept back into the house and up to my room, unpacked my boxes, and sat down to write to my mother an account of my journey and arrival. I did not tell her quite all that I had seen, or all the strange impressions this first evening had made upon me. I felt very anxious to communicate them to somebody, but my mother was a gentle, nervous woman, whom I had already, young as I was, learned to lead rather than be led by. I knew that the least suggestion of mystery would cause her an agony of doubt and anxiety about her child which I could not allay by letter. So I contented myself with the description of the picturesque beauty of the place, and of Mr. Rayner's kindness. I had to finish this by candlelight, and when I had ended, I rose and went to the window to give one more look at the scene under a new aspect. My window, I afterwards found, was over the one at which I had seen Mrs. Rayner's face. It was high enough from the ground for me to have, through the gaps between the trees, a good view of the marsh and the hills beyond. A low cry of admiration burst from me as I looked out. Over all the wide expanse of marsh, which seemed to stretch for miles on either hand, lay a white mist, rising only a few feet from the ground, but so thick as to look like a silver lake in the moonlight. A range of hills 2 or 3 miles off seemed to mark the opposite shore. The mist was dense under my window, too, on the very grass that I had waded through a couple of hours before. As I looked out and tried to imagine little ferry boats in the elders which rose here and there out of the mist-hidden marsh, a shiver passed over me, and I drew in my head with a sudden change of thought. How cold it is! Mr. and Mrs. Rayner must be devoted admirers of the picturesque to live in a house that must be so very damp. End of Chapter 1. Read by Cassandra A.M.
Chapter 2 of The House on the Marsh, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cassidy Zoli. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden, Chapter 2. I was down in the dining room the next morning with the unfailing punctuality of a newcomer at the sound of the breakfast bell, before anyone else was there. Mr. Rayner came in a few minutes, handsome, cheerful, but rather preoccupied, and I was listening to his bright small talk with the polite stranger's smile, when I discovered, without having heard any sound, that Mrs. Rayner was in the room. She had glided in like a ghost, and without more interest in the life around her than a ghost might show. She was standing at the table, waiting. I was thankful to see that there was no trace in her eyes now of the steadfast, eager gaze which had disconcerted me on the night before, nothing but the limpest indifference to me in the way in which she held out her hand when her husband introduced me. She must have been pretty 10 years ago, I thought, as I looked at her thin face with the fair, faded complexion and dull, gray eyes. There was a gentleness about her which would have been grace still if she had taken any pains to set off by a little womanly coquetry her slim, girl-like figure, small, thin hands, and the masses of long, brown hair which were carelessly and unbecomingly dragged away from her forehead and twisted up on her head. Then the door opened, and the servants came into prayers with the elfish baby and a pretty, delicate-looking child, blue-eyed and fair-haired, who was presented to me before breakfast as Haidee, my pupil. Nobody talked during the meal but Mr. Rayner, and the only other noticeable thing was the improper behavior of the baby, who kept throwing bits of bread at her father when he was not looking, and aimed a blow with a spoon at him when he passed her chair to cut himself some cold meat. He saw it and laughed at her. "It is a most extraordinary thing, Miss Christie," said he, "but that child hates me." I thought he spoke in fun, but before I had been long at the Alders, I found that it was true that this most unpleasant baby's strongest feeling was dislike of her father, though there seemed to be no reason for it, since he never did anything harsher than laugh at her. She would not even take sweets from his hand. "You do not yet know what primitive people you have come among, Miss Christie," said Mr. Rayner during breakfast. "We dine here at 1:30. If we were to suggest late dinner, we should have to prepare our own food like excommunicated persons. It is hard as it is to keep our modest staff of 3 servants. They say the place is damp, which being interpreted means that it is too far for their young men in the town to come and see them. Were you not surprised at the wording of my advertisement?" "Yes, Mr. Rayner." "My wife was afraid that it would frighten off many desirable young ladies by its ogreish abruptness. The fact is, the lady who has just left us, quite a typical instructress of 40, with prominent teeth and glasses, nearly frightened our lives out. She wouldn't talk, and my wife wants a cheerful companion, and she said she was dying of rheumatism and threatened to prosecute me for decoying her to such a damp place. So we registered a solemn vow that we would have nothing to do with hoar antiquity again." "How could she say anything against such a lovely place?" said I. "Well now, Miss Christie, I grant she had a show of reason on her side. I have sometimes thought the place damp myself, but my wife has got attached to it. Haven't you, Lola?" "Yes," said she, without a sign of feeling or interest. "And so we remain," he went on. "A lady's wishes must be considered, and there are special reasons why they should be in this case. You must know, Miss Christie, that I am a penniless wretch, dependent on my wife. Am I not, Lola?" He turned playfully to her. "Not quite that," said she gently, but with no more warmth than before. "Practically I am," he persisted. "She was an heiress, I a ruined spendthrift when she married me. Yet she trusted me, and the only condition she would allow her friends to make was that I should settle in the country. Out of reach of temptation, you see, Miss Christie." He spoke with some feeling, and looked affectionately at his wife at the end of this unexpectedly frank confession, but she remained as impassive as ever. I could not help feeling rather sorry for Mr. Rayner. He was always kind and attentive to his wife, but whether he was in a bright mood and tried to make her smile, or silent and needing to be roused out of his gravity, she was always the same, limp, nerveless, apathetic, speaking when necessary in a low, soft voice, slowly, with many pauses. She had a habit of letting the last words of a sentence die away upon her lips, and then, after a few moments, as if by an effort, she would say them aloud. I soon grew quite afraid of her, started if I met her unexpectedly, and felt more restrained in her presence than if she had been one of those brilliant, satirical women who take the color out of the rest of their sex. Anxious to shake off the strange diffidence which was beginning to cast a shadow over my life, I offered to read to her when my short hours of study with my pupil were over. She accepted my offer, and I went into the drawing-room that very afternoon and read her some chapters of Adam Bede, while she sat in a rocking-chair, with a piece of embroidery making slow progress in the thin, white fingers. I stopped at the end of each chapter, waiting for the comment, which never came, and rather hoping for some little compliment upon my reading, an accomplishment I took pride in. But she only said, "Thank you," very gently, and when I asked her if I should go on, "Yes, if it will not tire you." Presently I found that she was not listening, except for a few minutes at a time, but that she was sitting with her hands in her lap, listlessly, playing with her embroidery, while her eyes were fixed on the garden outside, with a deep sadness in them which contrasted strangely with her usual apathetic indifference to all things. Still I read on, pretending not to notice her mood, until such a heavy, despairing sigh broke from her pale lips that my heart beat fast for pity, and I involuntarily stopped short in my reading and raised my eyes, with tears in them, to hers. She started, and turning towards me, seemed to hold my eyes for a moment fixed on hers by the fascination of a gaze which seemed anxious to penetrate to the deepest recesses of my thoughts. A little color came to her cheeks. I could see her breast heaving through the muslin gown she wore. She half stretched out one hand towards me, and in another moment I believe she would have called me to her side, when a voice from behind her chair startled us both. Mr. Rayner had entered the room so softly that we had not heard him. "You look tired, my dearest Lola," said he gently. "You had better go and lie down for a little while." At the sound of her husband's voice, Mrs. Rayner had shrunk back into her usual statuesque self, like a sensitive plant touched by rough fingers, so quickly, too, that for a moment I almost thought, as I glanced at the placid, expressionless face, that I must have imagined the look of despair and the gesture of invitation. I timidly offered to read her to sleep, but she declined at once, almost abruptly for her, and with some conventional thanks for my trouble, took the arm her husband held out, thanked him as he carefully wrapped round her a little shawl that she generally wore, and left the room with him. After that, her reserve towards me was greater than ever. She seemed reluctant to accept the smallest service of common courtesy at my hands, and refused my offers to read to her again, under the plea that it was wasting my time, as she was hardly well enough to listen with full attention. I was hurt, as well as puzzled by this, and being too young and timid to make any further advances, the distance between me and the silent, sad lady grew greater than ever. An attempt that Mr. Rayner made 2 days after the above scene to draw us together only sent us farther apart. He came into the schoolroom just as Haidee and I were finishing the day's lessons, and after a few playful questions about her studies, dismissed her into the garden. "The child is very like her mother in the face, don't you think so?" said he. "But I am afraid she will never have her mother's strength of intellect." "I see you cannot help looking surprised, Miss Christie. My wife does not give herself the airs of a clever woman, but you would not have doubted it if you had known her 5 years ago." He was in one of those moods of almost embarrassing frankness, during which the only thing possible was to sit and listen quietly, with such sparing comment as would content him. "I dare say," he continued, "it will seem almost incredible to you who have never heard her say more than is absolutely necessary. But she was one of the most brilliant talkers I have ever met, and 4 years ago she wrote a book which took London by storm. If I were to tell you the nom de plume under which she wrote, you would be afraid of her, for it became at once a sort of proverb for daring of thought and expression. People who did not know her made a bogey of her, and many people who did looked with a sort of superstitious awe upon this slight, fair woman who dared to write out what she thought and believed. But they had no idea what a sensitive nature lay under the almost masculine intellect. We had a boy then." His voice seemed to tremble a little. 2 years older than Haiti. The 2 children had been left in the country, in the best of care, mind, while my wife and I spent the season in town. It was a duty she owed to society then, as one of its brightest ornaments. We heard that the boy was not well, but we had no idea that his illness was serious, I assure you, Miss Christie. And he spoke with such touching earnestness, that if my wife had known there was the slightest danger, she would have flown to her child's side without a thought of the pleasures and excitement she was leaving. Well, I can scarcely speak of it even now. The child died after only 2 days' illness, away from us. It was on her return from a ball that my wife heard of it. She sank down into a chair, dumb and shivering, without a word or a tear. When at last we succeeded in rousing her from this state, she took off her beautiful jewels, you have heard she was an heiress, and flung them from her with a shudder of disgust. She has never looked at them since. He paused for a few minutes, and I sat waiting for him to continue, too much interested to say much. I hoped that the depression into which she sank would wear off, but instead it only grew deeper. I have told you before that by an arrangement on our marriage, our settled home was in the country. After her boy's death, my wife would never even visit town again. When Mona was born, just before we came to this place, a change came, but not the change I had expected. I had hoped she would reawaken to interest in life, and perhaps if the child had been a boy to replace the one she had lost, it would have been so. Instead of that, her apathy deepened, until now, as you see, she shuts herself from all the world and raises a barrier between herself and the life around her, which to strangers is often insurmountable. I have been looking for an opportunity to tell you this, Miss Christie, as I was afraid you might have been puzzled and perhaps offended by her strange manner the other day when you were reading to her. When I came in, I thought you looked rather frightened, and I supposed that something you had read had recalled the grief which is always slumbering at her heart, and perhaps led to one of those outbreaks which sometimes cause me the very gravest anxiety. I understood what he meant, but I would not allow myself to appear alarmed by the suggestion. Mr. Rayner went on. I fancied I caught sight of a wild look in her eyes, which is sometimes called up in them by a reference to the past, or even by a sudden vivid flash of memory. At such times only I, with the power of my long-tried affection, can calm her instantly. Do not imagine that she would ever be violent, but she might be incoherent enough to frighten you. Tell me, had she said anything that day before I came in which alarmed or puzzled you? No, Mr. Rayner. She scarcely spoke while I read to her. Was there anything in what you were reading likely to call up memories of the dreadful time to which I have alluded? I think not. No, none. I need not warn you, my dear Miss Christie, to avoid all reference to that subject, or anything that might suggest it, in talking to her, but of course without any appearance of constraint. And I am sure such a sensible girl as you are will not take needless fright at this unhappy disclosure, which I thought it safer to make to you, trusting in your discretion. I still hope that in time she may recover her old health and spirits, consent to see people, and even move away from this place for a little change, which I am sure would do her good. I have begged her to do so over and over again, always unsuccessfully. I cannot bear to be harsh to her, but there's an iron strength of resistance in that woman of strong intellect and weak frame, which, I confess, even I have not yet been able to overcome. If you allow me to advise you, do not mention that subject either to her. One of my reasons for wishing for a young governess was that I might provide her in an unobtrusive manner with cheerful society, and let her get accustomed to seeing a bright young face about her. But I am afraid her obstinate reserve has so far defeated my object. However, I don't despair. Now that you know something of her history, you are more likely to sympathize with her and to make some allowance for her seeming coldness. Believe me, underneath all she has a warm heart still, and I am sure you will spare a little sympathy for me, condemned to see the wife I adore living a shut-up life, as it were, seeming to ignore the undying affection of which she must still be conscious. There was something so winning in his voice and manner as he said these last words that I felt for the moment even more sorry for him than for her, and I took the hand he held out as he rose to go, and looked up with all the frank sympathy I felt. He seemed touched by it, for, as if by a sudden impulse, he stooped and let his lips lightly touch my hand. Then, pressing it once more in his, with a look of almost grateful kindliness, he left the room. I was a little surprised by this demonstration, which I thought rather out of place to a dependent. But he was an impulsive man, the very opposite in all things to his cold, statuesque wife, and the union between them seemed sometimes like a bond between the dead and the living. When I thought over all that he had told me after he had left the room, it was impossible, even setting apart my natural inclination as a woman to put the blame on the woman, not to come to the conclusion that the fault in this most uncomfortable household was chiefly on the side of Mrs. Rayner. I had never seen a more attentive, long-suffering husband, nor a more coldly irritating wife. From all I had seen, I judged that Mr. Rayner was a sociable man, particularly alive to sympathy, fond of conversation, and the society of his fellow men. To such a man the sort of exile his wife's obstinate reserve and dislike to society condemned him to must have been specially hard to bear with patience. It was true he scoffed at the society the neighborhood afforded, and made me laugh by his description of a country dinner party where one could almost predict with certainty what each lady would wear, and where more than half the gentlemen were clergymen, and how the talk would drift after dinner into clerical shop, and one of the ladies would play a colorless, drawing-room piece on the piano, and one of the gentlemen, a curate nearly always, would sing an unintelligible song in a husky voice, and when told by a lady how well it suited his style, would reply modestly that saintly songs always did. But I fancied that, dull as it might be, Mr. Rayner would have been glad of more of even such society as the neighborhood afforded, and from the bitterness with which he laughed at the paltry pride of small country gentlemen, I soon began to imagine that he must have been snubbed by some among them. The first Sunday after my arrival was so wet that we could not go to church, so that I had been there a fortnight before I saw a general gathering of the inhabitants. But on the very day previous to this event, I had an encounter with two of the ladies of the neighborhood, which left a most unpleasant impression upon my mind. Haidee and I were taking our morning walk, when a big Newfoundland dog rushed through a gap in the hedge and frightened my poor little pupil so much that she began to scream. Then a young girl of about 14 or 15, to whom the dog belonged, came up to the hedge and said that she was sorry he had frightened the child, but that he would not hurt her. And she and I, having soothed Haidee, exchanged a little talk about the fields and her dog, and where the first blackberries were to be found, before we parted, my pupil and I going on by the road while the girl remained in the field. We were only a few steps away when I heard the voice of another girl addressing her rather sharply. "Who was that you were talking to, Alice?" The answer was given in a lower voice. "Well," the other went on, You should not have spoken to her. Don't you know she comes from the house on the marsh? End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The House on the Marsh, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allyson. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Chapter 3. The shock given me by those few overheard words, "You should not have spoken to her, don't you know she comes from the house on the marsh," was so great that I lay awake half the night, at first trying to reconcile Mr. Rayner's pathetic story with the horror of everything connected with the alders expressed by the girl to her companion, and then asking myself whether it would be wise to stay in a house to which it was plain that a mystery of some sort was clinging. At last, when my nerves were calmed somewhat, and I began to feel sleepy, I made up my mind to set down those unlucky words as the prejudiced utterance of some narrow-minded country girl to whom the least touch of unconventionality seemed a dreadful thing. However, I could not dismiss the incident at once from my mind, and the remembrance of it sharpened my attention to the manner of the salutations that Mr. Rayner exchanged with his neighbors the next day. Although Geldham Church was only a short distance from the alders, Mrs. Rayner was not strong enough to walk, so she and her husband drove there in the brougham, while Haidee and I went on foot. We started before them, and Mr. Rayner was carefully helping his wife out of the carriage as we got to the gate. There was nothing noticeable in the way in which they bowed to one person, shook hands with another, exchanged a few words with a third. Then we all went into the little church, which had been erected but a few years, and of which one aisle was still unbuilt. There was a square family pew just in front of ours, which was empty when we took our seats. But when I rose from my knees, I found fixed upon me, with a straightforward and not very friendly stare, the round gray eyes of a girl 2 or 3 years older than myself, whom I recognized as the owner of the voice which had said of me, "Don't you know she comes from the house on the marsh?" By her side, therefore also facing me, was the younger sister with whom I had talked. She avoided meeting my eyes, and looked rather uncomfortable. As for me, I felt that I hated them both, and was glad when the gentleman, who was evidently their father, changed his position so that he almost hid them from my sight. Next to him sat a stout lady, who wore a black silk mantle, covered with lace and beads, and a white bonnet, trimmed with yellow bows and unlikely clusters of roses. My heart sank curiously when I caught sight of the third person in the row, at the farther end of the pew. It was Mr. Lawrence Reed, my friend of the dog-cart, and I felt as if a trusted ally had suddenly proved to be an officer in the enemy's camp. Having found myself in an uncongenial household, I had unconsciously looked forward to seeing again, at some time or other, the only person I had met since I came to Norfolk, to whom no associations of mystery or melancholy were attached. And now to meet him with those horrid girls! He was their brother, evidently, for the elder harpooned him sharply with her sunshade several times for dozing during the service. But when the sermon began, and he had settled himself sideways in the corner, with the plain intention of sleeping through the entire discourse, and the devout girl made a desperate lunge at him to rouse him once for all, he quietly took the weapon from her and kicked it under the seat. I rejoiced at this, and so missed the text, which was given out during the struggle. And then I missed a great deal of the sermon, for I was growing unhappy in my new home, and, as the preaching of one clergyman, especially if you are not listening particularly, sounds much like the preaching of another, it was easy to shut my eyes and fancy myself sitting with my mother in church at home in London. Presently, happening to glance round me, I caught sight of Mr. Lawrence Reed in the corner of the next pew, with his arms folded, his legs crossed, and his head thrown back, and, if it had not been so very unlikely, I should have thought that he was not really asleep, but that through his half-shut eyelids he was looking at me. When the sermon was over and we filed out of church, I noticed that old Mr. Reed exchanged a few words with Mr. Rayner rather stiffly, while the two girls deliberately turned their heads away from us. But Mr. Lawrence Reed hung back behind the rest of his family, and stooped to speak to Haidee, who was holding my hand. He asked her to give him a kiss, and she refused, and I was very glad. Of course it was my duty to rebuke her for rudeness, and to tell her to accept the attention with gratitude, but instead I looked carefully the other way and pretended not to be aware of the little comedy. "Oh, Haidee, you shouldn't turn away from your friends," said he, in his musical voice, with rather more of grave reproach than the occasion required, to a child. Mr. Rayner was on the churchyard path a little way in front of us, talking to the schoolmaster, the clergyman, and 2 or 3 of the gentlemen of the parish. He was trying to persuade them to start a penny bank, and was pointing out to them the encouragement it would give to habits of thrift, and offering to take most of the trouble of starting it into his own hands. The spirit of inactivity ruled at Geldham. There was no energetic curate to scandalize people by insisting that to doze through 1 sermon a week was but a negligent way of caring for their souls. The last vestry meeting had dwindled into a spelling bee, at which the doctor had been ruled out for putting only 1 T in committee, and gone home vehemently affirming that his was the right way, and that of the schoolmaster, his colleagues, and the dictionary the wrong. It was curious to note now how they all listened coldly at first, with an aversion to the proposal, strengthened by their dislike to the man who proposed it, and how, overcome by an irresistible charm in his manner of arguing, as much as by the arguments themselves, they one by one, from listless, became interested, and not only agreed to the scheme being started, but to taking each some small share in setting it on foot. Then, parting cordially from the man they had greeted so coldly, they all dispersed, and Mr. Rayner, handsome, bright, pleased with his little triumph, turned to his wife and led her to the carriage, while Haidee and I returned as we came, on foot. He was very severe indeed upon rustic wits and rustic governors during dinner, calling them sheep and donkeys and other things. Then he grew merry and made jokes about them, and I laughed, and, finding in me an appreciative listener, his spirits rose still higher, and I thought before dinner was over that I had never heard anyone talk more amusingly. I think Mrs. Rayner made only 1 remark, and that was when I was furtively wiping some tears of laughter from my eyes. She asked me, "Do you care to go to church this afternoon, Miss Christie?" I suppose I looked rather snubbed, for Mr. Rayner broke in. "Poor girl, how frightened you look at the thought." "Know then, Miss Christie, that it is not one of the conditions of residence under this moist but hospitable roof that you should trudge backwards and forwards to church all Sunday with intervals of pious meditation. We never go ourselves more than once. Our last governess did, because she liked it, not because she was druv to it, I assure you. And I don't suppose, I don't even hope, that the excellent Miss Parker's mantle has fallen on your 1/4 of a century younger shoulders." But I had quickly made up my mind that I had better go. Indeed, I liked going to church, and, even if I had not acquired the taste already, the dullness of the Sunday before, which I had spent in the drawing-room with Mrs. Rayner and Haidee, hearing my pupil repeat one of the 39 articles, which I was sure she did not understand, and which I myself did not understand well enough to explain to her, and stifling my yawns for the rest of the time behind Goulburn's personal religion, would have made me love it. So I said I should like to go, and they said that there was no afternoon service at Geldham, but Mr. Rayner told me the way to the church at Gullinborough, the next parish, which was not far off. It was a sultry summer afternoon, with a heavy clouded sky, but it was pleasant to be out of doors, and it was pleasant to be alone, for I found the society of little Haidee, whose shyness and reserve with me had not worn off yet, rather depressing sometimes. I had even cried a little at night over the difficulty I had in making the child fond of me, so that to be quite alone and out of the sombre atmosphere of the alders was a relief. I passed the gates of a park, among the trees of which I saw a big square white house surrounded by a flower garden, and a little farther on I saw an American chair on the grass under the park trees, and a young man in a light suit, with his cravat hanging loose and his hat off, lying at full length in it. He had a cigar in his mouth and a gaudy covered book in his hand, and on a rustic table beside him was a half-empty glass containing some liquid, and I could see that there was ice in it. Of course I only glanced that way, but I recognized the gentleman as Mr. Lawrence Reed, and I could not help smiling to myself as I went on. He saw me, I think, for he started up and coughed, but I was looking the other way, and I thought it best not to hear him. As I turned the angle of the park, I glanced again at the white house, and I saw, with a little surprise, Mr. Reed running towards it. I got to church in very good time, and being given a seat in the chancel, I could watch the country people as they filed in, and, just as the last wheezy sound from the organ was dying away before service began, Mr. Lawrence Reed, having exchanged his light suit for church-going attire, strode up the middle aisle and banged the door of his pew upon himself, and, remembering how nice the iced drink looked and how cozy the armchair appeared, I thought it did him great credit to come to church the second time. The sky had grown very dark by the time service was over, and the occasional rolling of distant thunder threatened a storm. A few heavy drops fell as I stepped out of the church door, and my heart sank at the thought of the ruin a good shower would work upon my best gown, a light gray merino. It was nearly half an hour's walk to the Alders. My way lay along lanes and across fields where there was little or no shelter, and my umbrella was a small one. However, there was nothing to be done but to start, hoping that the storm might not break with any violence before I got home. I had left all chance of shelter well behind me when the rain came pouring down like sheets of water, with a sharp hissing sound which made my heart sink within me. I stopped, gathered up my skirt round me, gave a glance round to see that no one was in sight, being aware that my appearance would be neither graceful nor decorous, and then ran for my life. Before I had gone many yards, I heard someone running after me, and then Mr. Reed's voice calling, "Miss Christie!" I ran on without heeding him, ashamed of my plight, but he would not take the rebuff, and in a few more steps he had caught me up, and, taking away my small umbrella, was holding his large one over me. He opened a gate to the right that led into a field with a rough cart track alongside the hedge. "But this is the wrong way. I have to turn to the left, I know," said I. "There is a shed for carts here where we shall get shelter," said he. And in a few minutes we reached it, and I found myself sitting under a low roof on the red shaft of a cart, watching the downpour outside, while Mr. Reed shook the rain from our umbrellas. A few days before, I might have found something to enjoy in this curious encounter with my friend of the dog-cart, but the rudeness and suspicion of his sisters had made me shy with him. So I merely sat there and looked straight in front of me, while he, infected by my reserve, leant against the side of the shed and looked at me. I could see, as one sees so many things without looking, the raindrops falling one by one from the low roof onto his hat, but I would not tell him of it. Things went on like this for some minutes, until a bright flash of lightning dazzled me and made me cry, "Oh!" "You are frightened. Let me stand in front of you," said my companion, starting forward. "Oh, no, thank you. I am not nervous," I replied contemptuously, when a loud peal of thunder startled me so much that I nearly fell off my seat. He said nothing, did not even smile at my crestfallen look, but he took up his stand in front of me, giving me a fine view of his profile against the dark sky. Every minute of this awkward silence was making it more difficult to me to think of something to say. "I wish it would leave off," I remarked stupidly at length. "Are you in such a hurry to get back to the Alders? It is no drier there than it is here. But at least one can change one's boots. Have you got your feet wet? Why, you have on little toy town boots, not fit to walk down a country lane in. You will be laid up with rheumatic fever, or something of the kind," said he anxiously, looking vaguely about him for dry boots. "Oh, no, no, they are much thicker than they look," said I. "It isn't that, but Mr. Rayner will be anxious." "Mr. Rayner. And Mrs. Rayner, won't she be anxious too?" "Oh, Mrs. Rayner is never anything, at least, I mean," said I, annoyed at having spoken without thinking. "She is so reserved that—" "That you like Mr. Rayner best?" "Oh, yes." He drew himself up rather coldly. "So do most ladies, I believe. One can't help liking a person who talks and laughs and is bright and kind better than one who never speaks and glides about like a ghost, and looks coldly at you if you speak to her," I burst out, apologetically at first, but warming into vehemence towards the close of my speech. "Perhaps she means to be kind," said he gently. "Then she ought to make her meaning plainer. She can't think it is kind to fix her eyes upon me as if I were something not human if I laugh, to give me her hand so coldly and unresponsively that it seems like a dead hand in mine, and at other times to take no more notice of me than if I were not there. Besides, she knows that it is the first time I have ever left home, and she must see sometimes that I am not happy." Mr. Reed suddenly stooped towards me and then straightened himself again just as suddenly, without any remark, but he cleared his throat. I remembered that I had no right to make this confession to a comparative stranger, and I added quickly, "I ought not to talk as if I were ill-treated. I am not at all. If she would only not be quite so cold. Perhaps her own troubles are very heavy and hard to bear." "Oh, no, they are not," I replied confidently. "At least she has a kind husband and a pretty home and everything she can wish for, and I think it is very selfish of her to give herself up to brooding over the memory of her dead child instead of trying to please her living husband." "Her dead child?" "Yes, she had a boy who died some years ago, and she has never got over it. That is why she is so reserved." "Oh, how long ago did this boy die?" asked he, in a curiously incredulous tone. "About 5 years ago, I think," Mr. Rayner said. "Oh, then it was Mr. Rayner who told you?" "Yes." "And Mrs. Rayner has never got over it?" "No. It seems difficult to believe, doesn't it, that a brilliant woman who wrote books and was much admired should fade like that into a kind of shadow? I wonder she doesn't write more books to divert her thoughts from brooding over the past." "Oh, she wrote books. Did she tell you so herself?" "No, Mr. Rayner." "Oh, did Mr. Rayner tell you any more?" The irony in his tone was now so unmistakable that I hesitated and looked up at him inquiringly. I am sure he must have told you that he is a very ill-used man and a very long-suffering husband, and asked you to pity him, didn't he, Miss Christie? Ah, I see he did, he cried. I could feel the blood rushing to my cheeks, but I was indignant at having to submit to this catechism. Mr. Rayner never asked impertinent questions, I said severely. The young man drew back, muttered, I beg your pardon, and turning to watch the rain, began to hum something without any tune to cover his discomfiture. I was sorry directly, but my dignity forbade my calling him back to retract the snub. Yet I was dying to know the reason of his violent prejudice against Mr. Rayner. To my relief, in a few minutes, he came back to me of his own accord. Miss Christie, he began nervously, I am afraid I have offended you. Won't you forgive me for being carried a little too far by my interest in a lady who herself confessed that she is away from her friends for the first time and not very happy? I could not resist such an appeal as that. I looked up smiling with tears in my eyes. Oh, I am not at all offended, but I should like to know what reason you have for thinking so ill as you seem to do of Mr. Rayner. Perhaps I am wrong. I really have no proof that he is anything but what he wishes everyone to think him, a light-hearted, accomplished man, of idle life and pleasant temper. It is not his fault that, with all his cleverness, his ease of manner is not quite the ease of a gentleman. I was scarcely experienced enough to have found that out for myself. I considered for a moment, and then said rather timidly, Won't you tell me anything more? You can if you will, I think, and, alone in the world as I am, I want all the knowledge I can get of the people I live among to guide me in my conduct. He seemed to debate with himself for a moment. Then he sat down beside me on the other shaft of the cart and said very earnestly, Seriously then, Miss Christie, I would advise you to leave the Alders as soon as you possibly can, even before you have got another engagement. You are in the midst of more dangers than you can possibly know of, more probably than I know of myself, more certainly than I can warn you against. His voice was very low as he finished, and, while we both sat silent, he with his eyes intently fixed on my face, mine staring out fearfully at the sky, a dark figure suddenly appeared before us, blocking out the light. It was Mr. Rayner. Mr. Reed and I started guiltily. The newcomer had approached so quietly that we had not heard him. Had he heard us? End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ErinK. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Chapter 4. In spite of the rain and the mud, Mr. Rayner was in the brightest of humors, and his first words dispelled my fear that he might have overheard the warning Mr. Reed had just given me not to stay at the Alders. He caught sight of me first as he came under the roof of the dark shed. At last, Miss Christie! It was a happy thought of mine to look for you here. But how in the world did you discover this place of refuge? Then, turning, he saw my companion. Hallo, Lawrence! Ah, this explains the mystery. You have been playing knight-errant, I see, and I am too late in the field. But I shall carry off the lady after all. My wife noticed that you started without your ulster, Miss Christie, and as soon as service was over, she sent me off with it to meet you. He helped me on with it, and then I stood between them, silent and rather shy at receiving so much unaccustomed attention, until the rain began to fall less heavily, and we seized the opportunity to escape. When we got in sight of the park, Mr. Reed wanted to take a short cut through it, to the house. But Mr. Rayner pointed out that there was no object to be gained by catching a bad cold wading through the long wet grass. So we all went together as far as the park gates, where Mr. Reed left us. Nice young fellow, that, said Mr. Rayner, as soon as the other was out of earshot. Just the kind of open, frank lad I should have liked to have for a son in a few years' time. Handsome, too, and good-natured. There's not a girl in the countryside who hasn't had a smile and a blush for Lawrence. I did not think this so great a recommendation as it seemed to Mr. Rayner, but I said nothing, and he went on. He is worth all the rest of his family put together. Father, self-important, narrow-minded, old simpleton. Mother, ill-dressed vegetable. kept alive by a sense of her own dignity as the penniless daughter of an earl. Sisters, plain stuck-up, non-entities. Younger brother, dunce at eatin'. But they haven't been able to spoil Lawrence. He may have a few of their prejudices, but he has none of their narrow-minded pig-headedness. You don't understand the rustic mind yet, Miss Christie. I assure you, there are plenty of people in this parish who have condemned me to eternal punishment because I am fond of racing, and worse than all, play the violin. Do you play the violin? Oh, I am so fond of it. Are you? Poor child, you had better not acknowledge the taste as long as you remain in this benighted spot. They class it with the black art. I believe I am popularly supposed to have bewitched the alders with my playing. Some of the rustics think that the reeds round the pond play all by themselves about midnight, if they are accidentally touched. Oh, Mr. Rayner, aren't you rather hard upon the rustics? I said, laughing. Not a bit, as you will find out soon enough. However, if you are not afraid of being bewitched too, you shall hear my violin some evening, and give me your opinion of it. We were within the garden gates by this time, and as we walked down the path, I saw a woman's figure among the trees on our right. The storm had left the evening sky so dark, and she was so well hidden that, if I had not been very sharp-sighted, I should not have noticed her. As it was, I could not recognize her, and could only guess that it was Mrs. Rayner. The idea of those great weird eyes being upon me, watching me, just as they had been on the evening of my arrival, made me uncomfortable. I was glad Mr. Rayner did not look that way, but went on quietly chatting till we reached the house. He left me in the hall, and went straight to his study, while I, before going upstairs to take off my bonnet, went into our little schoolroom to put my church service away. The French window had not been closed, and I walked up to it to see whether the rain had come in. The sky was still heavy with rain clouds, so that it was quite dark indoors, and, while I could plainly see the woman I had noticed among the trees, forcing her way through the wet branches, stepping over the flower beds on the way to the lawn, and making her way to the front of the house, she could not see me. When she came near enough for me to distinguish her figure, I saw that it was not Mrs. Rayner, but Sarah, the housemaid. I stood, without acknowledging it to myself, rather in awe of this woman. She was so tall and so thin, and had such big, eager eyes, and such a curiously constrained manner. She was only a few steps from the window where I stood, completely hidden by the curtain, when Mr. Rayner passed quickly and caught her arm from behind. She did not turn or cry out, but only stopped short with a sort of gasp. "What were you doing in the shrubbery just now, Sarah?" he asked quietly. "If you want to take fresh air in the garden, you must keep to the lawn and the paths. By forcing your way through the trees and walking over the beds, you do damage to the flowers and to yourself. If you cannot remember these simple rules, you will have to look out for another situation." She turned around sharply. "Another situation? Me?" "Yes, you. Though I should be sorry to part with such an old servant, yet one may keep a servant too long." "Old? I wasn't always old," she broke out passionately. "Therefore you were not always in receipt of such good wages as you get now. Now, go in and get tea ready, and take care the toast is not burnt again." I could see that she glared at him with her great black eyes like a tigress at bay, but she did not dare to answer again, but slunk away, cowed, into the house. I was not surprised, for the tone of cold command with which he spoke those last insignificant words inspired me with a sudden sense of fear of him, with the feeling that I was face to face with an irresistible will, such as I should have thought it impossible for light-hearted Mr. Rayner to inspire. The whole scene had puzzled me a little. What did Sarah, the housemaid, want to stand like a spy in the shrubbery for? How had Mr. Rayner seen and recognized her without seeming even to look in that direction? Was there any deeper meaning under the words that had passed between them? There was suppressed passion in the woman's manner, which could hardly have been stirred by her master's orders to keep to the garden path, and not to burn the toast, and there was a hard decision in Mr. Rayner's which I had never noticed before, even when he was seriously displeased. I waited behind the curtain by the window until long after he had gone back towards the study, feeling guiltily that his sharp eyes must find me out, innocently as I had played the spy. If he were to speak to me in the tone that he had used to Sarah, I felt that I should run away or burst into tears or do something else equally foolish and unbecoming in an instructress of youth. But no one molested me. When I crept away from the window and went softly upstairs to my room, there was no one about, and no sound to be heard in the house, save a faint clatter of tea things in the servants' hall. At tea time, Mr. Rayner was as bright as usual, and laughingly declared that they should never trust me to go to church by myself again. That night I pondered Mr. Reed's warning to me to leave the Alders, but I soon decided that the suggestion was quite unpractical, for, putting aside the fact that I had no stronger grounds than other people's prejudice and suspicion for thinking it imprudent to stay, and that I could see no sign of the dangers Mr. Reed had hinted at so vaguely, what reason could I offer either to my employers or to my mother for wishing to go? This sort of diffidence at inventing excuses is a strong barrier to action in young people, and if I had overcome this diffidence sufficiently to offer a plausible motive for leaving the Alders, where was I to go? My father was dead. My mother, who had been left with very little to live upon, had been glad at the time when it was agreed that I should begin to earn my own living, to accept an offer to superintend the household of a brother of hers, who had not long lost his wife. My uncle would, I know, give me a home while I looked out for another situation, but I understood now how few people seemed to want the services of a young lady aged 18 who preferred children under 12. And what a bad recommendation it would be to have left my first situation within a month. And what could I say I did it for? If I said, because the house was damp, people would think I was too particular. And if I said I was afraid my pupil's mother was mad, they would want some better reason than the fact that she talked very little and moved very softly for believing me. And if I said I had been told the place was dangerous, and so I thought I had better go, they would think I was mad myself. And besides these objections to my leaving, was there not, to a young mind, an unacknowledged attraction in the faint air of mystery that hung about the place, which would have made the ordinary British middle-class household seem rather uninteresting after it? So I decided to pay no attention to the vague warnings, but to stay where I was certainly, on the whole, well off. The next morning I put on a dainty china blue cotton frock that I had never worn before. I could not help noticing how much better I was looking than when I lived in London. Instead of being pale, I had now a pink color in my cheeks, and my eyes seemed to look larger and brighter than they used to do. After a minute's pleased contemplation of my altered appearance, I turned from the glass in shame. What would my mother say if she could see how vain her daughter was growing? Without another look even to see whether I had put in my brooch straight, I went downstairs. Mr. Rayner was already in the dining-room, but no one else was there yet. He put down his newspaper and smiled at me. "Come into the garden for a few minutes until the rest of the family assembles," said he, and I followed him through the French window onto the lawn. The morning sun left this side of the house in shade. The birds were twittering in the ivy and stirring the heavy leaves as they flew out, frightened at the noise of the opening window. The dew was sparkling on the grass, and the scent of flowers was deliciously sweet. "Looks pretty, doesn't it?" said Mr. Rayner. "Pretty? It looks and smells like paradise. I stopped and blushed, afraid he would think the speech profane. But he only laughed very pleasantly. I was smelling a rose while I tried to recover the staid demeanor I cultivated as most suitable to my profession. When I raised my eyes, he was still looking at me and still laughing. "You are fond of roses?" "Yes, very, Mr. Rayner. I might own so much without any degradation from my dignity." "But don't you think it was very silly of Beauty to choose only a rose when her father asked her what he should bring her?" I have always thought that ostentation of humility spoilt an otherwise amiable character. I laughed. Poor girl, think how hard her punishment was. I don't think if I had married the prince I could have ever forgotten that he had been a beast, and I should have always been in fear of his changing back again. The true story is, you know, that he always remained a beast, but he gave her so many diamonds and beautiful things that she overlooked his ugliness. Like that, the story happens every day. I only shook my head gently. I could not contradict Mr. Rayner, but I would not believe him. Now, if you were Beauty, what would you ask Papa to bring you? I laughed shyly. A prince? I blushed and shook my head. No, not yet, I said, smiling rather mischievously. A ring? A bracelet? A brooch? Oh, no. A Murray's Grammar? A pair of globes? A blackboard? No, Mr. Rayner. I should say a rose like Beauty, a beautiful Marshall Neal rose. I couldn't think of anything lovelier than that. That is a large pale yellow rose, isn't it? I can't get it to grow here. What a pity we are not in a fairy tale, Miss Christie. And then the soil wouldn't matter. We would have Marshall Neal roses growing up to the chimney pots. We had sauntered back to the dining-room window, and there, staring out upon us in a strange fixed way, was Mrs. Rayner. She continued to look at us, and especially at me, as if fascinated, until we were close to the window, when she turned with a start, and when we entered the room, the intent expression had faded from her lustrous eyes, and she was her usual lifeless self again. At dinner time, Mr. Rayner did not appear. I was too shy to ask Mrs. Rayner the reason, and I could only guess when tea time came, and again there was no place laid for him, that he had gone away somewhere. I was sure of it when he had not reappeared the next morning, and then I became conscious of a slow but sure change, a kind of gradual lightening in Mrs. Rayner's manner. She did not become talkative or animated like any other woman, but it was as if a statue of stone had become a statue of flesh, feeling the life in its own veins and grown conscious of the life around it. This change brought one strange symptom. She had grown nervous. Instead of wearing always an unruffled stolidity, she started at any unexpected sound, and a faint tinge of color would mount her white face at the opening of a distant door or at a step in the passage. This change must certainly, I thought, be due to her husband's departure, but it was hard to tell whether his absence made her glad or sorry, or whether any such vivid feeling as gladness or grief caused the alteration in her manner. On the second day of Mr. Rayner's absence, Sarah came to the schoolroom, saying that a gentleman wished to speak to me. In the drawing-room, I found Mr. Lawrence Reed. "I've come on business with Mr. Rayner, but as they told me he was out, I venture to trouble you with a commission for him, Miss Christie." "I don't know anything about business, especially Mr. Rayner's," I began doubtfully. "Perhaps Mrs. Rayner—" "Oh, I couldn't trouble her with such a small matter. I know she is an invalid. It is only that 2 of the village boys want to open an account with the penny bank, so I offered to bring the money." He felt his pockets and produced 1 penny. "I must have lost the other," he said gravely. "Can you give me change for a 3-penny piece?" I left him and returned with 2 halfpennies. He had forgotten the names of the boys, and it was some time before he remembered them. Then I made a formal note of their names and of the amounts, and Mr. Reed examined it, and made me write it out again in a more business-like manner. Then he put the date, and wrote one of the names again, because I had misspelt it, and then smoothed the paper with the blotting paper and folded it, making, I thought, an unnecessarily long performance of the whole matter. "It seems a great deal of fuss to make about 2 pence, doesn't it?" I asked innocently, and Mr. Reed, who was bending over the writing-table, suddenly began to laugh, then checked himself and said, "One cannot be too particular, even about trifles, where other people's money is concerned." And I said, "Oh, no, I see," with an uncomfortable feeling that he was making fun of my ignorance of business matters. He talked a little about Sunday and hoped I had not caught cold, and then he went away, and I found, by the amount of hemming Haidee had got through when I went back to the schoolroom, that he had stayed quite a long time. Nothing happened after that until Saturday, which was the day on which I generally wrote to my mother. After tea, I took my desk upstairs to my own room. It was pleasanter there than in the schoolroom. I liked the view of the marsh between the trees, and the sighing of the wind among the poplars. I had not written many lines before another sound overpowered the rustle of the leaves, the faint tones of a violin. At first I could distinguish only a few notes of the melody. Then there was a pause, and a sound as of an opening window. After that, Schubert's beautiful Aufenthalt rang out clearly and held me as if enchanted. It must be Mr. Rayner come back. I had not thought, when he said he played the violin, that he could play like that. I must hear better. When the last long sighing note of Aufenthalt had died away, I shut up my half-finished letter hastily in my desk and slipped downstairs with it. The music had begun again. This time it was the Stenkin. I stole softly through the hall, meaning to finish my letter in the schoolroom, where, with the door ajar, I could hear the violin quite well. But as I passed the drawing-room door, Mr. Rayner, without pausing his playing, cried, "Come in!" I was startled by this, for I had made no noise, but I put my desk down on the hall table and went in. Mrs. Rayner and Haidee were there, the former with a handsome shawl, brought by her husband, on a chair beside her, and my pupil holding a big wax doll, which she was not looking at. The child never cared for her dolls. Mr. Rayner, looking handsomer than ever, sunburnt, with his chestnut hair in disorder, smiled at me and said, without stopping the music, "I have not forgotten you. There's a souvenir of your dear London for you," and nodded towards a rough wooden box nailed down. I opened it without much difficulty. It was from Covent Garden, and in it, lying among the ferns and moss and cotton wool, were a dozen heavy, beautiful Marshall Neal roses. I sat playing with them in an ecstasy of pleasure, intoxicated with music and flowers, until Mr. Rayner put away his violin, and I rose to say good night. "Lucky beauty," he said, laughing, as he opened the door for me. "There is no beast for you to sacrifice yourself to in return for the roses." I laughed back and left the room, and, putting my desk under my flowers, went towards the staircase. Sarah was standing near the foot of it, wearing a very forbidding expression. "So you're bewitched too," she said with a short laugh, and turned sharply towards the servants' hall. And I wondered what she meant, and why Mr. and Mrs. Rayner kept in their service such a very rude and disagreeable person. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The House on the Marsh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marina 47. The next day was Sunday, to which I had already begun to look forward eagerly, as one does in the country, as a break in the monotonous round of days. Old Mr. Reed was not at church, and his son sat in his place with his back to me. Instead of putting his elbows on his knees through the prayers as he had done on the Sunday before, he would turn right round and kneel in front of his seat, facing me, which was a little disconcerting, for as he knelt with his chin on his hands and his head back, he seemed to be saying all the responses to me, and I could not raise my eyes for a minute from my book without having my attention distracted in spite of myself. After service, as we stood about in the churchyard, I heard Mr. Rayner telling the doctor and two of the farmers about the races he had been to the week before, and of his having won £15 on a horse, the name of which I forget. And he took out of his pocket a torn race card, seeming surprised to find it there, and said it must have been that which had caused his thoughts to wander during the sermon. He asked Mrs. Reed whether her husband was ill, and did not seem at all affected by the cool manner in which she answered his inquiries. I had the pleasure of lunching with a relative of yours, Mrs. Reed, on the course at Newmarket last week, Lord Bramley. He is a cousin of yours, is he not?" "Hardly a cousin, but he is connected with my family, Mr. Rayner," she answered more graciously. "He thinks more of the connection than you seem to do, for he asked me particularly how you were, and whether you thought of going up to town this autumn. I told him I could not give him any information as to your intended movements, but that you had never looked better than when I saw you last." And Mrs. Reed was still talking to Mr. Rayner, with more affability in her haughtiness, when Haidee and I started on our walk home. At dinner, Mr. Rayner gave us part of their conversation, with an excellent parody of the lady's manner and a funny exaggeration of the humility of his own. He was always particularly bright on Sunday at dinner, the contact with duller wits in the morning seeming to give edge to his own. On that afternoon I was scarcely outside the gate on my way to church when he joined me. "No, no, Miss Christie, we are not going to trust you to go to church by yourself again." I blushed, feeling a little annoyed, though I scarcely knew why. But surely I could take care of myself, and did not want surveillance, especially Mr. Rayner's. "Don't be angry, I spoke only in fun. I want to see Boggett about some fencing, and I know I shall catch him at church. But if you object to my company—" "Oh, no, Mr. Rayner, of course not," said I, overwhelmed with terror at the thought of such impertinence being attributed to me. The shock of this made conversation difficult to me, and I listened while Mr. Rayner talked, with even less of yes and no and simple comment than usual. When we passed the park, I saw Mr. Lawrence Reed, dressed for church, tossing a small prayer book. Men never burden themselves with the big church service we women carry, and finishing a cigar, with his back against a tree. I think he must have seen us for some time before I caught sight of him, for I was looking at an oak leaf in my hand while Mr. Rayner explained its structure to me. I had never seen Mr. Reed look cross before, and I thought it a pity he should spoil his nice kind face by such a frown, and I wondered whether he was ill-tempered, and if not, what had annoyed him. When one sees people playing with prayer books and dressed for church, one cannot help expecting to see them there, and I had an unreasonable and absurd feeling almost like disappointment as the little organ droned out a dismal voluntary and the service began. And still Mr. Lawrence Reed did not appear, and I caught myself looking up whenever the door creaked and a late worshipper came in, and glancing toward the pew he had occupied on the Sunday before, which I suddenly remembered was very unbecoming in me. But he did not come. The heat and this absurd little trifle, and my penitence for it, so distracted my attention that I scarcely heard a word of the sermon. But then it was the curate who preached on that afternoon, and his discourses were never of the exciting kind. I just heard him say that it was his intention to give a course of 6 sermons, of which this was to be the first. And after that I listened only now and then. And presently I noticed that Mr. Rayner, who always looked more devout than anybody else in church, was really asleep all the time. It was a heavily built little Norman church, very old and dark, and he was sitting in a corner in such an attentive attitude that I thought at first I must be mistaken. But I looked at him twice, and then I was quite sure. When service was over, he stayed behind to talk to Boggett, while I went on alone. He overtook me in a few minutes, but when he said the sermon was good of its kind, I had to turn away my head that he might not see me smiling. But I was not quick enough for Mr. Rayner. "I didn't say what kind, Miss Christie. I may have meant it was good as a lullaby. One must be on one's guard with you demure people. I have never yet been to afternoon service without going to sleep, and I have never before been discovered. Now the spell is broken, and I shall feel that the eyes of the whole congregation are upon me. Are you shocked, Miss Christie?" "Oh, no, Mr. Rayner." "You wouldn't take such a liberty as to be shocked at anything I might do, would you, Miss Christie?" His tone of grave mischief woke an answering spirit in me. "Certainly not, Mr. Rayner." "Where did you pick up a sense of humor, most rare gift of your sex?" And why do you hide it away so carefully, Miss Christie?" "Indeed, I don't know, and I don't mean to hide anything," I answered rather foolishly. "And how did you like the sermon?" I wasn't listening much, Mr. Rayner." "Not listening. A religious little girl like you not listening. I'm surprised. I really am." His manner grew suddenly so grave, and he really seemed so much surprised, that I felt called upon to make a sort of profession. "I'm not really religious," I said hurriedly. "I haven't meant ever to pretend to be. But I do respect religion and religious people very much, and I hope some day I shall be able to enter into their feelings better than I can now. I do pray for it," I ended, almost in a whisper. Mr. Rayner took my hand very kindly. "It will come, child, it will come," he said gravely and quite paternally. "Go on quietly doing your duty as you do, and the blessing will come in due time." He said it so simply, without any attempt at preaching, that I felt I looked up to him more naturally than even to a clergyman, being quite sure now that he acquitted me of any intention to be hypocritical. And when, after tea, he asked me to accompany his violin on the piano while he played Mozart's 12th Mass, the fervor which he put into the beautiful music inspired me with a corresponding exaltation of feeling, such as no sacred music had ever woken me before. At the end of the evening, Mrs. Rayner wished me good night and glided softly from the room before I had finished putting the music in order, as Mr. Rayner had asked me to do. When I rose from bending over the Canterbury, still flushed with the excitement caused by the music, Mr. Rayner held out his hand with a grave smile. "You are the best accompanist I have ever met. You catch the spirit of this sacred music perfectly. Tomorrow night I shall prove whether you are so accomplished a reader of secular music. Good night, my dear child." And he bent down to kiss me. But I shrank back slightly, and so evaded him, trying at the same time to make my movements seem unconscious, and with a smiling "good night," I left the room. As soon as I had done so, my heart sank within me. What had I done? Probably offended Mr. Rayner beyond recall by what must seem to him an absurdly strained piece of prudery. It looked as if I thought myself a person of such attractions that he wanted to kiss me to please himself, instead of an insignificant little girl whom he was going to kiss good-naturedly, as he might have done if he had been her father. But then he was not my father, and not nearly old enough to be so, however paternal and kind his manner might be. If he had been 40 or 50, I should have submitted without a moment's hesitation. But if Sarah or Mrs. Rayner, neither of whom seemed to like me very much, had suddenly come in and found Mr. Rayner kissing me, she might have mistaken, in a way which would have been very unpleasant for me, the feeling which prompted him to do so. So I comforted myself as well as I could with the thought that, after all, I had done only what was right and prudent, and if he was offended, well, there was no help for it. The next morning, to my great relief, his manner was just the same as usual. Of course, what had caused so much thought and anxiety to the girl of 18 had seemed but a trifle to the man of 33. I wondered whether I should be summoned to the drawing-room to accompany him on the violin, as he had spoken on the previous night of wishing me to do. But at tea he was much preoccupied, and told Sarah that a gentleman would be coming to see him presently, who was to be shown into the study. As he turned to say this, I noticed a sudden flash of horror pass over Mrs. Rayner's pale features and disappear in a moment, before her husband could see her face again. And I thought I saw on Sarah's dark face a look of intelligence when the order was given her, as if she, too, knew something about the expected visitor. I hope I am not very inquisitive, but in a quiet country house to which, rightly or wrongly, some suspicion of mystery is attached, one cannot help noticing even trifles connected with unaccustomed events, and wondering whether there is some meaning in them. I tried not to think any more about it, as it certainly did not concern me, but I did not succeed very well in banishing it from my mind until I sat down in the empty schoolroom to my evening task, set by myself, of translating a page of Markham's English history into German. I was very anxious to improve myself, so that by and by I might be an accomplished woman and able to take an engagement as finishing governess, which at that time seemed to me quite a lofty ambition. When the translation was finished, I had still to read a chapter of Guizot's French history, but that was pleasant, easy work, and might be enjoyed in the garden. I had seen the stranger as I was crossing the hall after tea. He was a small, slight man with a fair moustache, who might be old or young, and although he wore only a grey travelling suit, he gave one the impression of being very well dressed indeed. I had forgotten all about him long before I made my way, with a heavy volume of history in my arms, to the pond, near the prettiest, reediest corner of which I had made myself a nice little nest. There was here a willow tree which had been forced by an aggressive oak to grow in a slanting position, and one of its lowest branches hung parallel to the ground. This made my seat, and a piece of cord fastened from branch to branch 1.5 feet above made a rest for my back. So, with a couple of old bricks to raise my feet out of the damp grass, I could injudiciously sit there and enjoy the summer evening till quite late. I read my Guizot, conscientiously hunting out in the dictionary all the words I did not know, until the light began to fade, and I was thinking it was time to go in, when I heard voices that seemed to be coming towards me from the house. I have mentioned a path which led, by a short cut through the plantation, from the house to the high road to Beaconsburg. The speakers, a man and a woman, as I could already make out, seemed to be coming along the path. Whoever they might be, I would wait until they had gone by before I went in. I could not see them, nor could they see me, I knew. When they came a little nearer, I recognized Sarah's voice. The other was that of a man of a class much higher than her own. Could it be the stranger? He was talking familiarly and seriously with her. I could tell that before I heard any words. Sarah was speaking in a tone of bitter complaint, and the first words I heard were hers. "I won't stand it much longer, and so I tell you." "Tell him, my dear Sally, if you dare. And now oblige me by speaking a little lower, for there's nothing like trees for carrying tales." She began again in a lower voice, but in the same tone, and from the occasional words I heard, for I could not help listening, I gathered that she was angry because some unknown he paid too much attention to some unknown her. But I could guess who they were. Sarah, it was well known in the house, had an admirer, a man some years younger than herself, who lived a long way off. In London, I think I had heard it said, and who paid her visits at irregular intervals. Mr. Rayner took great interest in this love affair, and derived much amusement from it. He had somehow discovered that the admirer, whose name was Tom Parks, was inclined to pay more attention than was meet to the kitchen maid, Jane. And it was Mr. Rayner's opinion that there would be very little left of Jane if she encouraged the fickle swain's attentions. So Sarah was giving vent to her jealousy in an earnest and intimate conversation with her master's guest. It seemed a very strange proceeding. I knew that men in the position of gentlemen do treat women of a lower class with more consideration than is necessary when they are young and pretty, but Sarah's face, which looked as if it was worn and lined before its time with hard work and strong passions, was more repellent than attractive, and I was glad I could not see it as I heard her fierce words more plainly, and knew how her great black eyes must be flashing and her mouth twitching, as they did whenever she was annoyed. "Look what I've done for him. Think how I've worked for him," she said. "He would never be where he is now if it wasn't for me. Does he think his new fancy will plan for him and plot for him and risk—" "Hush, hush! Don't speak so loud. Where's your old discretion, Sally?" "Let him look for discretion in Miss Baby with her round face and her child's eyes. Does he think he can make use of her? Nonsense. It wants a woman that's strong in her head and strong in her limbs to do the work he wants done, and not a soft little chit like that." Depend upon it, however useful she might be, he would never compare her services with yours, Sally. "He is only amusing himself with this little simpleton," the man said soothingly. But she interrupted him in a tone of half-suppressed savagery that made me shudder, Out of her sight though I was. Amusing himself, do you say? Only amusing himself. Looking at her, talking to her, not because he wants to make use of her, but because he likes her, loves her, she hissed, as he has never loved any of his poor tools, though they were handsomer 1,000 times than this wretched girl. If I thought that, if I really believed that, he'd find me more than his match for once. I'd spoil her beauty for her, and for him, if I hanged for it. Oh, what an awful woman! And all because poor little Jane was younger and prettier than herself, and had had the misfortune, for it was indeed a misfortune, to attract the attention of her unprincipled lover. The man spoke again, this time very gravely. I had to listen with all my attention to hear him, for they had now passed the place where I sat. "Sally, don't do anything foolish," said he. "Jim isn't a fool, and he knows how to repay services like yours, though he may be a trifle harsh sometimes. Why, he might have thrown you over with the rest when—" I could hear no more. They had gone too far. I waited till their voices had died away, and then dashed from my perch, through the plantation and the hall, up to my room, as fast as I could, locked the door, and sat down appalled. What a terrible tragedy in the servants' hall we were likely to have if things went on like this. If Mrs. Rayner had been only a woman, not a statue, I would have confessed all to her, but as she was, it would do no good. It was not the sort of thing I could tell Mr. Rayner, and there was no way of letting him know without telling him. There was nothing for it but to hope that little Jane would be wise and leave off provoking Sarah, and that Providence would bring Sarah herself to a better mind. But what a dreadful woman to have in the house! And why had the stranger spoken of Tom Parks as Jim? End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Chapter 6. The next morning, I woke up with that strange feeling of oppression, which is caused by something unpleasant heard the night before. I soon remembered what it was, and tried to shake off the recollection of the talk in the plantation, and of Sarah's vindictive tones. I looked at her searchingly as she came in demurely to prayers with the cook and poor little Jane. And I could not help thinking that Tom Parks, or Jim, as the stranger had called him. But then, a man of such a desperate character, as they had described him to be, would have a dozen aliases, might be excused in preferring the simple little kitchen maid Jane to that forbidding-looking shrew. But perhaps, when he first made love to her, she was young and comparatively fair. And if so, he ought not to desert her, just because she had grown thin and hard-looking and doing the wicked things he made her do. What were those wicked things, I wondered? I had seen Tom Parks, a strongly made, thick-set young man, 2 or 3 times, and he had seemed to me to have a stolid but rather good-humored expression. I should have thought him to be more stupid than wicked, and certainly not the sort of man to rule with a rod of iron the formidable Sarah. That very day, I had an opportunity of comparing my impression of Tom, when I thought him a harmless and inoffensive person, with my impression of him now that I knew him to be a rogue of the most determined kind. When Haiti and I returned from our walk, we came into the garden by a side gate at the back of the house, and had to pass by the servants' entrance. Tom Parks was sitting outside the door, in an easy an attitude as the broken chair he sat on would permit, eating bread and cheese, while opposite to him stood Jane and Sarah, both apparently in high good humor. One held a jug, the other a glass, and they seemed united in the desire to please him by ministering to his wants, and by a rough kind of humor to which he was not slow in replying. They were talking about kisses, and I think they were going to illustrate the subject when Tom suddenly became aware of our presence, and taking his arm from round Jane's waist, pulled his cap off apologetically and remained standing until we had gone by. What a strange contradiction this scene seemed to give to what I had overheard on the night before. Sarah was scarcely the sort of woman to exercise great self-control when among her equals, yet here she was, all laughter and rough gaiety, submitting in the best of tempers to receive a share only and evidently the smaller share of Tom's attention with her rival Jane. I was rather ashamed of my strong interest in this low-class love affair, but Sarah was such an exceptional woman, and her admirer, from what I had heard, such an exceptional man, that I could not help puzzling myself as to whether she had been only acting good humor, or whether the love affairs of the uneducated were conducted on different principles than those of other people. That evening after tea, when my translation finished, the time came for Guizot. I remembered with a pang of conscience that I had left the nicely bound book out in the damp all night, forgotten in my hasty flight. I hurried through the plantation, eager to see whether it was much injured. But when I got within a few yards of my nest, I saw Mr. Rayner there before me, standing with the unlucky volume in his hand. If I had been conscience-stricken before, when my guilt was known only to myself, what did I feel now that it was discovered? I had not the courage to face him, but turned and was sneaking back toward the house when he called me. "Miss Christie." I might have known I should not escape his sharp eyes and ears. I went back slowly, murmuring, "Yes, Mr. Rayner," and blushing with mortification. It was only a trifle after all, but it was a most vexatious one. To Mr. Rayner, to whom I could not explain that I was too much occupied in listening to a strictly private tete-a-tete to think of his book, it must seem a most reprehensible piece of carelessness on the part of a responsible member of his household. It would serve me right if he requested me not to touch any of his books in the future. He was turning over the leaves, with his eyes bent on the book as I came up, but I have since thought that he took a mischievous pleasure in my discomfiture. "I am very sorry, Mr. Rayner," I began, in a low voice which almost threatened tears. "I brought that book out here to read yesterday evening, and I forgot to take it with me when I went in. I know it was most inexcusable, careless. Indeed, I will never bring one of the library books out again." "And why not, Miss Christie?" said he, suddenly dispelling my anxiety by looking up with his usual kindly smile. "I am sure Guizot is dry enough to stand a little moisture, and if you were to throw him into the pond, you would be his only mourner, for nobody takes him off the shelf but you. But what makes you spoil your young eyes by plodding through such heavy stuff as this? It is very laudable of you, I know, but if you were to bring out a volume of poetry or a novel, that would run no risk of being forgotten." "I am so ignorant," said I humbly, "and I want some day to be able to teach girls much older than Haiti, so that I have to read to improve myself. And I don't read only dry things. This morning I found time to read nearly the whole of yesterday's paper." "Well, that was dry enough. There was nothing in it, was there?" "Yes. There was an account of another murder in Ireland, and a long article on the present position of the Eastern difficulty, and the latest details about that big burglary." "What burglary?" "Haven't you read about it? A large house in Derbyshire, belonging to Lord Dalston, was broken into last Wednesday, and a quantity of valuable things stolen. They say they've got a clue, but they haven't been able to find any of the thieves yet." "And they won't either. They never do, except by a fluke." "They say that the robbery must have been most carefully planned, and that it was most skillfully carried out." "They always say that. That is to excuse the utter incompetency of the police in the face of a little daring and dexterity." "And they say that it looks like the work of the same hand that committed several large jewel robberies some years ago." "Whose hand was that?" "Ah, they don't know. The man was never discovered." That is another newspaper commonplace. To say that the way one ladder was placed against a window, the window opened and entered, and the diamonds taken away, Looks very like the way another ladder was placed against another window, and another set of diamonds taken away. Sounds very cute indeed. And to imply that there is only one thief in England with enough skill to baffle them raises that uncaught thief into a half-divinity, whom it is quite excusable in mere human policemen to fail to catch. Well, I hope they will catch this one, whether he is a half-divinity or not. Why? What harm has the poor thief done you? You have nothing to fear from diamond robbers because you have no diamonds. I believe you have more sympathy with the thieves than with the policemen, said I, laughing. I have, infinitely more. I have just the same admiration for the successful diamond robber that you have for Robin Hood and Jack Sheppard, and just the same contempt for the policemen that you have for the Sheriff of Nottingham and Jack's jail. Oh, but that is different, I broke in hotly, for I always put down Robin Hood in confession books as my favorite hero, and I was not without a weakness for Jack. Oh yes, it is very different, I know, said Mr. Rayner maliciously. Robin Hood wore Lincoln green and carried a picturesque bow and arrow, while Sheppard's costume in colored prints is enough of itself to win any woman's heart. And then, the pretty story about Maid Marian? Jack Sheppard had a sweetheart too, hadn't he? Some dainty little lady whose mild reproaches for his crimes proved gentle incentives to more, and who was never really sorry for her lover's sins until he was hanged for them. Well, Mr. Rayner, their very appearance, which you laugh at, shows them to be superior to the modern burglar. Have you ever seen a modern burglar? No, but I know what they look like. They have fustian caps and long protruding upper lips, and their eyes are quite close together, and their lady loves are like Nancy Sykes. I see. Then you don't sympathize with a criminal, unless he is good-looking, nicely dressed, and in love with a lady of beauty and refinement? Oh, Mr. Rayner, I cried, exasperated at having my words misconstrued in this mischievous manner. You know I don't sympathize with criminals at all. But Robin Hood and Jack Sheppard lived in different ages, when people were not so enlightened as they are now. And besides, said I, brightening in triumph as a new idea flashed across me, I don't know what the real Robin and Jack did, but the Robin Hood and Jack Sheppard of the novels and poems that I can't help liking and admiring robbed only rich people who could afford to lose some of their ill-gotten wealth. But all wealth is not ill-gotten, interposed Mr. Rayner mildly. It was then, I went on hastily. At least generally. And Robin Hood didn't rob the good rich people, only the bad ones. And most of his spoil he distributed among the poor, you know. I finished triumphantly. It won't do, Miss Christie. I must destroy your edifice of argument at a blow, said he, shaking his head mournfully. I happen to know something about this Lord Dalston, whose house was broken into, and he is a very bad rich person indeed, much more so than the poor old abbots whom your favorite Robin Hood treated so roughly. He ill-treated his mother, stole and squandered his sister's fortunes, neglected his wife, and tried to shut her up in a lunatic asylum, knocked out in a passion the left eye of one of his own grooms, had embezzled money before he was 21, and now owes heavy debts to half the big tradesmen in London, so that he is something like a thief. Now, if you were to find out that the man who had the chief hand, for, of course, there were dozens at work over it, in planning the robbery of this wicked rich man's property, was young, good-looking, well-dressed, and a large subscriber to charities, and in love with a pretty ladylike girl, you ought, if you were logical, to admire him as much as you do Robin Hood, and more than you do Jack Sheppard. Oh, Mr. Rayner, said I, joining in his laughter, how absurd. But it is too bad of you to make fun of my logic. I can't put it properly, but what I mean is this. In those days, the laws were unjust, so that even good men were forced into defiance of them. But now that the laws are really, upon the whole, fair, it is only wicked people who disobey them. Then you do not like wicked people, Miss Christie? Oh, Mr. Rayner, of course not. said I, aghast at such a question, which he asked quite seriously. You must know some before you decide too hastily that you don't like them, said he. Know some wicked people, Mr. Rayner? I gasped. He nodded gravely, and then I saw he was amusing himself with my horror-struck expression. You won't like all of them any more than you dislike all the good people you know, but you will find that those you do like beat the good people hollow. Indeed, I am sure I shouldn't like them at all. I wouldn't speak to a wicked person if I could help it. But you can't. You won't be able to tell them from the good ones, except, as I said before, that they are nicer, and by the time you find out they are wicked, you will like them too much to go back. It was too bad of Mr. Rayner to tease me like this, but though I saw he was enjoying my indignation, I could not help getting indignant. You are quite mistaken in me indeed, I said, trying to keep down my annoyance. I can prove it to you by something that happened to me not very long ago. I knew a person against whom I had heard nothing who always seemed to me to look good-natured and simple. And then I found out that he was really a most wicked man, and when I saw him after that, his very face seemed changed to me, to look evil and cunning, and the sight of him made me shrink. I was thinking of Tom Parks, and the change I had seemed to see in him that morning. Mr. Rayner looked at me keenly while I said this, but I was not afraid of his finding out whom I meant in such a cautious statement. And what would you do if in the course of your career as a governess you found yourself in a family of whose morals you could not approve? Would you give them lectures on the errors of their ways and try to convert them all round, Miss Christie? Oh, no, I couldn't do that, I said humbly. If I found myself among very dreadful people, I should just run away, back to my uncle's house, where my mother lives, on the first opportunity, without saying anything to anyone till I was gone, and without even writing to say I was coming, lest my letter should be intercepted. I should be so horribly afraid of them. Well, child, I hope you will never have to do anything so desperate as that. But the profession of teaching has its dangers for a beautiful woman, he said gravely. The last words gave a shock to me. I had never heard them applied to me before, and for that moment I was without an answer. He had been sitting on my seat, and I had been standing with my back against a young oak tree, a few feet from him and nearer to the pond. He got up and came towards me, when a shrill little cry, as from out of the ground, caused him to start. It was the only sound that ever drew forth such a display of ordinary human weakness from the self-possessed Mr. Rayner. It came from the lips of his baby daughter Mona, who, ragged, dirty, and withered-looking as usual, had walked or crawled through the mud and rushes till she had silently taken her place in the long grass a little ways from us, and who now, seeing her father approach, had given vent to her extraordinary dislike of him in her usual undutiful manner. For one moment, I saw in the dusk a look pass over Mr. Rayner's face which made me catch my breath. It reminded me instantly of his tone on that Sunday night, when he had caught Sarah in the garden, and quickly as it passed and gave place to a light laugh. It had frightened me, and made me long to escape. Mona was an excuse. "Oh, you naughty little girl to be out so late at night, and without a hat! Sarah must have forgotten you. Come, I must take you in now. Be a good girl and come with me." Mona had somehow come to regard me with less animosity than she did most of the household, so she let me take her in my arms without much opposition, and gave only one more yell when her father, while wishing me good night, shook hands with me and accidentally touched her dirty little shoe. I took her into the house and gave her to Sarah in the hall. Then I went into the schoolroom to replace the dissipated volume of Guizot that had been out all night among its more sober brethren, and then, moved by some spring of vanity, took my candle to the mantelpiece, and looked at myself in the glass above it. I suppose no girl can hear herself called a beautiful woman for the first time, no matter by whom, without a slight thrill of gratification. To be called pretty falls, I suppose, at one time or another, to the lot of most girls. But the other term implies a higher measure of attractiveness, and I certainly was not insensible to the pleasure of hearing it applied to me. I had lived such a very quiet life with my mother, and had had so few acquaintances, that I had never known flattery of any kind. The thought that flashed through my mind as I looked at my dark gray eyes, brighter than usual, and at my cheeks, flushed with gratified vanity, was, "Does Mr. Lawrence Reed think me beautiful?" I was too much absorbed in my vain contemplation of myself, and in the foolish thoughts to which it gave rise, to notice that I was not alone in the room. Suddenly I was startled, as I well deserved to be, by a harsh, ironical voice breaking in upon the silence of the room. "Yes, it is a pretty face for now, and you do right to set store by it, for it won't last pretty long, not long. In a few years it will be all lines and wrinkles, and not worth looking at. And you'll turn away in disgust from the glass, thinking of how you used to look, and how men used to look at you, the fools." I had turned and was looking at Sarah's hard, cruel face as she stood with Mona still in her arms, her eyes flashing scornfully on me as she hissed out the spiteful words. I felt ashamed of my vanity, though after all it seemed harmless enough, and I felt sorry for her, for she spoke so bitterly that I was sure she must be thinking of the changes a few years of anxiety and hard work had wrought in herself. So I said gently, "I suppose we women all think more than we ought about our looks sometimes, Sarah, but after all, they are a very important matter to every woman, and make a great deal of difference to her life. You know, you must be glad not to be ugly, Sarah." I own this was a little bit of innocent flattery, for I did think her very ugly, and I thought I had never seen her look so hideous as she did as she stood there glaring at me. But I was anxious to soothe her at all hazards, and I was thankful to see that the bait took. "Handsome is as handsome does," she said less viciously, and with a toss of her head, she left the room. End of Chapter 6, read by Kimberly Bonin.
Chapter 7 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allyson. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Chapter 7. Very soon after Sarah's somewhat harsh and uncalled for reproof of my vanity, I began to suffer a punishment for it. The country air, which had brought unwonted roses to my cheeks while the weather was fine and dry, affected me very differently when, in the first days of September, the rain fell daily in a steady, continuous downpour that soon swelled the river and turned part of the marsh from a swamp into a stagnant, unwholesome lake. The air round the house seemed never free from mist. The pond overflowed and covered the bricks that had formed the footstool of my nest. The lower part of the garden that touched the marsh was a bog. The moss grew greener and thicker on the pillars of the portico. The untrimmed ivy that clung round the house and made it so beautiful dripped all day long, and bright green stains grew broader and broader down the side of that wing of the house where Mr. and Mrs. Rayner's room was. I often wondered why they slept there. I knew by the doors and windows that the ground floor of that wing contained 2 rooms, a large and a small one. My own was in the same wing, but on the story above, and over mine was a turret that looked out high above the trees, but which was not used, so far as I knew. Haidee slept on the ground floor, in a cot in the dressing-room next to her parents' bedroom, I knew, while the nursery and servants' rooms and several spare rooms were on the upper story besides my own. Why did not Mr. and Mrs. Rayner make one of these their own, and lift themselves out of the reeking damp which must be poisonous to delicate Mrs. Rayner? Even I, who slept in the upper story, soon began to lose my color and my appetite, and to feel at first languid, and then really ill. I showed the change more quickly than anyone, being less used to the place, but little fragile Haidee soon followed suit, and grew more wan and listless than ever, until the luster of her large blue eyes and the unhealthy flush that began to burn in her thin little cheeks frightened me and drew me to the child as her strange reserve had prevented my being drawn before. She answered to the change in my manner as sensitive children do, and one day, putting her little dry hand in mine, she said, "You are getting thin and white too, like Mamma and me. We'll all go away and be angels together, Miss Christie, now you have begun to love me." I burst into tears. I had begun to love the fairy-like little creature long before, if she had only known it. Now I took her up in my arms and rested her flaxen head on my breast, and she said her lessons there that day. And after that, without any more explanation or comment, the sympathy between the child and me was perfect. But as, on the one hand, the little one's friendship was a great solace to me, so, on the other, it brought me fresh trouble. For in Mrs. Rayner's indifferent eyes I could see now a dull flame of jealousy, whenever Haidee put her languid little head upon my knee, or came up and said, "Tell me a story, Miss Christie, about fairies and the good Prince Caramel." I began, from merely pitying, almost to dislike Mrs. Rayner. Why, if she was so fond of Haidee, did she not come into the schoolroom to see her, or take her out during her play hours, instead of leaving her the whole day with me, without coming to see her until bedtime, when the child was put to bed in the room next to hers, while she herself went into the drawing-room? It was unreasonable to expect to keep the child's undivided love like that, and yet at meals, when we all met together, she seemed to look at Haidee with strained, wistful eyes, as if she loved the child, yet dared not show it. But what was there to prevent her, except the shroud of reserve she seemed to have wrapped round herself? The weather had been so bad that for 2 Sundays we had not been able to go to church at all, for which I was very sorry, more sorry than I can tell. One misses church dreadfully in the country, so we knew nothing of what was going on in the parish for 2 whole weeks. We did not have to wait until the church porch gathering on the following Sunday, though, for on the second day after the weather had at last grown fine again, when we were all in the drawing-room reading the morning papers over our coffee, as we always did after our early dinner, we heard the sound of a horse's hoofs coming down the drive. Mr. Rayner threw open the window and stepped out onto the broad space of gravel before the front of the house. "Hello, Lawrence, you are as welcome as the dove was to the ark. Come in, come in. The ladies will make even more of you than usual. We have had no visitors lately, but an occasional mermaid came up the river from the sea and overflowed into our garden." "Can't come in, thanks, Mr. Rayner. I'm too much splashed. The roads are awful still. I've only come with a note from Mrs. Manners to Mrs. Rayner." "Nonsense, come in, mud and all." So he tied up his horse and came in. Mrs. Manners was the clergyman's wife, and generally sent her notes by one of her half-dozen boys, and I confess I thought, when I heard what a flimsy sort of errand had brought Mr. Reed, that perhaps some other silly motive had helped to bring him to. But my only half-acknowledged fancy was disappointed. Not only did Mr. Reed devote all his conversation to Mr. and Mrs. Rayner, with an occasional word to Haidee, but when I made a remark, he did not even look at me. I confess I was piqued. I certainly did not want Mr. Reed either to look at me or speak to me, but surely common courtesy, especially to a dependent, demanded that he should not ignore my presence altogether. So I thought I would take a small and impotent revenge by ignoring his, and when Haidee got up and slipped out of the window to look at Mr. Reed's horse, I followed her. She was not a bit afraid of him, but ran into the house for some sugar, and then, flattening out her small hand with a piece on it, fed him and talked to him in a language which he seemed to understand, though I could not. "Would you like to give him a piece, Miss Christie?" she asked. But I would not have bestowed such an attention on a horse of Mr. Reed's for worlds, and, leaving the child and her 4-footed friend to continue their conversation, I walked away to gather some flowers for the tea-table, as it was the day for renewing them. I had my hands half full by the time I heard the voices of the gentleman at the window and the grinding of soft gravel under the horse's hoofs as Mr. Reed mounted him. I was near the bottom of the drive, pulling off some small branches of copper beech to put among the flowers, when I heard Mr. Reed ride by behind me. I did not even look round until he called out, "Good afternoon, Miss Christie," and then I just turned my head over my shoulder and said stiffly, "Good afternoon," and went on with my task. He had half pulled up his horse. I dare say he thought I wanted to talk to him. I was not going to let him make such an absurd mistake as that. So he rode on to the gate, and then he stopped, and presently I heard him utter impatient ejaculations, and I looked and saw that he was fumbling with his whip at the fastening of the gate. How stupid he is not to get off and open it with his fingers, I thought contemptuously. It is quite an easy fastening, too. I believe I could do it on horseback directly. However, he still continued to make ineffectual efforts to raise the heavy latch, but each time the restive horse swerved or the whip slipped, until I stood watching the struggle intently, and grew quite excited and half inclined to call out to him, "Now!" when the horse stood still for a minute. It seemed to me that he deliberately missed all the best opportunities, and I was frowning with impatience when he suddenly looked up and his eyes met mine. There was nothing for it then, but in common civility, to go and open the gate for him myself. So I walked up the drive very reluctantly and opened it wide without a smile. Thank you, so much obliged to you. I wouldn't have given you so much trouble for worlds, if only this brute would stand still." "Pray don't mention it, it is no trouble at all," I said icily, occupied in keeping my armful of flowers together. And he raised his hat and rode off at a walking pace, while I shut the gate and turned to go down the drive again. I had such a curiously hurt and disappointed feeling, I could not tell why. But I suppose that, being a dependent, I was naturally very sensitive, and it was surely a slight on Mr. Reed's part not even to speak to me when we were all in the drawing-room. I dare say he wouldn't have let me open the gate for him if I hadn't been only a governess, I thought, as a lump came into my throat. I wish I hadn't. Oh, I wish I hadn't. I wish I had let him get off his horse, or jump over it, or anything rather than make me play groom for him. And the flowers I was looking at began to grow misty, when again I heard hoofs behind me, and the latch of the gate go, and glancing round, I saw Mr. Reed on horseback inside the gate. He had opened it without any difficulty this time. He seemed to look a little embarrassed, ashamed of his own clumsiness the first time, I thought severely, and, jumping off his horse, he led him towards me, saying, "I must apologize for returning so soon, but I find I have lost a stone from my ring, and I think it must have dropped out while I was fumbling at the gate just now. It is much easier to open from the outside." "Do you think so? We don't find any difference," I said simply. He gave me a quick, inquisitive glance and a half smile, as if to see what I meant, and then, finding that I returned his look quite gravely, he turned back to the gate and began searching about in the gravel. Politeness obliged me to help him. He fastened his horse's rein round the gate-post and showed me the ring, and I saw the hole where there was a stone missing. Suddenly it flashed through my mind that, while we stood under the shed on that Sunday in the rain, I had noticed the very same hole in the very same ring, and I was just going to tell him that it was of no use for him to look, for he had lost the stone much longer than he fancied, when another thought, which brought the color swiftly to my face and made my lips quiver and my heart beat faster, flashed into my mind and stopped me. And the thought was that Mr. Reed must know how long ago he had lost that stone, at least as well as I did. And from that moment a spirit of daring mischief came into me, I don't know how, and I would not condescend to pretend to look about any longer, but I patted the horse's neck and glanced every now and then at his master, and thought how foolish he looked hunting about so carefully for what he knew he should not find. Then he looked up, red with stooping, and caught me smiling, and he had to bite his lip in order not to smile himself as he walked up to me. "I can't find it. It isn't of any consequence. I shan't look any longer," he said. "Oh, but it would be such a pity to lose such a large stone, Mr. Reed," I said boldly. "I'll tell the gardener to hunt for it, and Sam the boy, and—" No, indeed, it doesn't matter. "And Jane, the kitchen maid, she has sharp eyes. She might spend an hour or two hunting," I murmured confidentially, while he protested. And I think he began to suspect my good faith, and we both got into such a giggling, excited state that it was very difficult to go on talking, and I was glad when some of my flowers fell down and Mr. Reed had to pick them up, and we had time to regain a little of our lost composure. "You are fond of flowers, Miss Christie?" "Oh, yes, but the best of them are over now. The rain has spoiled them all." "The rain spoils a good many things here," he said with sudden gravity. "You don't look nearly so well as you did a fortnight ago, Miss Christie, and I expect it is the damp of this place. You might as well live in a cave, you know, as in that house in a rainy season," he added, dropping his voice. "Don't you find yourself that your health is affected by it?" I hesitated. "It is damp, I know, but it isn't half so bad for me, who am strong, as it is for Mrs. Rayner or for little Haidee. But they can't help themselves, poor things, while it lies in your own power whether you will put up with it or not." "You mean that I ought to go away?" "No, no, I don't mean that," said he hastily. "But that is what you advised me to do," said I, looking up, surprised. "Did I? Ah, yes. But now that you have grown attached to the place and Mrs. Rayner—" "No, indeed I haven't," I interrupted. "I don't like her at all." "Well, to Haiti or the baby. You must have grown attached to something or to somebody, or you wouldn't talk as if you didn't want to leave the place," he said, with such abrupt earnestness as to be almost rude. "I like the house in spite of the damp, and I love the garden even when it is a swamp, and I like Haiti, and Jane the kitchen maid, and Mr. Rayner," I said quietly. With nervous fingers Mr. Reed began playing with his horse's bridle. "You like Mr. Rayner, you say? Then I suppose our sympathies must be as far apart as the poles, for he seems to be the most intolerable snob that ever existed, and so selfish and heartless as to be almost outside the pale of humanity." This tirade amazed me, but it also made me angry. I could not let him abuse a person whom I liked, and whom had been consistently kind to me, without protest. "You surely cannot judge him so well as I, a member of his household," said I coolly. "Whether he is a snob or not, I cannot tell, because I don't quite know what it means. But I do know that he is kind to his wife and his children and servants and dependents, and—" "Kind to his wife, do you say? I should not call it kindness to shut up my wife in the darkest, dampest corner of a dark, damp house until she is as spiritless and silent as a spectre, and then invent absurd lies to account for the very natural change in her looks and spirits." "What do you mean? What lies?" "The stories he told you about her when you first came. He would never have tried them on anyone but an unsuspecting girl, and of course he never thought you would repeat them to me." "I wish I hadn't," said I indignantly. "You have known Mr. and Mrs. Rayner only during the 3 years they have lived here. What proof have you that the things he told me were not true?" "No proof, Miss Christie, but a man's common sense," said he excitedly. "No more proof than of another fact of which I am equally certain, that he is as surely killing his wife as if he were making her drink poison." "How dare you say such a thing?" I cried. "You have no right to utter it, even if you think it. You are giving way to the most cruel prejudice against a man whose only fault is that he cannot contentedly lead the dull life his neighbors do. I suppose you think, like the villagers, that to play the violin is an impious action, and that it is a shocking thing for him to go to the races." "If he did nothing worse than that, I should think no worse of him than you do, Miss Christie. But I think you will allow that a man who has lived within a half a mile of another man for nearly 3 years must know more of his character than a young innocent girl who has seen him at his best only for a month. But you cannot judge a man fairly until you have seen him continually in his own home. I have seen Mr. Rayner among his family. I have played for him, walked with him, had long talks with him, and I must surely know him better than you, who have only an ordinary outside acquaintance with him." Mr. Reed drew himself up very stiffly, and the color rushed to his forehead. He was getting really angry. "No doubt, Miss Christie, you know him a great deal better than I do. I have never played for him, and I have not found either talks or walks with him particularly delightful. But then I dare say he did not try so hard to be agreeable to me as he did to you." He said this in a sneering tone, which brought the hot blood to my face. I tried to answer, but my voice would not come. I turned away sharply and left him, with an agony of anger and pain at my heart which would have left him remorseful indeed if he could have guessed what his words had inflicted. As it was, he followed me a few steps down the drive, with apologies to which I was too angry and too much hurt to listen. "Don't speak to me now," I said. "I can't bear it." And, turning off rapidly into a side path, I left him and fled away through the alleys into the house. Luckily, I managed to keep back tears, so that I could return to the drawing-room with the flowers I had gathered before they began to wonder why I had been so long. Mrs. Rayner told me that the note from Mrs. Manners, which Mr. Reed had brought, was to ask that the articles which we were preparing for the sale, a sort of bazaar on a small scale, which was one of the attractions of the annual school treat, should be sent in to her within a week, as they had to be ticketed and arranged before the sale day arrived, and whether Miss Christie would be so kind as to give her services at the stall, and if so, whether she would call upon Mrs. Manners within the next few days to settle what should be her share of the work. I was delighted at the thought of this little excitement, and although Mr. Rayner warned me that I should have nothing nicer to do than to see the pretty trifles I had worked fingered by dirty old women who would not buy them, and to have hot tea poured over me by clumsy children if I helped at the feast, I would not be frightened by the prospect. That evening I debated with myself whether it was not too damp and swampy still for me to go and peep at my nest, and see if the water had subsided and left the top of the bricks dry. I chose afterwards to think that it was some supernatural instinct which led me to decide that I would put on my galoshes and go. When I got there, I found on the bough which formed my seat a basket of Gloire de Dijon roses, and the stalk of the uppermost one was stuck through a little note. I never doubted those roses were for me. I only wondered who had put them there. I looked searchingly around me in all directions before I took up the rose which carried the note and carefully slipped it off. It contained these words: "For Miss Christie, with the sincere apologies of someone who would not willingly have offended her for the whole world." I did not know the writing, but I knew whom it was from. I think if I had been quite sure that no one could have seen me, I should have raised the note to my lips. I was so happy. But, though I could see no one, the fact of the basket arriving so surely at my secret haunt seemed to argue the existence of a supernatural agency in dealing with which one could not be too discreet. So I only put the note into my pocket and returned to the house with my flowers. I put them in water as soon as I had sneaked upstairs to my room with them. The supernatural agency could not follow me there, so I slept that night with the note under my pillow. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Allenby. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. "You are getting pale again, my dear child," said Mr. Rayner to me the very next morning. He met me at the foot of the stairs, dressed for my walk with Haidee. "We must find some means of bringing those most becoming roses back to your cheeks again. You work too hard at those self-imposed evening tasks, I'm afraid." "Oh, no, indeed I don't, Mr. Rayner. I am getting very lazy. I haven't done anything for 2 or 3 nights." The fact was that I had felt too languid even to sit down and write, and had wasted the last 2 evenings listlessly turning over the pages of a book I did not read. "Ah, then you want a change of air. Now, how to give it to you without letting you go away, for we can't spare you even for a week. You will think me a magician if I procure you change of air without leaving this house, won't you, Miss Christie? Yet I think I can manage it. You must give me a few days to look about for my wand, and then, hey presto, the thing will be done." I laughed at these promises, looking upon them as the slightest of jests, but the very next day I met a workman upon the staircase, and Mr. Rayner asked me mysteriously at dinner whether I had seen his familiar spirit about, adding that the spirit wore a paper cap and a dirty artisan's suit, and smelt of beer. That spirit pervaded the house for 2 days. I met him in the garden holding very unspiritual converse with Jane. I met him in my room, taking the measure of my bedstead. I met him in the passage, carrying what looked like thin sheets of tin and rolls of wallpaper, and I heard sounds of heavy boots in the turret above my room. Then I saw no more of him, but still there were unaccustomed sounds over my head, sounds of footsteps and knocking, and I met sometimes Jane and sometimes Sarah coming out of a door which I had never known unlocked before, but which I now discovered led to a narrow staircase that I guessed was the way to the turret. On the 4th day, when I went to my room to dress for tea, I found it all dismantled, the bed and most of the furniture gone, and little Jane pulling down my books from their shelf and enjoying my discomfiture with delight and giggles, not at all disconcerted at being caught taking an unheard of liberty. "What does this mean, Jane? I can't sleep on the floor. What are you doing with my books?" I cried in one breath. "I don't know nothing about it, miss. It's Mr. Rayner's orders," said she, with another irrepressible snigger at my bewildered face. I was turning to the door to wander forth. I did not know exactly whither to try to find an explanation of this most extraordinary state of things, when Sarah came in, her dark, frowning face offering a strong contrast to that of the laughing Jane. "Sarah, can you tell me what this means?" said I. "Mr. Rayner has ordered the room in the turret to be prepared for you," she said shortly. "Perhaps you will be kind enough to manage down here till after tea, as it's his orders that you shouldn't be shown up till the room is quite ready." I answered that I could manage very well, and they left the room. I said nothing at tea about my adventure, reflecting that perhaps some surprise for me was intended, which would be sprung upon me at a fitting time. And so it proved. While I was quietly writing in the schoolroom after tea, Mr. and Mrs. Rayner and Haidee, who had not yet gone to bed, came in and conducted me in a formal procession upstairs, up the narrow winding turret staircase that I had so often wanted to explore. And opening the door of the one room the turret contained, Mr. Rayner, in a short but elaborate speech, begged to install me without further ceremony as the imprisoned princess of the enchanted tower. I gave a cry of delight. It was an octagonal room, the four sides which overlooked the marsh, containing each a window, while in one of the other sides was a small fireplace with a bright fire burning. The carpet was new, the wallpaper was new. There were 2 easy chairs, one on each side of the fire, a writing table and a Japanese screen, besides the furniture of my old room. It looked so bright and so pretty that my eyes danced with pleasure at the sight, and I could not speak while Mr. Rayner explained that now I should be high and dry out of the damp, and he expected me to become red-faced and healthy-looking immediately, that he had had tin foil put behind the paper in one of the cupboards, which was considered damp, that the picturesque ivy had been torn down, all but a little bit to hide the unsightly chimney, and that I was to have a fire whenever I liked now, and one every day when it began to grow colder. "I don't know what to say. I don't know how to thank you," said I, almost pained by the extent of the kindness showed upon me. I tried to include Mrs. Rayner in my thanks, but she hung back almost ungraciously and seemed to have been drawn into this demonstration against her will. She was the last of my 3 visitors to leave the room, and in the moment that we were alone together, before she followed her husband and child downstairs, she said, seeming to be moved out of her reserve by the unaccustomed little excitement, and casting upon me a keen look from her great eyes, "Are you not afraid of sleeping so far from everyone, or do you prefer it?" I'm not at all nervous, but I was enough impressed by her almost eager manner to answer rather shyly, "No, I prefer it, but there is nothing to be afraid of, is there?" She glanced towards the door, and saying hurriedly, "Oh, no, of course not. I hope you will be comfortable, Miss Christie," she left the room. Afraid? No, of course I was not afraid. I had never minded sleeping away from everybody else, and if burglars were to break into the Alders, they certainly would not expect to find anything worth stealing in the turret. I wished Mrs. Rayner had not put the idea in my head, though. I was not so strong-minded as to be proof against fear, even at second-hand, and ever since the sensation caused by that great jewel robbery in Derbyshire, I had been very careful to hide away my watch, my 1 bracelet, and my 2 brooches under my pillow at night. But I was too happy in my new abode to trouble myself long with idle fears. I found that by opening out my screen in a particular position, I could completely hide the bed and wash-hand stand, and make myself a real sitting-room, and then I sat down by the fire in one of the armchairs, and gave myself up to the enjoyment of this new piece of good fortune. And I was still gazing into the fire, with my feet cosily warming. The nights were already cold enough for that to be luxury, on a hassock close to the fender, when I heard Sarah coming up the stairs. I knew her footstep, and I would rather not have heard what I considered her ill-omened tread on this first evening in my new room, for I knew that Sarah disliked me, and even the fact that she had brought me up some coals to replenish my fire, which was getting low, did not reconcile me to her presence. I could not help thinking of the cold, grudging manner in which before tea she had announced to me my change of residence. I tried to be friendly, however, and when I had thanked her for her trouble, I said, "I wonder this nice room has been neglected so long. Has no one ever used it, Sarah?" "Mr. Rayner used it for a study," she said shortly. "I don't know why he gave it up. I suppose it was too high up. That was 6 months ago, before you came." It is a long way from anybody else's room, Sarah, isn't it? Mine is the nearest, and I have ears like needles, so you needn't be frightened, she said, in a tone which really sounded more menacing than consoling. It will be rather lonely on a stormy night. The wind will howl so up here, I said, my spirits beginning to sink under her sharp speeches. Oh, you won't want for company, I dare say, she said, with a harsh, grating laugh. Why, all the company I am likely to get up here is burglars, I answered lugubriously, with my chin between my hands. The start she gave startled me in my turn. Burglars? What burglars? What are you talking about? I looked up, amazed at the effect of my words on Sarah, whom of all people in the world I should have considered strong-minded. It was promotion for me to be soothing Sarah. Why, I have more courage than you, I said, laughing lightly. I am not afraid of them. If they came, they would soon go down again when they found there was nothing to take. Would you be afraid to sleep up here alone, Sarah? But she hardly took the trouble to answer me, except by a nod. Her black eyes were fixed upon me as I spoke, as if she would, and almost as if she could, penetrate to my inmost soul. Then, as if satisfied with the result of her scrutiny, she relapsed into her usual hard, cold manner, and answering my good night shortly, left me alone. Then I made up my mind definitely on a point that had often occupied me vaguely, and decided that Mrs. Rayner and Sarah were, in different ways, without exception, the two most unpleasant and disagreeable women I had ever met. And after that I went to bed and dreamt, not of a burglar, but of quite a different person. The next day was Sunday, and there were two strangers in church who attracted the attention of all the congregation. They were two fair-complexioned, light-haired girls who sat in the Reeds' pew, and who had evidently spared no expense on rather tasteless and unbecoming toilets. I caught myself feeling not sorry that they were ill-dressed, and glad that one was plain, and that the one who was pretty was dreadfully freckled, and I wondered how it was that I had grown so ill-natured. Mr. Lawrence Reed sat between them, and he shared his hymn-book with the pretty one. I did so wish it had been with the plain one. And when we came out of church, and he and his sisters and the two girls trooped out together, the breaking up of the group left him to pair off again with the pretty one. I remember noticing, as Haidee and I walked home together, that the midges teased me more than they had ever done that summer, that the sun was more scorching, and that it was just as dusty as if we had not had any rain at all. It was a horrid day. Mr. Rayner asked us at dinner if we had noticed the two girls with the pretty hair in Mr. Reed's pew, and said that he had heard that the one with the blue eyes was the future Mrs. Lawrence Reed, and that it would be an excellent match for both of them. I noticed that he paid her a great deal of attention at church, and afterwards they paired off together quite naturally, said he. And that afternoon the heat and the midges and the dust were worse than ever. Mr. Rayner complained on the day after this that I was looking paler than before, and threatened to have me sent back to my old room if I did not look brighter in 2 days from that date. Luckily for me, within those 2 days my spirits improved a little. The next day Haidee and I passed the Geldon Park in our walk, and saw over the fence Mr. Reed, his sisters, and the two strangers playing lawn tennis. None of them noticed us that time, but as we were returning I observed that Mr. Reed jumped up from the grass where he was lounging in the midst of the adorning girls, as I thought contemptuously, and shook out of his hat the leaves and grasses which his companions had filled it. As for them, they were too much occupied with him to see anything out the park. Haidee and I had to go to the village shop with a list of articles which I felt sure we should not get there, but it was one of Mr. Rayner's principles to encourage local trade. So we had to go once a week and tease the crusty and ungrateful old man who was the sole representative of it by demands for such outlandish things as wax candles, bloater paste, and filer cell. I had been taping vainly for some minutes on the little counter, on which lay 4 tallow dips, a box of rusty crochet hooks, and a most uninviting piece of bacon, when Mr. Reed dashed into the shop and greeted me with much surprise. When he had asked after Mr. and Mrs. Rayner, and heard that they were quite well, there was a pause, and he seemed to look to me to continue the conversation, but I could think of nothing to say. So he roamed about, digging his cane into the cheese and knocking down a jar of snuff, which he carefully scraped together with his foot and shovelled back, dust and all, into the jar, while I still tapped, and still nobody came. "He must be at dinner," said I resignedly. "In that case we shall have to wait," for I knew Mr. Bowles. So Mr. Reed seated himself on the counter and harpooned the bacon with one of the rusty crochet hooks. "Convenient place these village shops are," said he, not thinking of what he was saying, I was sure. "Yes, if you don't care what you get, nor how stale it is," said I sharply. He laughed, but I did not intend to be funny at all. "I came in only for some—" Here he looked around the shop, and his eyes rested on a pile of dusty toys. "For some marbles. I thought they would do for the school treat, you know." I thought it was a pity he did not return to his lawn tennis and his fiancée, if that was the errand he came on, and I was determined not to be drawn into another tête-à-tête with him. So I turned to leave the shop, but he stopped me. "Old Bowles can be much longer over his bacon, I'm sure," said he, rather pleadingly. I wanted to ask you if you were any better. I thought last Sunday you were looking awfully ill." "Last Sunday?" And I thought of those girls. "I was never better in my life, thank you, and I'm quite well. Mr. and Mrs. Rayner have put me in the turret to keep me out of the damp. It was very, very kind of him to think about it. It's the best room in all the house." "Best room in the house? Then Mr. Rayner doesn't sleep in the house at all," said he, in a low voice, but with much decision. I got up from the one chair and turned to my pupil, who was deep in an old storybook that she had found. "Come, Haidee." "No, no, that is revenge. It is unworthy of you," said he, in a lower voice still. "Don't let us quarrel again. Mr. Rayner is an angel." No, not that," for I was turning away again. "He has his faults, but he is as near perfection as a man can be." "Then you are very happy at the Alders now?" "Yes, thank you." "And you have no great troubles?" "Yes, I have. Sarah." "Sarah? That is one of the servants, isn't it? A gaunt, shrewd-looking person. I've often met her on the road to and from Beaconsburg." "Yes, she goes out when she likes, I think. She is a very important person in the household, much more so than Mrs. Rayner." "Oh, and she is trouble to you?" "Yes, I'm afraid of her. She doesn't like me, and whenever I used to give her letters to post, I never got any answers to them." "Does Mr. Rayner like her?" "Like her? I don't think anyone could like Sarah, except, of course, her young man. That doesn't count. But Mr. Rayner thinks a great deal of her." "So a young man's liking doesn't count?" "Of course, Tom Parks is prejudiced in her favour," said I, preferring that the talk should remain personal. "Surely if it's compliment to a woman that a young man should be prejudiced in her favour," said he, preferring that the talk should become abstract. "He must have finished by this time," I cried, and a vigorous thump on the counter did at last bring in Mr. Bowles, who declared it was the first sound he had heard. I was sorry to find that he had several of the things I wanted, as everything he sold was of the worst possible quality, and while he was doing them up, Mr. Reed found an opportunity to whisper, "You got my flowers?" "Yes, thank you. It was very kind of you to send them." "Bring them," corrected he. "What did you do with them?" I remembered the fair-haired girl and my resolve to be discreet. I put them in water, and when they were dead, I threw them away. Threw them away? Yes, of course, one doesn't keep dead flowers, said I calmly. But it hurt me to say it, for the words seemed to hurt him. It is very hard to be discreet. He said no more, but took his parcel and left the shop, saluting me very coldly. I had taken my parcel and was going out too, when Hady's soft voice broke in. "You've got Mr. Reed's marbles, and he hasn't gone off with Mamma's wool and curtain hooks, Miss Christie." I had not noticed this. "How stupid of him!" I exclaimed. He had marched off so fast that I had to run down the lane after him before he heard me call, "Mr. Reed!" We laughed a little at the embarrassment he would have felt if he had produced a ball of wool and curtain hooks as the result of his morning's shopping, and if I had gravely presented Mrs. Rayner with a bag of marbles. And then, remorseful and blushing, I said hurriedly, "I did keep one of the roses, Mr. Reed, the one with the note on it," and then I ran back to Hady without looking up. Whether he was engaged or not, I could not be ungracious about those lovely flowers. Then Hady and I went home to dinner. I had met Mr. Reed quite by accident, and I had done nothing wrong. Nothing but what civility demanded, in exchanging a few words with him. But I was glad Hady was not one of those foolish prattling little girls who insist upon chattering at mealtimes about all the small events of the morning's walk. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Allenby. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Mr. Reed's cruel and prejudiced accusations against Mr. Rayner had not in the least shaken my faith in the kindness and goodness of the master of the Alders, but I felt anxious to prove to myself that the charges he brought against him were groundless. Mr. Reed's suggestion that he let his family sleep in the damp house while he passed his nights elsewhere, for instance, was absurd in the extreme. Where else could he sleep without anyone's knowing anything about it? I often heard his voice and step about the house until quite late. He was always one of the first in the dining room to our 8 o'clock breakfast, and even on the wettest mornings he never looked as if he had been out in the rain. It often seems to me that when I have been puzzling myself fruitlessly for a long time over any matter, I find out quite simply by accident what I want to know. Thus, only the day after my talk with Mr. Reed in the shop, I was nursing Hady, who did not feel inclined to play after lesson time, when she said, "Do you ever have horrid dreams, Miss Christie, that frighten you and then come true?" "No, darling, dreams are only fancies, you know, and never come true, except just by accident." I said this because everybody considers it the right answer to give to a child, but I do believe just a little in dreams myself. She went on gravely, "But mine do. I'll tell you about one I had 2 nights ago, if you bend your head and let me whisper. I mustn't tell Mamma, because she always stops me and says I mustn't speak of what I see. But I can say it to you. You won't tell, will you?" "No, darling, I won't tell," said I, thinking it kindest to let the child speak out about her fancies instead of brooding over them, as the shy little thing was too prone to do. She put her little hand up to my cheek and, drawing down my face to hers, breathed into my ear in the very faintest, softest whisper I have ever heard. "You know that day when we took you up to your new room in the turret?" "Yes, dear," said I. "Hush! Whisper!" cooed she. "Well, that night Jane put me to bed, just as she always does in my little room, and then I went to sleep just like I always do, and then I dreamt that I heard Mamma screaming and crying, and Papa speaking, oh, so differently from the way he generally does. It made me frightened in my dream. I thought it was all real, and I tried to get out of bed, but I was too much asleep, and then I didn't dream any more. Only when I woke up I remembered it. I didn't tell anybody, and the next night I wondered if I should have the dream again. And I didn't want Jane to go away, and when I said it was because I'd had a dream, she said dreams were stuff of nonsense, and she wanted to go and dream at having supper. And then she went away and I went to sleep, and then I woke up because Mama was crying, and I thought at first it was my dream again. But I knocked my head against the rail of my bed, and then I knew I must be awake, and I got out of bed, and I went quite softly to the door, and I looked through the keyhole, for there was a light in her room. When she has a light, I can see in quite plainly through the keyhole, and I can see the bed and her laying in it. But she wasn't alone like she generally is. I could see Papa's hand holding the candle, and he was talking to her in such a low voice, but she was crying and talking quite wildly and strangely, so that she frightened me. When she talks like that, I feel afraid. It doesn't seem as if she were Mama. And then I saw Papa put something on her face, and Mama said, "Don't, not that." And then she only moaned, and then she was quite still, and I heard him go out the room. And presently I called, "Mama, Mama," but she didn't answer, and I was so frightened. I thought she was dead. But then I heard her sigh like she always does in her sleep, and I got into bed again. "Were you afraid to go in, darling?" "I couldn't go in because the door was locked. It always is, you know. I never go into Mama's room. I did only once. And she said, and the child's soft whisper grew softer still, and she held her tiny lips closer to my ear. "She said I was never to say anything about it, and I promised, so I mustn't, even to you, Miss Christie dear. You don't mind, do you, because I promised?" "No, darling, I don't. Of course you must not tell if you promised," said I. But I would have given the world to know what the child had seen in that mysterious room. Haidie's strange story had roused again in me all the old feeling of a shadow of some kind hanging over the house on the marsh, which had long since worn away in the quiet routine of my daily life there. The locking of the mother's door against her own child, her wild talk and crying, the something on the face that her husband had had to administer to calm her, and the discovery that he himself did not sleep in the same room, all united to call up in my mind the remembrance of that long talk I had had with Mr. Rayner in the schoolroom soon after my arrival, the story he had told me of her boy's death and the change it had made in her, and his allusion to those outbreaks which sometimes cause me the very gravest anxiety. I had understood that then he feared for his wife's reason, but never having witnessed any great change in her cold, listless manner myself, and having seen on the whole very little of her except at meals, all fear and almost all remembrance of her possible insanity had faded from my mind, in which she remained a background figure. But now Haidie's story caused me to wonder whether there was not an undercurrent in the affairs of the household of which I knew little or nothing. What if Mr. Rayner, bright, cheerful, and good-tempered as he always seemed, were really suffering under the burden of a wife whose sullen silence might at any moment break into wild insanity? If he had to wrestle in secret, as from the child's story seemed to have been the case quite recently on 2 successive nights, with moods of wild wailing and weeping, which he at first tried to deal with by gentle remonstrance, Haidie said that on the second night, when she was fully awake, his voice was very low and soft, and at last had to subdue by sedatives, And then a suggestion occurred to me which would at least explain Sarah's important position in the household. Was she perhaps in truth a responsible guardian of Mrs. Rayner, such as, if the latter's reason were really feeble, it would be necessary for her to have in her husband's absences? I already knew that the relations between mistress and servant were not very amicable. Though she treated her with all outward signs of respect, it was not difficult to see that Sarah despised her mistress, while I had sometimes surprised in the wide grey eyes of the other a side glance of dislike and fear which made me wonder how she could tolerate in her household a woman from whom she had so strong an aversion. That Mr. Rayner was anxious to keep the scandal of having a mad wife a secret from the world was clear from the fact that not even Mr. Lawrence Reed, who seemed to take particular interest in the affairs of the household at the Alders, had ever shown the least suspicion that this was the case. So the secluded life Mrs. Rayner led came to be ascribed to the caprice, if the village gossips did not use a harsher word, of her husband, while that unfortunate man was really not her tyrant, but her victim. The only other possible explanation of what Haidee had seen was that Mr. Rayner, kind and sweet-tempered to everyone as he always was, and outwardly gentle and thoughtful to a touching degree towards his cold wife, was really the most designing of hypocrites, and was putting upon his wife, under the semblance of devoted affection, a partial restraint which was as purposeless as it was easy for her to break through. This idea was absurd. The other supposition, dreadful as it was far more probable. I was too much accustomed by this time to Mrs. Rayner's listless moods and the faint far-off looks of fear or anger or suspicion that I sometimes saw in her eyes, to be alarmed even by the possibility of a change for the worse in her. The thought that she was perhaps scarcely responsible for her words and actions reconciled me somewhat to her cold manner towards myself, and to her jealousy of the hold I was surely getting upon Haidee's affection. But my strongest feeling was not for the half-witted wife, nor for the unfortunate husband, but for the child herself, the unsuspected witness of her mother's outbreaks of incoherent words and cries. It was strange that these attacks should occur only at night, I thought at first, but then I remembered that day when I had read Adam Bede aloud to her in the drawing-room, the tearful excitement into which, apparently without any cause, she had fallen, which her husband's entrance had as suddenly subdued, at least for the time. For how could I tell what had followed when he had led her away into that bedroom of hers, which was beginning to have for me the fascination of a haunted chamber? The immediate result of the child's confidences to me was a great increase of my love for and interest in herself. We became almost inseparable in and out of school hours. I encouraged her to talk, and she soon fell into the habit of telling me, whether I was listening or not, those long rambling stories which have no beginning, no sequence, and no end, which are the solace of children who have no companions of their own age. When my attention was wandering from these incoherent tales, I sometimes had it abruptly brought back by some flight of her childish fancy, which set me wondering if it had been suggested by some half-forgotten experience. Thus one day when I was working, and she was sitting on a footstool by my side, with 2 or 3 twigs bearing oak apples, which represented, as far as I could judge from her severity to some and her tenderness to the others, the personages of her story, my attention was arrested by the words, "And so the prince said to Princess Christie," the heroine of the story, so named in honour of me, "I've brought you some jewels much finer than yours." But Princess Christie cried and said, "I don't want them. Where did you get them? I know where you got them. You are a naughty bad prince, and I won't wear any jewels any more." And I thought of what Mr. Rayner had told me of his wife's hearing on her return home from a ball, of her baby boy's death, and of her saying she would never wear jewels again. But Haidee had been but a baby girl at the time. Her words must be a mere coincidence, but But some of the coincidences of her narrative were less difficult of explanation, for she went on, "And so Prince Caramel said, 'Very well, I'll send you some more roses if you won't throw them away, and some marbles. But you mustn't cry, you know. I won't have a princess that cries. I shan't look at you in church if you cry. If you don't cry, I'll let you have some jam too, as well as butter, and you shall have a ride on the butcher's horse up and down the backyard. And then I'll put you in a fairy boat, and we'll fly away right over the trees, and over the marsh, and past Mr. Boggart's, and up into the clouds, and live in a swallow's nest, and never do any lessons.'" And so on, going off in a wild and unexpected way into all sorts of extravagances, while I thought, with burning cheeks, that my demure little maiden had heard and seen more than I had suspected, and marvelled at the tangle of fancy and reality that grew up from it in her innocent mind. And sometimes she would say, "Let us sing, Miss Christie," and I would sing some ballad, and she would coo an irregular but not inharmonious accompaniment, and we were occupied in this fashion, sitting by the open window one afternoon, when Mr. Rayner appeared in the garden. Go on, I have been listening to the concert for ever so long. It's as pretty as birds." But of course we could not go on in face of such a critical auditor. So Mr. Rayner, after complaining that he had taken a ticket for the series and was not going to be defrauded like that, told me more seriously that I had a very pretty voice, and asked why I did not take pity on their dullness and come into the drawing-room after tea sometimes and sing to them. "And you've never tried secular music with the violin, Miss Christie? I believe you're afraid. Sacred music is slow, and you can't read fast. Is that it?" He was trying to pique me, but I only laughed, and pointed out to him that he had a visitor on in the evening when he was to have tried my skill, but that I was quite ready to stumble through any music he liked, whenever he pleased, if it were not too difficult. "I know it's too bad of us to want to trespass upon your time after tea, which we promised you should have to yourself, but it would indeed be a charitable action if you would come and let us bore you by our fiddling and our dull chat sometimes, instead of slipping up to your turret chamber, to be no more seen for the remainder of the evening. What do you do there, if I may ask? Do you take observations of the moon and stars? I should think you must be too close to them up there to get a comprehensive view. Or do you peep into the birds' nests upon the highest branches and converse with the owners?" "I do nothing half so fantastic, Mr. Rayner. I do my tasks and read something improving, and then I sit in one of my armchairs and just think and enjoy myself." "Well, we are not going to let you enjoy yourself up there while we are moped to death downstairs, so tonight you may just come and share our dullness in the drawing-room." So after tea Mr. Rayner got out his violin, and I sat down to the piano, and we played first some German popular songs, and then a long succession of the airs, now lively, now pathetic, now dramatic and passionate, out of the old operas that have delighted Europe for years, such as the Huguenots, La Traviata, Rigoletto, and Balfe's graceful Rose of Castile, and the Bohemian Girl. Mr. Rayner played with the ferl of an enthusiast, and again I caught the spirit of his playing, and accompanied him, he said, while his face shone with the ecstasy of the musician, as no one had ever accompanied him before. Dr. Maitland, an old gentleman who Mr. Rayner privately told me now was resting from his labours with the proud consciousness that he had seldom failed in killing his man, came in while we were playing. He was our nearest neighbour, and he often came in the evening to play chess with Mr. Rayner, who always beat him. He listened to the music with great astonishment and some pleasure for a long time, until he learnt that I was reading at sight, and that I had accompanied Mr. Rayner only once before. Then he almost gasped. "Good gracious, I should never have believed it. You seem to have the same soul," he cried, awestruck. And after that his astonishment evidently outweighed the pleasure he took in our performance. Mr. Rayner gave me a strange smile as the doctor uttered his quaint speech, and I laughed back, much amused at the effect of our efforts on a musically ignorant listener. When we had finished, and Mr. Rayner was putting his violin into its case, he suddenly discovered that a corner of the latter was damp. "This will never do," he exclaimed, with as much affectionate concern as if a friend's well-being had been threatened. "I might as well keep it in the garden as in the den," he went on, quite irritably for him. Music always wrought him into a high pitch of excitement. "Here, Sarah," he added, turning towards the table where she had just placed the candles. "Take this to my room. Mind, very carefully." So his room could not be damp, I thought, or he would not allow his precious violin to be taken there. I had said good night and was in the hall, just in time to see Sarah carrying the violin disappear down the passage on the right-hand side of the staircase, which led to the study. Now the wing where Mrs. Rayner's room was on the left-hand side of the staircase. Did Mr. Rayner sleep in the study? I could not let my curiosity lead me to follow her, much as I should have liked to solve this little mystery. I knew all the rooms on the upper story, and except the nursery where Mona and Jane slept, the cook's room, Sarah's, and the one I had left, they all bore distinctly the impress of having been long unused, so I was obliged reluctantly to go upstairs. When I got to the foot of my turret staircase, however, which was only a few steps from the head of the back staircase that the servants used, I heard Sarah's quick tread in the passage below, and putting down my candle on the ground, I went softly to the top of the stairs. There was a door here also, but it was generally open and fastened back, and looked down. I saw Sarah, much to my amusement, give a vicious shake to the violin case, as if it were a thing she hated, and then I saw her take a key from her pocket and unlock a door near the foot of the stairs. That, then, was Mr. Rayner's room. But as the door went back on its hinges and Sarah took out the key, went through, and locked it behind her, I saw that it led not into a room at all, but into the garden. So far, then, Mr. Reed's guess was right, but there still remained the question, where did Mr. Rayner sleep? End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The House on the Marsh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Marina 47. It was the elfish baby girl Mona who first put me on the track of the solution of the mystery about Mr. Rayner's room. This ill-cared-for little creature, instead of resenting the neglect she suffered, prized the liberties she enjoyed of roaming about whithersoever she pleased, and sitting in the flower beds, and in the mud at the edge of the pond, and making herself altogether the very dirtiest little girl I had ever seen, and objected vehemently to the least attempt at judicious restraint. The little notice she got was neither consistent nor kind. Sarah or Jane would snatch her up, regardless of her shrieks, to shut her up in an empty bedroom, if she showed her grimy little face and tattered pinafore anywhere near the house in the afternoon, when callers might come. But if they did not see her, they forgot her, and left her to talk and croon to herself, and to collect piles of snails, and to such other simple occupations in her favourite haunts until tea-time, when she generally grew hungry of her own accord, and returning to the house, made an entrance where she could. The day after the violin-playing was very wet, and looking out of the window during lessons with Haidee, I caught sight of her small sister trotting along composedly without a hat in the fast-falling rain. I jumped up and called to her, but she took no notice. So I ran to fetch my umbrella and set off in pursuit. After a little search, I saw her steadily toddling up a side path among the trees which led to the stables, and I followed softly without calling her again, as, if irritated by pursuit, she might, I knew, plunge among the trees and surrender only when we were both wet through. The stables were built much higher up than the house, close to the road, but surrounded by trees. I had never been near them before, but now I followed Mona close underneath the walls, where she began dancing about by herself, making hideous grimaces at two windows on the upper story, and throwing up at them little stones and bits of stick that she picked up, all wet and muddy from the moist earth. I seized and caught her up in my arms so suddenly that for the first few moments she was too much surprised to howl. But I had scarcely turned to take her back to the house when she recovered her powers completely, and made the plantation ring with a most elfish yell. I spoke to her and tried to reason with her, and told her it was all for her good, when one of the upper windows I have mentioned was thrown open, and Mr. Rayner appeared at it. "Hallo, what is the matter? Kidnapping, Miss Christie?" "Oh, Mr. Rayner, she will sit in the mud and open her mouth to catch the rain without a hat, and it can't be good for her," I said piteously. "Never mind, it doesn't seem to hurt her. I believe she is half a frog," said her father, with less tenderness than he might have shown, I thought. For the child was not old enough to know that it was wrong to dislike her father, while he was quite old enough to know that it was wrong not to be fonder of his child. "But you will get your own feet wet, my dear child," said he in quite a different tone. "Come up here and sit by the fire while I fetch your galoshes. You have never seen my studio. I pass half my time painting and smoking here when it is wet and I can't get out." He had a palette on his thumb and a pipe in his mouth while he spoke. "You don't mind the smell of turpentine or tobacco, do you?" "Oh, no, Mr. Rayner, but I won't come in, thank you. I am at lessons with Haidee," said I. "Happy Haidee! I wish I were young enough to take lessons. And yet if I were, I shouldn't be old enough to make the best use of my time," said he in a low voice, with mock modesty that made me laugh. He was leaning a long way out of the window in the rain, and I had work to do indoors. So without saying anything more, I returned to the house with my prize. It was to his studio, then, that Sarah had taken his violin. I had never heard of this studio before, but I knew that Mr. Rayner was very careful about the condition of the stables, and I could imagine that this two-windowed upper room, with its fire, must be a very nice place to paint in, dry, warm, and light. Could this be where Mr. Rayner slept? No, for in that case he would hardly have asked me to come up and look at his painting. And I should not like to think that he had made for himself a snug, warm little home here, while his family slept in the damp vapours of the marsh at the bottom of the hill. But that would not be like Mr. Rayner, I thought, remembering the pains he had taken to provide a nice dry room just for me, the governess. Yet I should have liked, in the face of Mr. Reed's tiresome suspicions, to be sure. That night I was so anxious to find out whether Mr. Rayner did really sleep out of the house, as he had been accused of doing, that I had the meanness to leave my own bedroom door wide open, as well as that at the bottom of the turret staircase, and listened for footsteps on the ground floor, and the sound of a key in the garden door through which Sarah had taken the violin. But I heard nothing, though I was awake until long after the rest of the household must have gone to bed, and I felt almost as much relieved as if it had been my own father proved innocent of a mean action imputed to him. On the following night there was a high wind, which shook and swayed the trees and whistled round my turret, and made the door which stood always fastened back at the top of the kitchen stairs rattle and creak on its hinges. At last I could bear this last sound no longer. I had been sitting up late over a book, and I knew that the household must be asleep. So I slipped downstairs as softly as I could. I had got to the top of the back staircase, and had my hand on the door, when I saw a faint glimmer of light coming along the passage below. I heard no sound. I drew back quickly, so quickly that my candle went out, and then I waited, with my heart beating fast, not so much to see who it was, as because I did not dare to move. The faint light came along swiftly, and when close to the foot of the stairs below me, I could see that it was a shaded lantern, and could just distinguish the form of a man carrying it. Was he coming upstairs? For the next few moments I scarcely dared to breathe, and I could almost have given a cry of joy when, by some movement of the head, I recognized Mr. Rayner. He did not see me. He put the key in the lock, turned it, took the key out, went through and locked it after him so quickly and so entirely without noise that a moment afterwards I could almost have thought that I had imagined the dim scene. It had been so utterly without sound that, if my eyes had been closed, I should have known nothing about it. I made the door secure with trembling fingers, and went back to my room again, not only profoundly sorry that Mr. Reed's surmise was correct, for I could no longer doubt that Mr. Rayner did sleep over the stables, but impressed with an eerie dread of the man who could move about in the night as noiselessly and swiftly as a spirit. When I awoke, however, in the fresh morning, with the wind gone down and the sun shining in through my east window, all unpleasant impressions of the night before had faded away, and when Mr. Rayner brought into the drawing-room after dinner a portfolio full of his sketches and panels, and was delighted with my appreciation of them, I knew something about pictures, for my father had been a painter. I felt that it was not for me to judge his actions, and that there must be some good motive that I did not know for his sleeping far out of the damp, as for everything else that he did. He proposed to paint me, and I gave him a sitting that very afternoon in the dining-room, which had a north light, though there was not much of it, and he said that he must finish it next day in his studio, and when I objected to neglect my lessons again, he said the whole family should emigrate thither for the morning, and then perhaps I should be satisfied. So the next day at 11 o'clock he came into the schoolroom with Mrs. Rayner, who wore her usual air of being drawn into this against what will she had, and we all four crossed the garden to the stables, and went up through the harness-room to the big room over the coach-house, which looked even more comfortable than I had expected. For the floor was polished, and there were 2 beautiful rugs, a handsome tiger skin, and a still handsomer lion skin with the head attached, which Haidee crept up to, drew upon her lap, and nursed all the time we were there. At one end of the room was a partition, and behind this partition I guessed that Mr. Rayner slept. There was a bright fire burning in the tiled fireplace, and there were soft easy chairs, rather worn by constant use, but very comfortable, and there were pictures on the walls, and there was a dark carved oak cabinet full of curious and beautiful things, and a writing table. And lastly there were the easel and a great confusion of portfolios and half-finished sketches and studies. Altogether the room contrasted very favourably with the mouldy-looking drawing-room. Perhaps Mrs. Rayner thought so as she sat down, with one eager, intent look round the room, as if she had never seen it before. And then, without any remark, she took out her knitting and worked silently, while I posed again as I had done on the previous day, with my head on one side, and my hands, as Mr. Rayner had placed them, clasped under my chin, while he painted and talked. "You liked those sketches I took in Spain, Miss Christie?" "Yes, only there are too many nasty black priests prowling about in them." "Oh, you little bigot! Those black figures are just what the hot, rather glaring Spanish scenes want, to relieve the monotony of bright colours and sunshine. You must tolerate them from a picturesque point of view." "Very well, but from no other. They remind me of the Inquisition. They all look like Jesuits." "And where is the harm of looking like a Jesuit? I have a partiality for Jesuits myself." "Oh, not really?" "Really. Why not? They are such sneaking, cowardly creatures, always working by indirect, underhand means, and leaving their poor tools to bear the storms they themselves have excited. But the poor tools are fit for nothing else. It is the daring, clever brain of the Jesuit that weaves the plot. It is on him that the chief responsibility lies, and that his part of the work has its dangers is proved by the persecutions and martyrdom that many of his order have suffered. You cannot conquer everything in this world by the fists alone. Every clever man who has ever made his way, got on, as the phrase is a potential Jesuit." "Well, then, I like the poor fellows who don't get on, and who have only their fists, better," said I decisively. Mr. Rayner looked at me with a half-smile. "Most women begin like that," said he dryly. Of course I felt rather indignant, as every girl does, at being classed with most women. So I said no more, but only pursed up my lips, and I saw on the white face of Mrs. Rayner, who had been listening intently to this dialogue, a faint look of amazement at my presumption. After 2 hours' work, Mr. Rayner called us to look at his sketch, which represented a very lovely girl with dark grey eyes a little larger than mine, a red-lipped mouth a little smaller, teeth a little whiter, and a complexion a little creamier in the white parts and a little rosier in the red. And the brown hair coiled on the top was just a little glossier and smoother than mine ever was. It was just a little like me all the same, and I was rather hurt when Mrs. Rayner summoned spirit enough to say that he had flattered me, although I knew it quite well. But Mr. Rayner said gravely that it was impossible for a portrait to flatter a handsome woman. And Mrs. Rayner raised her thin shoulders in a slight shrug and turned to leave the room. Haidee rose to follow her, but paused on the threshold to give a last fond gaze at the line and to look round for me. "You are an excellent model, you sit so still. It is a pleasure to paint you for that and for other reasons," said he slowly and deliberately, as, without looking up, he went on putting finishing touches to the head. "What shall I give you as a reward for remaining so long without blinking or yawning as all professional models do?" "Nothing, Mr. Rayner. I like having it done. It flatters one's vanity to be painted. And flattery is always reward enough for a woman, they say," said I, laughing and following Haidee to the door. "I shall find something more substantial than that," said Mr. Rayner in a low voice, as if half to himself, looking up with a very kind smile as I left the room. That afternoon Haidee had just run out of the schoolroom at the conclusion of her lessons when Mr. Rayner came in. He held in his hand an old and shabby little case. "The poor painter has not forgotten his promise, if he dares to call it a promise," said he with mock humility. "Now see what you have earned by sitting still." He drew me to the window and opened the case, keeping his eyes fixed upon my face as he did so. The case was lined with old and worn red velvet, and had evidently not been made for the ornament it contained. This was a large pendant in the form of a heart, which was a blaze of what seemed to me the most magnificent diamonds I had ever seen. The sight of them inspired me not with pleasure but terror. I drew a long breath of surprise and admiration. "It is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen," said I at last, not quite able to take in yet the fact that it was meant for me, and hoping against hope that it was not. "You like diamonds?" said he, in a low voice. "They are lovely. The most beautiful of all jewels, I think," said I, with a break in my voice. "Would you like to have your hair and neck and arms covered with diamonds like a duchess at court?" asked he, still very quietly, but so that I did not know whether he was speaking seriously or in jest. I looked up and laughed with rather an effort. "I? Oh, no! I shouldn't care for diamonds for myself. I should look absurd in them. Diamonds are for great ladies, not for governesses." "Governesses become great ladies sometimes, don't they?" said he, returning to his usual light tone. "I think most of them don't," said I in the same manner. "Well, without being a great lady, a governess may wear an ornament she has fairly earned, may she not?" "Yes, if it has been fairly earned," said I, trying to keep up a light tone of talk, though my heart was beating fast. "And so you can accept this pretty little thing as a reward of your services to a grateful painter, and a souvenir of our pleasant morning all together in the studio." Oh, no, I can't indeed," said I earnestly, pushing from me gently the case he was trying to put into my hand. "Don't be offended, don't be angry with me, Mr. Rayner. But the very thought of possessing anything so valuable would be a burden to me night and day." Mr. Rayner burst into a long laugh. "Oh, you simple little creature. I did not think a London lady would be so unsophisticated as to mistake very ordinary paste for diamonds," said he with much enjoyment. "This pendant, the enormous value of which frightens you so much, is worth about 15 shillings. It wasn't even worth having a case made for it. See, I have had to put it into an old case which once contained a brooch. No, my dear child, You need not be alarmed at the mere money value of the thing, which is very little. It has a value in my eyes, but for a different reason. Look here." He turned it over, and I saw on the back a monogram, and the date 1792. What are the letters of the monogram? I read RGD. GDR, corrected he. Gervase D. Rayner, my own initials and those of my father and grandfather before me. That this belonged to my grandmother makes its only value. But I have plenty of relics of her. My wife has jewels enough at the bank which she never wears. So you're robbing nobody and pleasing one old friend. I may call myself an old friend already, may I not? Very much by accepting this. In full family conclave at tea, you shall hear me announce the presentation. And then you will be satisfied, won't you, you modest little girl? But I can never wear such a thing as this, if it is only what you call paste, I objected. Wear it under your dress, and then the blaze of it will dazzle nobody, said Mr. Rayner, bending over me and laughing kindly at my reluctance. So I took it with most ungracious feelings, which I tried to hide, and thanked him as well as I could. True to his promise, Mr. Rayner said to his wife at tea-time, "I have with the greatest difficulty prevailed upon this proud Miss Christie of ours to accept as a reward of her services as model a 2-penny halfpenny trinket, which she almost told me was not fit to wear." "Oh, Mr. Rayner!" He was putting such a different colour upon my reluctance, as if I had not thought it good enough. And there is a great deal of difference between 15 shillings and 2 pence halfpenny. I saw Sarah, who was in the room, look at me very sharply, as if she thought governesses had no business to wear trinkets at all. And Mrs. Rayner did not look pleased. Altogether the beautiful ornament that I had admired so much, but certainly not coveted, had brought me more annoyance than pleasure. It procured me one more little trial that very evening. When I got upstairs, I sat down in the armchair which had its back to the door, took the case out of my pocket, and looked at the ornament. It certainly was very splendid, and I thought, as I looked at it and made it flash in the setting sun, that if this were paste and worth only 15 shillings, it was great waste of money to buy real diamonds, which cost so much more and looked no better. And as I was holding it up to the light and feeling at last a thrill of pleasure in its possession, I heard a voice behind me say, "So that's the 2-penny halfpenny trinket, is it?" Of course it was Sarah. She had come up to bring me some water, and I had plenty in the jug. Her ironical tone and the hard little sneering laugh with which she finished her speech were too much for my temper. I shut up the case and said coldly, "Of course Mr. Rayner would not give anyone a thing which really cost only 2 pence halfpenny, Sarah." "No, miss, not for such services as yours." And she said it in such a nasty tone that, when she had left the room, I threw the case down upon the table and burst into tears. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Chapter 11. When I had dried my tears and sat down in my favorite armchair to consider my grievances against Sarah, I wondered what had made her take such a strong dislike to me as she seemed to feel. It was true that her manners were not very pleasant or amiable to anyone, but there was a malignity in the way she looked at me, and a spiteful coldness in her tone if she only asked me if I would have any more coals, as if she thought it was a great deal more than I deserved to have a fire at all. But she had never been so rude and harsh before as she was on this night, and I began to think that the reason for all her unkindness was her annoyance at the great consideration shown to me, for I was, after all, only a newcomer, while she, who had been in the family for years, was left in her room on the upper story, and was not asked to sit for her portrait. It seemed a very silly feeling in a woman so old and sensible as Sarah was supposed to be, and who was certainly very well off for a servant, to show such a mean jealousy of a governess, who is always supposed to be a lady, even in those cases when everybody knows that she is not one. That is only fair, as her work is generally so much harder and so much more unpleasant than that of a servant. Then I thought of the experiences of the other governesses I had known, and I came to the conclusion that Sarah must have lived in families where the governess was snubbed and neglected, as some of my friends had been by their pupils' parents, and so she thought it a shame that I should be so much better treated than most of my sisterhood. She is only a crumpled rose-leaf after all, I thought to myself. I am getting spoilt, and it is as well that there is someone to let me know that I am no more deserving than other people, only more fortunate. I suppose I ought to be thankful for Sarah. Then I thought of what Mr. Rayner had said about wearing the dazzling heart under my dress, and it was really so beautiful, and I was so grateful to him for his kindness, for it was not his fault that the gift had already brought down so much discomfort upon me, that I should have liked to do so. But 2 reasons prevented me. The one was that, if I had fastened it round my neck by a bit of ribbon, and it had accidentally been seen by someone, Mrs. Rayner, for instance, not to mention Sarah, I should have felt rather guilty and uncomfortable, as if I had done something to be ashamed of, that wanted excuses and explanations. And that feeling is, I think, a pretty sure sign that one is doing what is not quite right. The other reason was that I already wore a souvenir round my neck under my dress, fastened to a watch guard. It was a little case that I had made out of the back of an old purse, and it contained the bit of paper with Mr. Reed's apology which I had pulled off the rose that evening when I had found the basket of flowers in my nest. Now, if I went on stringing around my neck all the letters and gifts I received, I should some day have as many trophies about my person as a wild Indian, only I should not take the pride in displaying them that he did. So I decided to lock up my pretty, sparkling heart in my desk, and to be content with the less showy pendant I already wore. Sarah had seen it, of course. At least she had seen the cover one evening when I had a cold and she had brought me a cup of arrowroot, by Mr. Rayner's orders, while I was undressing. I had seen, by the eager way in which she fixed her great black eyes upon it, that she was dying to know what it contained, and I was mischievously glad that she could not. Mr. Rayner had given me the pendant on Saturday. The next day, when service was over, and we were standing about in the churchyard as usual, before Mr. and Mrs. Rayner's departure gave Haidee and me the signal to go home, Mr. Lawrence Reed left his party and stood looking at the gravestones, until the gradual moving on of the stream of people who were slowly coming out of the porch brought us past him. Then, as Mr. and Mrs. Rayner stopped to speak to someone, Mr. Reed said, "Haidee, I'll give you a penny if you can read that epitaph," pointing to one in worn old English characters. "Miss Christie, I believe it is much as you can do. It is more than I can." And we stepped on to the grass, and Haidee knelt down and slowly spelt it aloud. Mr. Reed kept his eyes fixed on the inscription as he bent over one side of the tombstone, while I looked at it from the other, but what he said was, "It seems such a long time since Tuesday." Tuesday was the day on which he had bought the marbles. I could not laugh over a tombstone before all those people, so I said gravely, "It is just 5 days." "Yes, but they have been such long days," said he in a low voice. "Not really," I answered. "The days are getting shorter and shorter now." "Don't you see how long a day seems when you want to see a person and you can't? But perhaps you see the persons you like the best to see every day?" "I like to see my mother best, and she is a long way off," said I gravely. "Ah, yes, of course, but I wasn't thinking of one's family. Perhaps you were thinking of the pretty girls who were in your pew last Sunday? The Finches, Ethel and Katie? Oh, no, I wasn't. I see quite enough of them. They're coming again to the school treat. Don't see why they can't be contented with their own tea fights. No, I was thinking of somebody quite different. Can't you guess who?" He was looking at me now, and not at the inscription at all, and in the pause which followed his words I distinctly heard Mr. Rayner's bright voice saying archly, "Lawrence seems to have a great admiration for our pretty little Miss Christie, doesn't he, Mrs. Reed?" I did not hear her answer, but it was given in a displeased tone, and a minute afterwards she called her son sharply and said that they were waiting for him. But they all stayed in the churchyard for some minutes after that, and then I noticed that Mr. Rayner was still talking to Mrs. Reed, and that she seemed very much pleased and interested by what he was saying. I just heard her mention the Bramleys and our branch in her answers, so I guessed that they were what Mr. Rayner called up the genealogical tree together. This was to be a busy week in the parish. The school treat, which had been put off this year, first on account of sickness in the village and then because of the wet weather, was now fixed to take place on Saturday, and the following day was to be the harvest festival. This was not a very great occasion with us, being signalized only by a special sermon, the harvest Thanksgiving hymns, which would be rather inappropriate this year, as the farmers were grumbling more than usual at the damage done by the late heavy rains, and bunches of corn, which those same thankful people rather grudged us, in the church windows and round the pulpit. The Mrs. Reed had undertaken most of the decoration of the church, as the vicar's wife had enough to do in preparing for the school feast and accompanying sale. The next day, Haidee and I took a longer walk than usual, and when we returned, Jane met me with a mysterious air in the hall. "Oh, Miss Christie, young Mr. Reed called while you was out, and asked to see you. He said he had a message for you, and when I said you was out and offered to give it to you, he said he had better write it, as it was important. So he wrote a note for you, and please, it wasn't my fault, but Sarah got hold of it, and she took it to Mr. Rayner. I told her it was directed to you, but she wouldn't take no notice." I went upstairs very much annoyed by this fresh indignity offered me by that hateful Sarah, and hurt and sorry beside, for I was longing to know what the note said. As soon as I got in the dining room, however, Mr. Rayner came up to me smiling and put it into my hands. "Here is a billet doux, which has been left for you, Miss Christie. Now whom do you expect one from?" "From nobody, Mr. Rayner," said I, blushing very much. This was not a story, because I knew the letter could not be at all the sort of communication he implied, but would contain probably some formal message from Mrs. Maitland. I opened it at once to show that I did not think of it any consequence. It only said, "Dear Miss Christie, my sisters find there is so much to be done for the church that they are afraid they won't be able to do it all. Would you be so very kind as to undertake part? If you would not mind, I will ride over with the work tomorrow after luncheon about 2:15. Yours sincerely, Florence Reed." I think I was a little disappointed in the note, but it was all the better, as I could repeat in quite a careless way what it said. And then, just as I was wondering whether I should tear it up to show that I did not care, I saw that there was something written on the inside leaf, and I put it back into the envelope as if I did not notice what I was doing, and slipped it into my pocket. Dinner was long that day. When it was over, I went into the schoolroom and drew out my letter again. The words on the inside leaf were, "Why were you so unkind on Sunday?" I had no way of sending back an answer. I could only wait till next day at 2:15, but I think I could have sung through the lessons like the heroine of an opera that afternoon. I had not thought it necessary to mention to Mr. Rayner the time at which Mr. Reed had said he should bring the work. At 2:15 we were always in the drawing-room all together, but the next day, the day of all others, when it was important that I should stay and hear the explanations about the work I had to do, Mrs. Rayner asked me directly after dinner if I would mind writing some letters for her, to go by that afternoon's post. I should have sat down to write them in the drawing-room, but Mrs. Rayner said, "You would like to be undisturbed, I know. Shall I send your coffee to your room or to the schoolroom?" I said, "To my room, if you please," and went upstairs trying to swallow the lump in my throat. It was silly of me, but I liked that half-hour in the drawing-room after dinner, and reading the papers over my coffee, and Mr. Rayner's amusing comments on the news. It was such a pleasant rest. I had got through one stupid letter. They were not at all important, when there was a knock on the door, and Jane came in, giggling and excited. "Oh, miss, I've brought you a parcel, and I have made Sarah so wild," and she laughed delightedly. I answered the bell, and there was Mr. Reed on his horse with this, and he said, "Take it to the schoolroom, please. It's for Miss Christie." And then he got off, and I showed him into the drawing-room. And I saw you wasn't in there, nor yet in the schoolroom. So when I got into the hall, thinks I, I'll be beforehand with old Sally this time, when out she comes and says, "Give that to me, I'll give it to Miss Christie." "Never mind," says I, halfway up the stairs. "Don't you trouble." And she made a grab at me, but I was too quick for her, and up I run, and here it is, miss. And she slapped the parcel down upon the table triumphantly. "Thank you, Jane," I said quietly. "It is only some work for the church from Miss Reed." Jane's face fell a little, and then, as if struck by a fresh thought, she giggled again. I cut the string and opened the parcel to prove the truth of my words, and showed her the red flannel and the wheat ears, which were to be sewn on in letters to form a text. But in the middle was another note and a box wrapped up in paper, both directed to Miss Christie, and at sight of these, little Jane's delight grew irrepressible again. "I knew it," she began, but stopped herself and said, "I beg your pardon, miss," and left the room very demurely. but I heard another burst of merriment as she ran downstairs. Then I opened the note. It only said, "Dear Miss Christie, I take the liberty of sending you a few late roses from a tree in a sheltered corner where the rain cannot spoil them. I hope they won't smell of cigars. I could not find a better box. I will call to fetch the text if you will let me know when I can see you. Yours sincerely, Florence Reed." The roses were in a cigar box, and as long as they lasted they never smelt of anything but tobacco, but I began to think that perfume nicer than their own. I was so happy that evening that I was glad when Mr. Rayner asked me to accompany his violin, and I was glad that he chose operatic selections again, for in the passionate and sweet music of Don Giovanni and Il Trovatore I could give vent to my feelings. I felt that I had never appreciated the beautiful melodies so well, nor helped so efficiently to do justice to them as I did in accompanying Mr. Rayner that night. He was so pleased with my help that he begged me to go on with just one more, and just one more, until long after Mrs. Rayner had gone to her room. I was nothing loath. I could have played till midnight. I did not say much in comment between the pieces when Mr. Rayner asked, "How do you like that?" But I suppose it was easy to see by my face that I was enjoying the music intensely, for he just nodded and smiled and seemed quite satisfied. The clock had struck the half-hour after 10, which was quite late for the household at the Alders, when he finished playing Voix chez Cbteddy. "And how do you like that?" asked Mr. Rayner, as usual, only this time he put down his violin, and, drawing a chair close to my music stool, ran his fingers over the keys of the piano, repeating the melody. "Do you know the words?" "Voix chez Cbteddy, chez cos y amore," he sang softly. "Do you know what that means?" "Oh, yes," said I, rather proud of showing off my small knowledge of Italian. "You who know what love is." I drew my music stool a little back and listened while he sang it softly through. I had never known a love song touch me like that before. I could almost have cried out in answer as I sat with my head turned away, listening, almost holding my breath lest I should lose a sound. When he had finished, he turned round. I did not move or speak, and he jumped up, walked to the shutters, unbarred them, and threw open the window. "I am suffering. Oh, for a Venetian balcony," said he. "Come here, little woman." I rose and obeyed. He threw a woolen antemascar round my head and shoulders, and drew me to the window. "Look up there, child, at the moon through the tree-tops. Wouldn't you like to be in Venice, listening by moonlight to those sweet songs in the very native land of the love they sing about?" "I don't want to be anywhere but here, Mr. Rayner," said I, smiling up at the moon very happily. "Why?" But I could not tell Mr. Rayner why. I would give up the whole world to be there at this moment with the woman I love. I could make her understand there. I was struck by the passionate tenderness in his voice, and suddenly made up my mind to be very bold. "Then why don't you take her there, Mr. Rayner?" I said earnestly. As I spoke, smiling at him and speaking as gently as I could, though I felt terribly frightened at my own boldness, his eyes seemed to grow darker and his whole face lighted up in an extraordinary way. I saw my words had made an impression, so I went on eagerly, pressing nervously the hand with which he was holding mine, for I was still afraid lest my audacity should offend him. "Mr. Rayner, forgive me for speaking about this, but you spoke first, didn't you? I have so often wondered why you didn't take her away. It seems so hard that you, who want sympathy so much, you know you have often told me so, should have to live, as you say, a shut-up life on account of the apathy of the woman to whom you are bound." He seemed to drink in my words as if they contained an elixir. I could feel by his hand that he was actually trembling, and I grew more assured myself. "Now, if you were to take her away, although you might have a difficulty at first in persuading her to go, and force her, with the kind force you know how to use, to go among fresh faces and see people, I believe she would come back to life again and see how much better you are than other husbands, and love you just as much as ever. Oh, she couldn't help it. You are so kind and so good." Then my heart sank, for I saw I had gone too far. As I spoke, from passionately eager, he looked surprised, puzzled, and then his face clouded over with a cold frown that chilled me with fear and shame. I drew my hand out of his quickly and stepped back into the room. He followed and took my hand again, and when I looked up, murmuring clumsy and incoherent apologies, his face was as composed and kind as usual, but I thought he looked rather sad. "Never mind, little one. You have not offended me by speaking your mind out. Don't be afraid. But you don't know, you cannot guess. How should a child like you guess? how many or how deep a man's cares may be while he is obliged to bear a brave front to the world. I think you would be sorry for me if you knew them." "I am sorry even without knowing them," I said softly. He bent down over me and looked into my eyes for a few moments. Then he raised his head and laughed lightly. "You are a fraud. Great gray eyes ought to be passionate, and yours are as cold as a lake on a still day. I believe you are an undine. You have no soul." "Oh, Mr. Rayner," I said mournfully, and I turned slowly to the piano to put away the music. "Never mind, I will do that," he said in his usual tone. "I have kept you up long enough. Good night, Undine." I was almost afraid he would again want to kiss me, and after offending him once, I should not have dared to refuse. So I shook hands as hastily as I could, took my candle, and ran upstairs. I was very angry with myself for having been cold and unsympathetic. I had not meant to be so at all. But the fact was I had been thinking the whole evening of Mr. Lawrence Reed. End of Chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Chapter 12. I slackened my pace when I got to the top of the first flight of stairs and walked softly through the corridor where the nursery was for fear of waking Mona. And as I went slowly along the passage leading to the turret stairs, I began to think of what Mr. Rayner had called me and wondered what he meant by saying I had no soul. It wasn't because I am not sorry for him, for he must have seen that I am, thought I. I suppose I don't show my sympathy in the right way. But I could not very well say more about it without being disrespectful. And I must not forget that Mr. Rayner is not only much older than I, but also my employer. And so I crept up the turret stairs with my candle and opened the door of my room. It was quite a calm night, and I walked in very slowly, yet as I entered, my candle went out suddenly as if blown by a gust of wind, and I fancied I heard a slight sound as of a human breath blowing it. I stepped forward quickly, a little startled, and tried to peer into the darkness. But it was impossible to see, for my fire had gone out, the blinds were down and the curtains drawn, and not a ray of moonlight could get in. I stood for a few moments, still frightened, in the middle of the room, and then cautiously made my way in the direction of the mantelpiece where I kept my matchbox. I made a slight noise as I passed my fingers over the different articles there, and just at the moment that I knocked over a china ornament which fell into the fireplace, above the noise it made as it broke to pieces in the grate, I heard a sound behind the screen which stood between the bed and the door, and turning quickly I was in time to see a figure come swiftly round it and disappear through the still open door. I could distinguish nothing. Nevertheless, suppressing my inclination to scream, I rushed to the door and caught in the air at the figure I could no longer see, but I felt nothing. Then I crept back into my room, shaking from head to foot, and hardly daring to move in this direction or that for fear of encountering another dim figure. I closed the door behind me, sick with fear lest I should be shutting myself in with more unwelcome visitors. And starting at the slight creaking that a board made here and there under my own feet, I again searched the mantelpiece for the matchbox. My hands trembled so that it was a long time before I could be sure that it was not there. And then I turned and felt my way to the table, and after moving most of the things on it, I at last satisfied myself that it was not there either. Then I groped my way to one of the windows. I had not thought of that before, drew the curtains and pulled up the blind. The moon gave only a fitful light, being obscured every other minute by thin driving clouds, and it only served to make shadows in the room which were more fearful to me in my nervous state than darkness itself. I had one more search for the matches, but could not find them even now. It was out of the question to undress by such weird moonlight, fancying dim shapes in every corner and noises behind me whichever way I turned, so I determined to conquer my fears and go downstairs with my candle and get a light below. There were sure to be some matches in the kitchen, and I reflected that enough moonlight would come in over or through the shutters to let me see my way without making a noise. So I groped my way down the back staircase, which I had never used before, got safely to the bottom, turned to my left and felt for a door. The first opened into a big black cupboard where I felt brooms, which I shut again quickly. The second was locked, but the key was in the door, and I softly turned it. This was indeed the kitchen. But the moment I found this out and gave a sigh of relief, I heard on the floor a sound which I knew too well to be the rush of myriads of black beetles. And as I would rather have faced a dozen dim human figures than have felt under my foot the scrunch of one black beetle, I had to shut that door too as quickly as I had shut the other. The only thing left for me was to feel my way back to the staircase, go down the passage at the other side of it which led past Mr. Rayner's study and so into the hall where I knew the exact position of the matchbox which stood on the hall table. My only fear now was that I might meet Mr. Rayner in the event of his not having left the house yet to go to his room. If I met him, I should have to account for my presence wandering about the house at this time of night, and I felt that I was still too much discomposed by the fright I had received for his sharp eyes not to notice my pallor and my quaking hands. And then I should have to tell him what I had seen, and there would be a search and an explanation, and I should get someone into trouble. For my fears had not gone beyond thinking that it was Sarah or one of the other servants who, perhaps wishing to give me a fright, perhaps only all but caught in the untimely enjoyment of one of my easy chairs, anxious to escape detection, had blown out my candle, hoping to slip out in the dark unheard. However, I got back safely to the bottom of the staircase without seeing or hearing anything, and I was creeping along the passage when I caught the first faint sound of voices. I stopped, then went on again softly while the sounds became plainer, and I found that they proceeded from Mr. Rayner's study, the door of which I had to pass. I discovered by the thin thread of light it let out upon the passage that the door was ajar at the same moment that I recognized Sarah's voice. She was speaking in a low, sullen tone, and as I drew nearer, I was arrested half against my will by words which seemed to apply to myself. Against the stupid baby face of a chit hardly out of the nursery herself. Governess, indeed. "Is that all you have to say?" said Mr. Rayner, very low, but in his coldest, most cutting tone. That's all I have to say," said Sarah, with a choking sound in her voice. The woman was evidently unhappy. I almost pitied her. "Then the matter is easily settled. You can go." "I can go? I go? Do you know what you're saying? Do you think you could replace me as easily as you can such as her?" said she, forgetting all respect due to her master as her voice, still low, trembled with rage. "That is my affair. You wish me to choose between the services of an underpaid governess and those of an overpaid servant. I have chosen. Overpaid? My services overpaid? My services can't be overpaid," she hissed out. "As long as you joined discretion to your other undoubted good qualities, I paid you according to that estimate. Now that you let yourself be swayed beyond all bounds of prudence by trifling feelings of jealousy and spite, like a foolish girl, your value runs down to that level. You're no longer a girl, Sarah, and your position has changed in many ways since then, in most for the better. If you cannot accept the changes quietly, you had better go." "And you would let me go for a newcomer?" said the woman passionately. "I cannot think of sending away any member of my household for the caprice of any other member of it, however valuable a servant she may have been." May have been. May have been. My work is not over yet, and if I don't work for you, I will work against you," she broke out in a fury. "I'll—" "Not so fast, not so fast," said he slowly. "You will find that uphill work when you have to deal with me, Sarah Gooch." He spoke in that hard tone I had heard him use once or twice before, a tone which always made me shudder. Then his voice changed suddenly to a genial, almost caressing tone. "Now, do you think you will be able to get on without me as well as I can without you?" There was a pause. Then I heard Sarah burst into sobs and low, passionate cries for pity, for forgiveness. "Why are you so hard? How can you have the heart to talk like that about my services, as if I was too old for anything but money bargains? That chit, that Christie girl that you put before me, will never serve you like I've done. The services of a governess are not the same as those of a servant. That is enough about Miss Christie, Sarah. Enough and welcome about the little flirt, a creature that keeps diamonds from one man in a desk and wears round her neck a letter from another which she kisses on the sly. Oh, I've seen her, the little "Nonsense," said Mr. Rayner sharply. "And what if she does? It's no business of mine." I heard him rise hastily from his chair and walk across the room, and I fled past like a hare. Trembling and panting, I found my way to the hall table, took out of the box there half a dozen matches, and crept guiltily, miserably upstairs. I had listened, as if chained to the spot, to their talk, and it was only now that I had fled for fear of discovery that I reflected on what a dishonourable thing I had done. If he had come to the door, thrown it open, and seen me cowering with parted lips against the wall within a few feet of it, how Sarah would have triumphed in the justice of her hatred of a girl who could be guilty of such meanness, and how Mr. Rayner's own opinion of me would have sunk. He would have seen how wrong he was in considering the eavesdropping governess the superior of the devoted servant. I cried with shame and remorse as I stumbled up the turret stairs, shut myself in my room, and lighted my candle. I did not feel a bit frightened now. I forgot even to turn the key in the lock. This last adventure had swept away all remembrance of the previous one. When at last I began to think collectedly of what I had heard, I felt no longer any doubt from what Sarah had said about the nature and extent of her services, that she was in reality the responsible guardian of Mrs. Rayner, and that when she spoke of working against her master if he sent her away, she meant to publish far and wide what he had so long and so carefully kept secret, the fact that he had a wife tottering on the verge of insanity. I did not wonder now so much as I had before at the depth of her jealousy of me. I saw how strong the woman's passions were, and how deep was her devotion to her master, and I began to understand that it was hard for her to see so many little acts of consideration showered on a newcomer which she, although her service had been so much longer and more painful, could not from her position expect. And I got up from the chair I had sat down on, trying to forgive her, yet hoping she would go away all the same. As I rose, I caught sight of my desk, which I suddenly saw had been moved. I might have done that myself in my search for the matches, but it flashed through my mind that Sarah had told Mr. Rayner that I kept diamonds in my desk. But it was locked, and the keys were always in my pocket. However, I opened it and looked into the top compartment, where I kept Mr. Rayner's present. There it was in its case, looking just as usual. Then I opened the lower compartment with the intention of reading through just once more before I went to bed those 2 notes that I had had from Mr. Reed, one on that day and one on the day before about the church work. And the last one, the one that had come with the cigar box on that day, was not there. A suspicion flashed through my mind which made my breath come fast. Sarah had taken it. It was Sarah, then, whom I had surprised in my room that evening. She had managed by some means to open my desk, seen the pendant, and having made a grievance against me of the fact that I received letters from a gentleman, had taken the letter out and probably shown it to Mr. Rayner on some pretence of having picked it up to prove to him by the direction in a handwriting which he knew that I was carrying on a clandestine correspondence with Mr. Lawrence Reed. And I remember that she had already taken the first note to Mr. Rayner. Well, if she had read both the notes, for they were lying together in my desk, she must have seen that they were of a very innocent kind. But how was Mr. Rayner, who had not read them, to know this? I was annoyed and disgusted beyond measure. I could have forgiven her anything, even a meanness in playing spy while I looked at the note which I wore round my neck, but stealing my precious letter. I shed some more tears at the loss of it, wondering whether she would ever take the trouble to restore it, polluted as it would be by having been read by her unkind eyes. Then I went to bed, very tired and very unhappy, and at last I fell asleep, with my hands clasping the note that Sarah could not get at, which I wore in the case round my neck. Perhaps the excitement and agitation of the evening had caused my sleep to be lighter than usual. At any rate, I was awakened by a very slight noise indeed, so slight that I thought it must have been the work of my nervous fancy, and my sleepy eyes were closing again when I suddenly became conscious that there was a light in the room, not that of the rising sun. Fully awake now, and cold all over with this new fright, I saw by the flickering on the ceiling that the light must come from a candle behind the screen. I saw that it was being carried forward into the room, and then I closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep. My fingers were still clinging to the little case, but they were wet and clammy with horror. Was it Sarah? What was she going to do now? To put back my letter? I did not dare to look. I lay there listening so intently that I could hear or fancy I heard each soft step taken by the intruder. Then they stopped, and from the effect of the flickering light through my closed eyelids, I guessed that the candle was being raised to throw its lights upon my face. Still, I had self-command enough to lie quite still and to imitate the long-drawn breathing of a sleeping person. But then my heart seemed to stand still, for I felt the light coming nearer, and I heard the faint sound of a moving figure growing plainer until the light was flashed within a foot of my face. I could not have moved then. I was half paralyzed. Then I noticed a faint sickly smell that I did not know, and a hand was laid very softly upon the bedclothes. Still, I did not move. I had formed a sort of plan in those deadly 2 minutes, which seemed like 2 hours, when the light was coming nearer and nearer to my face. The hand crept softly up and slipped under the bedclothes close to my chin, till it touched my fingers clutching the little leathern case. I tried to disengage them, but my clasp of my treasure was like grim death. Then my hand was softly withdrawn. I heard the drawing of a cork. I smelt the faint smell more strongly, and a handkerchief wet with some sickening, suffocating stuff was thrown lightly over my face. Then I started up with a shriek as loud and piercing as my lungs could give, tore the handkerchief from my face, and confronted Sarah, who drew back, her dark face livid with anger, but without uttering a sound. In her hand she held a little bottle. I tried with a spring to dash it from her grasp, but she was too quick for me, and with a step back against the screen she held it out of my reach. Then the screen fell down with a loud crash. My attention was distracted from the woman to it for 1 moment, and in that moment she made another spring at my neck. But then there was a sound outside which had as many terrors for her as her own hard voice had for me. It was Mr. Rayner calling sharply and sternly, "Sarah, come out here!" She started. Then her face grew sullen and defiant, and she stood like a rock before me. Again Mr. Rayner called, "Sarah, do you hear me? Come here!" And as if a spell had been cast upon her, which it was vain for her to fight against, she went slowly out of the room, and I was left alone. I sprang from the bed, locked the door, and fell down against it in the dark and cold in a passion of hysterical sobs that I could not restrain. Then they died away, and I felt my limbs grow numb and stiff, but I had not power to move, and I thought I must be dying. Then I heard a fall at the bottom of the stairs and a woman's cry, and immediately after a voice outside roused me. The end of Chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by DanielleShultz. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden, Chapter 13. Miss Christie. It was Mr. Rayner calling softly through the door. I did not answer or move. Miss Christie, my dear child. Are you there? Are you conscious? Are you ill? And I heard the handle of the door turn, but it was locked. I raised my head from the ground and said in a weak, quivering voice, "I am not ill, thank you, and I'm quite conscious." "But your voice is weak. Are you hurt? Did that woman hurt you?" he asked anxiously. No, I'm only frightened. I'm not hurt. I will tell you all about it tomorrow, Mr. Rayner. I can't talk now. But I cannot go away and sleep, my child, till I am quite satisfied that you are all right. Put on your dressing gown and come out, and let me see you to be sure." But I felt I could not leave my room again that night. "I'm really quite well, only I cannot come out tonight, Mr. Rayner. I am too much shaken with fright. I am indeed. I will fetch you some brandy and water, and put it here for you, outside the door then." "No, please don't. I should not dare to take it in. I feel that if I opened the door she might get in. If I saw her again tonight, it would kill me," I sobbed. "Oh, please, keep her away." I was getting hysterical again. "She shall not come near you, child, I swear it. You are quite safe. I will lock the door at the bottom of these stairs, and come and let you out myself in the morning," he said in a low voice. The thought of being locked in did not reassure me much, but I thanked him and wished him good night, with a last piteous appeal to him to keep Sarah away. Then I rose from the floor, stumbled to the table, struck a match, and lighted my candle, and put it by my bedside. For the first time I was afraid of the dark, and I lay awake listening and starting at the tiny cracks the wood made, until at last, worn out, I fell asleep. The next morning I heard Mr. Rayner unlock the door at the foot of the staircase when I had just opened mine, ready to go down. He waited for me, looking up anxiously, and seemed shocked at my appearance. I noticed myself, as I was dressing, how white and haggard I looked, and how dull and heavy my eyes were, with black rings around them. You ought not to have got up at all. You should have stayed in bed and had your breakfast brought up to you. I shuddered. I'd had enough of bedside visits for a long time, and the thought of being a semi-invalid, waited on by Sarah, was too much for my self-command. Take my arm, child. You can scarcely walk. Come to breakfast, and a cup of hot coffee will do you good. And after that, you shall come into the study, and we will talk. Don't say anything about it at breakfast. It might frighten my wife. I took his arm, for I really was not quite steady on my feet, and he led me into the dining room and put me into an armchair instead of the one I usually occupied at prayers. And then Haidee, who had seen at once that there was a change in me and given me a double kiss as consolation, rang the bell to summon the servants to prayer. I held the arms of my chair and kept my eyes on the ground and my lips tightly closed that I might give no sign when I saw Sarah's face again. But when they came in, I knew without looking up that she was not there. And Jane waited at table. Had Sarah gone already? My heart leapt at the thought. At breakfast, Mr. Rayner said, I'm going to propose a holiday for today. Both mistress and pupil are looking very seedy, and I think a day's rest from lessons will do both good. My motives are not wholly unselfish, I'm sorry to say, for I have the penny bank accounts to do, and I want you to help me with them, Miss Christie, if you will be so kind as to spare a couple of hours. I won't keep you longer. I assented rather nervously. I should have a scene to go through with Mr. Rayner and an argument to make, which would entail a lot of argument and some persuasion and resistance, which I scarcely felt equal to, shaken as I was. What time will you want me, Mr. Rayner? How soon after breakfast can you come? May I have an hour to finish some work I have to do? It doesn't matter if you would rather. In an hour's time I shall expect you in the study then. After breakfast, I went upstairs, where I found Jane doing my room. I caught her looking at me shyly, as if I had gone up in interest in her eyes. She must have heard something of the night's adventure. I wanted to know what. She prepared to leave the room when I entered. Never mind, Jane. Don't go. You have nearly finished, I see. So are you doing the rooms this morning? Yes, miss. I've got to get into the way of it, miss. She gave a gasp, as if to continue, but stopped. Well? Said I, smiling to encourage her to talk. You know Sarah's going away, miss. Is she? Said I, unable to keep my face from brightening at the welcome words. Yes, miss. Oh, there's been a rumpus, and no mistake. You should have heard her go on. But she's going, and I'm not sorry for one. What is she going away for? Said I. Don't you know, miss? She spoke shyly, but was evidently prepared to disbelieve me if I said no. I can guess, but what reason did she give you? Oh, it's all along of you, miss. She burst into Cook and me this morning and said she wasn't going to stay in a house where there were such goings-on. That was what she said, miss. And she paused, her shyness again getting the better of her anxiety to pour out all she had heard. Go on. Go on. You know I asked you to tell me, I said gently. Well, miss, she said all kinds of things about you, but we didn't take much notice of 'em, Cook and me. We're used to old Sally. But then she said, Yes, well? She said as how she went up to your room, hearing a noise, and then as how, go on. And then as how Mr. Rayner came up and wasn't best pleased to find her there. Yes, well? But Jane did not go on, and got very red and fidgeted about with the cloth she was holding. And suddenly, as I watched the girl in wonder, the whole awful truth flashed upon me of the complexion that Sarah had given to the story. I did not speak for a minute. I only felt a strange little fluttering pain that seemed to be around my heart. And then I said very quietly, I suppose she didn't tell you that she tried to steal something I wear around my neck. When she found she couldn't, she threw a handkerchief steeped in some drug over my face to make me unconscious, that she may get at it more easily. That it was my screams that brought Mr. Rayner upstairs, and that he stood outside and called her till she came to him. Here, I'll show you the very handkerchief. I had tucked it down in the corner of one of the drawers. It still smelt faintly of the stuff it had been soaked in. Little Jane's face brightened with wonder and downright honest pleasure. I'm that glad, miss, that I could dance, said she. She said Mr. Rayner let her fall downstairs in the dark, and went up without taking no notice, and she really is a good deal bruised, and serve her right. But there never is no believing Sarah. And for her to talk about goings-on, oh my, did we laugh, Cook and me. And Jane chattered on about Sarah and her many unpleasant attributes till she had finished her work and left the room with a bright grin of friendship. So Sarah, after doing me another wrong worse than all the rest in circulating lies to injure my reputation, was leaving. But she probably would not go at once, and I felt I could not sleep another night in the same house with her. So I turned out all my things and packed my boxes, as I had determined to do while I lay awake during the past night. I looked into my desk and found my note had been replaced. I would announce to Mr. Rayner my determination to go when I went to the study and ask permission to leave that very afternoon. I was sorry to leave the Alders, Mr. Rayner, and sweet Haidee, and there was another reason which made the thought of leaving Geldom harder still to bear. But the terrors of the night I had passed through had had an effect upon me strong enough to outweigh every consideration. Even now, by daylight, I could scarcely look round my familiar little room without a feeling of loathing of the scene of my horrible adventure. There was another reason for my hasty flight. Sarah was a very valuable servant, as she had insisted, and as Mr. Rayner himself had admitted. Now I was the only obstacle to her remaining, and it was really better that one of us who could best be replaced should go, and my well-founded fears that she might, after all, be retained in any case helped to strengthen my resolution to go. I'd had no salary yet, as I had not been 2 months at the Alders, but my uncle had given me a sovereign to put me by in case of emergency, and now the emergency was come. So I packed my boxes and went downstairs rather nervously to the study, having in my pocket the drugged handkerchief as proof that my adventure was no fancy, as I guessed that Mr. Rayner would try to make me believe. Mr. Rayner said, "Come in," when I knocked, got up and placed me in an armchair by the fire, and asked me to wait while he spoke to Sam. He left the room, and I cautiously made friends with his big dog, who shared the hearthrug with me. He was very gracious, and I had progressed so far as to slide down from my seat to caress him better. When I looked up and saw Sarah, I sprang to my feet with a scream that I could not repress, and darted to the bell. "Don't," she said sharply. "At least wait 1 minute. Give me a hearing. I'll stay here, so? Mr. Rayner will be here in a minute. He won't leave you for long," said she, in a disagreeable voice. "I can't hurt you. I didn't mean to hurt you last night, and I didn't want to steal your letter either. What should I want to steal a bit of paper for? You see, I know what it is. I only wanted to read it. I'm of a curious disposition, and I don't stick at much to find out what I want to know, if it's only trifles. The stuff on the handkerchief would not have hurt you, only made you sleep a little sounder, so I could take the letter. I'd have put it back. I'm sorry I frightened you. I've come to ask you to forgive me," she said in a dry, hard tone, not as if she really repented her cruel action a bit. No, I can't forgive you, at least not yet," I said incoherently. "It wasn't only wanting to steal my letter and to stupefy me, but the way you looked at me, the cruel way, as if you would have liked to kill me," I said, growing more excited as I remembered the terrible glare of her eyes when she sprang at me the second time. "I can't forget. Oh, I can't forget it. And you did something worse than that. You told the cook and Jane that Mr. Rayner was coming up to my room. Oh, that was wicked of you, for you knew it wasn't true." "That's that little tattling Jane, I know," said Sarah vixenishly. "I never said such a thing at all, but she likes to make up a story of everything she hears. You know what a chatterbox she is, miss." I did know it, but I did not think Jane was likely to have altered Sarah's story much. It was silent for a moment. Sarah began again in a different tone. "You're very hard upon a poor servant, Miss Christie, and it isn't generous of you. I don't deny that I was jealous of you, and I wanted to prove to Mr. Rayner you had letters on the sly from a young gentleman. There now, I've made a clean breast of it. But don't it seem hard that I, who've served him and his well for nigh 7 years, should have to go at just the word of a young lady who hasn't been here 2 months? It isn't at my word, Sarah. I have had nothing to do with it." "Nothing to do with it? Can you deny that you dislike me?" "I should never have disliked you if you had not over and over again shown that you hate me, and that it was distasteful to you to even have to serve me. And as to your going away, I'd only heard about it this morning through asking Jane why she was doing my room." I blushed as I said this, but I could not confess to Sarah that the first mention I heard of her departure was when I was listening outside the door of this very room on the night before. "Then you don't want me to go away?" "It doesn't matter to me whether you stay or go, as I have packed my boxes, and am going back to London myself this very afternoon." Sarah stared, then she gave a disagreeable laugh. "You won't go," said she. "You can go upstairs and look at my boxes," I said indignantly. "Have you spoken to Mr. Rayner about this yet, may I ask, miss?" she asked dryly. "Not yet, but I am going to tell him this morning." "Then would you mind, before you go, miss," she laid a peculiar emphasis on these words, "asking Mr. Rayner to let me stay? It wouldn't matter to you, you see, but it's more to me than I can tell." And for the first time during the interview, there was real emotion in her voice. "But what I might say wouldn't make any difference, Sarah," I remonstrated gently. "You overrate my importance in this household in the strangest way. My words haven't half the weight with Mr. Rayner as yours have. Sarah looked at me eagerly as I said this, but she did not seem satisfied. That is quite right and natural, as you have been here so long, and are so much older, too. She did not like my saying that, I saw, by the tightening of her thin lips, but I certainly had not meant to offend her. However, after a minute's pause, she said again, "Then, as you won't be afraid of your words having any effect, miss, perhaps you will less mind asking Mr. Rayner to let me stay." I shrugged my shoulders at her strange persistency. My words would certainly make no difference, and as I was going away, she would probably stay. So I said, "Very well, I will ask him." "You promise, miss?" said she, with a strange light in her eyes. "Gentlefolks like you don't break their word, I know," she went on quickly. "So if you only say 'I promise,' I shall know I can trust you, and that you bear no malice." She must indeed be anxious to obtain what she asked when she could stoop so far as to class me with gentlefolk. "I promise," said I. She might have shown a little gratitude for what she had been so eager to get, I thought, but as soon as the words had left my lips, she drew herself up from her imploring attitude triumphantly, and with a simple, cold, "Thank you, miss," left the room. Then I felt as if the study had suddenly grown lighter before Mr. Rayner returned. I had said nothing about Sarah's visit and nothing about my own departure until I had done the very little there was to do in settling the accounts of the penny bank. This work had only been an excuse for giving me a holiday because I looked ill, I felt sure. And when it was finished, Mr. Rayner sent me back to the armchair again and poured me out a glass of wine. I began to feel nervous about my announcement. "Have you got over your cruel fright now, little woman?" he said kindly. "As much as one can get over a thing like that," I said in a low voice. "One can't forget at once, of course, but I hope that a little care and a little kindness will soon drive that unpleasant adventure right out of your head." "If you mean your care and your kindness," said I, looking up gratefully, "why, you can't give me more than you have given me already, Mr. Rayner. But there are some experiences which one can never forget except away from the scenes where they happened. And, oh, Mr. Rayner," I went on quickly, "you mustn't think me ungrateful or capricious, but I have packed my boxes, and I want to ask you to release me from my engagement and let me go back to London by this afternoon's train. For if I have to sleep in that room another night, I should go mad." He came and sat by my side. "My dear child," he said gravely, "you can't do that for our sakes." "But I must indeed," I cried piteously. "You don't know, you can't tell what I suffered when I felt her hand creeping up to my throat and thought that I was going to be killed. I did indeed. And then I thought the stuff on the handkerchief was poison. She said it is only something to make you sleep. Is it true, Mr. Rayner? Here is the handkerchief." I pulled it from my pocket and gave it to him. "Quite true," said he, but I saw him frown. "It is chloroform, which she got out of my medicine cabinet. I missed the bottle this morning. No, that wouldn't have hurt you, child. I don't suppose for a moment she meant to hurt you, but it was a cruel trick all the same. Do you know," and he looked at me searchingly, "what she did it for?" "Oh, yes, she told me. She wanted to get a letter from a friend, which I wore around my neck." I felt myself blushing violently, knowing from what I had overheard Sarah say to him on the previous night that he knew all about that foolish pendant. She wanted to read it, and she couldn't get it without stupefying me because I was holding it. But I have forgiven her, and I promised I would ask you to let her stay. I told her it wouldn't matter what I said, but she made me promise. "And what made you think what you said wouldn't matter?" he asked gently. "There's no reason why it should," said I. "But I couldn't have promised to ask you to let her stay if I had not been going away myself. Mr. Rayner, you must let me go." "I will let you go if you wish it, though the alders would seem more like a tomb than ever without you now, child, that we have gotten used to seeing your pretty little face and hearing your sweet little voice about the place," said he sadly, almost tenderly, and the tears came to my eyes. "But you cannot go today. Think of what people would say of us if it got rumored about that our child's governess was so cruelly treated under our roof that she went away without a day's warning. For everyone counts on you at the school treat, and I believe our young friend Lawrence, don't blush, child, would go off his head and accuse us of murdering you outright if he were to hear you were gone. And you would find it difficult, believe me, child, to get another situation if you left your first so quickly, no matter the reason. No, you shall have a different room, or Jane shall sleep in yours for a week or so, until your very natural nervousness has gone off. And then, at the end of 3 months, if you still wish to go, why, we won't keep you, child, though I think some of us will never get over it if you leave us too suddenly." He spoke so sweetly, so kindly, and yet with such authority of superior wisdom that I had to give way. Then, bound by my promise, I had even to ask again that Sarah should stay, and he agreed that she should at once. And then I, not at all elated at the success of my intercession, begged him to let Jane do as much as possible for me just at first. But later in the day it was not pleasant to see Sarah's acid smile as she said, when she heard I was going to stay, "I told you so, miss." And when I said to her, "I kept my promise and asked Mr. Rayner for you to stay, Sarah," she answered, "Then I am to stay, of course, miss," in the same tone, and I was reluctantly obliged to admit that she was. And, as I looked at her face, which could never seem to me again to look anything but evil, a sudden horror seized me at the thought that I had pledged myself to stay for 5 whole weeks more in the same house with this woman. End of Chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marina 47. I took advantage of the rest of my day's holiday to work very hard at the text I was doing for the church. I thought that Mr. Reed might call for it that day, but he did not. And the next day, which was Thursday, I finished it, and rolled it up in paper ready for sending away. But still he did not come to fetch it. Haidee and I did not go far that morning. A long walk tired her now. But in the afternoon, when lessons were over, I sauntered out into the garden with a book in my hand, and went to my nest, which I had neglected to visit on the day before, a most unusual occurrence. But Mr. Rayner had forbidden me to go outside the house on that day, as I was rather feverish from the effects of the preceding night's excitement. I found Mona sitting among the reeds close to the pond, not far from my nest, crooning to herself and playing with some sticks and bits of paper. At sight of me, she slid along the bank and let herself down into the mud below, as if to hide from me. When the child suddenly disappeared from my sight like that, I felt frightened lest she should fall into the water or sink into the soft slime at the edge which she had chosen to retire into, and not be able to climb the slippery bank again. So I walked daintily through the reedy swamp which was her favorite haunt, and looked over the bank. She was busily burying in the mud, with the help of 2 little sticks, the bits of paper she had been playing with. And when I bent down to speak to her, she threw herself upon her back, with her head almost in the water, and began to scream and kick. This uncalled-for demonstration made me think that she knew she was in mischief, and leaving her for a moment to enjoy herself in her own way, I stooped and picked up 1 or 2 of the pieces of paper which formed her toys. There was writing on them in a hand I knew, and I had not made out a dozen words before I was sure that Mona had somehow got hold of a note from Mr. Lawrence Reed to me. Down I jumped in a moment, caring no more now for the mud, into which I sank to my ankles, than Mona herself. I dug up the bits she had buried, and took from her very gently those she was still clutching, though my fingers tingled to slap her. I hope it was not revenge that made me carry her indoors to be washed. Then I searched the ground where I had found her, and discovered more little bits, and under the seat of my nest a torn envelope directed to Miss Christie. I ran in and up to my room with my mangled treasure, carefully cleaned the fragments, and after much labor, at last fitted them into a pretty coherent whole. The note ran, as well as I could make out, "Dear Miss Christie, I am so anxious about you that I must write. Is it true that—" here there was a piece missing, "an accident, that you are ill, hurt? If you are safe and well, will you pass the park in your walk tomorrow, that I may see you and know that you—" another piece missing. "I shall put this on the seat near the pond, where I know you go every evening. Yours very sincerely, Lawrence Reed." It was dated Wednesday, and this was Thursday afternoon, so that it was this morning's walk that he had meant. Oh, if I had only come out here last night and found the letter! I would go past the park tomorrow, but perhaps it would be too late, and he would not expect me then. He would think I was too ill to come out. So the next morning in our walk, I took care to pass Geldham Hall, both going and returning. but the first time I saw no one in the park, and the second time, to my surprise, I saw Mr. Rayner and Mrs. Reed sauntering along together under the trees in a very friendly manner. I had noticed that it had gradually become quite natural for the haughty Mrs. Reed to turn to Mr. Rayner as soon as we all came out of church on Sunday, and for them to have a long chat together, while her daughters looked at the people from the alders as superciliously as before. But I did not know that he visited at Geldham Hall, still less that he and Mrs. Reed were on terms of such intimacy that she leaned on his arm as they walked along, and laughed as he talked in a much more natural and unaffected manner than her dignity generally allowed. The next evening I had to go to tea at Mrs. Manners, to take part in a final discussion of the arrangements for the school treat on the following day. Mrs. Manners, who was a very simple, kindly lady, greeted me with rather a perturbed manner, and introduced me half apologetically to the Mrs. Reed, the elder of whom was stiffer and the younger more awkward than ever, as they just touched my hand and dropped it as if it had been something with claws. They were icily obliged to me for the text, and said they would not have troubled me on any account, but their brother had insisted on taking it. Then they talked about village matters to Mrs. Manners, ignoring me altogether, until two little middle-aged ladies came in, who had dressed in an antiquated fashion a number of dolls for the sale, and who, on hearing who I was, seemed rather afraid of me. The Mrs. Reed were very kind to them in a patronizing way, and a shy girl came in, who was better dressed, more accomplished, and who had no worse manners than the Mrs. Reed, but they evidently looked down upon her from a very great height. I afterwards found that she was the daughter of an attorney, and could not expect to be so fortunate as to meet the ladies from the hall, except at the vicar's, which was neutral ground. I did not think it was at all a pleasant party. They all chattered about parish matters, district visiting, and the Sunday school, and the life the curate's wife led her husband, of which I knew nothing at all. And I went to a table at the window, where there were two large albums of photographs, and looked at them by myself. But when Mr. Manners came in, there was a little stir among them, and they all smiled at him and left off their chatter, and seemed to look to him to suggest a new topic. And he said the weather looked promising for next day, and they all flew upon this new topic and worried it to death. Then, when he had said a few words to each of them, he came up to me and asked me kindly why I was sitting all alone in a corner, and sat down by me, and told me who the people in the albums were, and showed me some pictures of Swiss scenery, and talked about the places they represented. I almost wished he would not, for the other ladies did not seem pleased. Then we had tea, and Mr. Manners made me sit by him. He went out as soon as it was over, and we all went back into the drawing-room and wrote numbers on tickets. I forget what they were for, but I remember that there was great confusion because several of the ladies made mistakes, so that, while some numbers were missed out altogether, there were a great many tickets bearing the same number. Mrs. Manners asked me if I should like to come upstairs and see the things for sale, all the rest of the ladies having seen them many times already. So we went up together, and while we were looking at them, she said nervously, "You have never been in a situation before, have you?" "No, never before. A governess position has many trials and difficulties." "I haven't met with many yet. I have been fortunate," said I, smiling. Mrs. Manners looked at me as if she wanted to ask more than she dared, but she only said, "Of course, some families are pleasanter to live with than others, but in all there arise occasions when we must pray for guidance." And I thought of my resolution to go, and when we must walk circumspectly, and I thought of the best way of treating Sarah. I only answered, "Yes, Mrs. Manners," very gently. She seemed pleased by my submission, and said suddenly, as if to herself, after looking at me for a few moments, "An honest, open face," which made me blush. Then, in a quicker, more practical tone, "You have no father, and have always lived quietly with your mother? Of course you write to her often?" "Oh, yes." "So that you can have the benefit of her counsel in any difficulty?" I hesitated. Nobody ever seemed to think of going to Mamma for counsel, We always kept things from her that were likely to disturb her, because she had delicate nerves, and used to go into hysterics if anything went wrong. So I said, in any difficulty, I should have to think and act for myself, Mrs. Manners, because writing to Mamma about it would only make her cry. But I have met with no great difficulties in my life so far. She looked at me again, as if a little puzzled, and then said, I hope you will not think I am catechizing you rudely, but Mr. Manners and I take a great interest in you, knowing how young and inexperienced you are to have to go out into the world alone. And he thinks I have neglected you a little. But you see, Mrs. Rayner is so very reserved and lives such a secluded life that it is not easy to form an intimacy. But I want you to feel sure, my dear Miss Christie, that if you should want a friend's advice at any time, you need not fear to confide in me. And Mr. Manners, being a man and your parish clergyman, could help you in cases where my woman's judgment might be at fault. I thanked her with tears in my eyes, for although there was a shade of reserve in her manner, and although I did not think it likely that I should ever experience at the Alders any trial that she could help me in, for I could not confide a family secret, like Mrs. Rayner's suspected insanity, to anybody. Yet her manner was so sincere and so earnest that I was touched by it and grateful for it. Then we went downstairs and finished up the evening with music. The two little middle-aged ladies sang, in thin, cracked voices, some duets in Italian, passionate love songs, the words of which they did not seem to understand. The elder Miss Reed played a movement of Mozart's Fantasia in C minor, but I did not recognize it until near the end, and the younger a galop de salon, with the loud pedal down all the time. Miss Lane, the attorney's daughter, sang Little Maid of Arcady, which Mrs. Manners said she should have liked if the words had not been so silly. Then I was asked to play, and I chose Schumann's Arabesque, and they seemed astonished and a little scandalized because I played it by heart. I heard Miss Reed whisper, I don't like her style. That great difference between forte and piano seems to me an affectation. While I was playing, Mr. Lawrence Reed came in to take his sisters home. When I had finished, everybody looked at us as he shook hands with me in a rather distant manner. But he managed to press my hand before he let it go, so I did not mind. And everybody listened as he said, We heard up at the hall dreadful reports that you were ill, Miss Christie, and wouldn't be able to come to the school treat. Oh, no, I wasn't ill. One of the servants gave me a fright in the night, said I. I woke up and found her in my room amusing herself by ransacking my things. Then I screamed with all my might, and Mr. Rayner came up and called her out and scolded her. This explanation was listened to with profound attention by everybody in the room, and I was glad I had an opportunity of giving it, as I felt sure that some rumors must have got about. And it was better they should hear my version of the story. Then Mrs. Manners said she hoped Mr. Reed would not desert them at the last, and he promised to come and help, but said she must not expect him to sell pen wipers. You are going to have a much grander affair than usual, I hear, he ended, more like a regular bazaar. It sounds ungracious to say so, she returned, rather anxiously, but I'm rather sorry that we have not kept to the old simple custom. Still, when Lady Mills offered a marquis, and to come herself and help to sell, and to bring her friends, we were obliged to make a difference. And then the band from Beaconsburg. She stopped, for it was old Mr. Reed who had offered to provide that. Ah, that's my father's fault, the young man put in, laughing. He's a wicked old fellow, wanting to corrupt the rustic simplicity of the parish in his old age. His elder sister said, Lawrence, reprovingly. Mrs. Manners went on. And if Lady Mills comes on the drag, she'll bring a lot of idle young men. Miss Lane and the younger Miss Reed looked up, and there will be nothing to amuse them, for we have only one set of lawn tennis. I think we must charge a penny a game for that, in a practical tone. And they will expect champagne and— Oh, Lady Mills will bring that, said Mr. Reed confidently, as if he had been on that drag with those idle young men himself. But Lady Mills and her set are not the style of people that Geldam is accustomed to, said Mrs. Manners in a superior tone. Oh, no, assented Mr. Reed gravely. And they will make fun of everything, and the treat is after all for the village people, and I don't want those fast gentlemen from London to get talking to the village girls. I don't think they will want to do so, Mrs. Manners. I don't indeed, said Mr. Reed. They're all good girls, those who will help at the treat, the first class at the Sunday school. Oh, those. Then I am sure you need not be afraid. And they will want to amuse themselves and take up the time of the Sellers, your sisters and Miss Christie, and I'll keep them off, Miss Manners. The Sellers shall not be teased by any impertinent and trifling young men. I'll devote myself to looking after them. Simple Mrs. Manners, who had been in deep earnest all the time, began to have a suspicion that there was a lurking mirthfulness under Mr. Reed's gravity. So she said severely, You will have to work, not to play, if you come, Mr. Reed, and set a good example to the others. I will, but I sincerely hope they will not all follow it, said he in a laughing tone. Then he turned and looked at me and made me blush. And in the slight bustle of departure he whispered to me, Wait, and I'll come back and take you home. But when I had put on my hat and mantle, and Mrs. Manners had led me down into the drawing-room again to say a few last words to me, and I was wondering how I could wait until Mr. Reed kept his promise and returned, I heard a ring and Mr. Rayner's voice in the hall. I started and blushed, and Mrs. Manners stopped in her talk and looked at me very searchingly. Mr. Rayner must have come to fetch you home, she said coldly. I would not have missed the walk home with Mr. Reed for the world. I'm afraid so, I stammered. She looked colder still at my confusion, but there was only one way out of it, so I burst out, Oh, Mrs. Manners, Mr. Reed said he would come to fetch me. What shall I do? You would rather go with him? Oh, yes, yes. Her manner changed all at once. She put her arm around me and drew me to the French window. There, my dear, run out there and wait at the gate on the left. That's the way they always come from the hall. It is a little deception, I'm afraid, but there, go, child, go. He is a good lad. So I ran swiftly across the lawn in the dusk, afraid of Mr. Rayner seeing me, and up the path between the laurel hedges which led to the side gate. The path curved just at the end, and I heard the gate swing to, but I could not stop myself. And as Mr. Reed dashed round the corner, running too, I fell against him, and then panted out, I beg your pardon, very much confused. He had caught me by the arms, and he did not let me go, but held them very gently, while he said, Miss Christie, pray don't apologize. Where were you running? I was going home, I stammered in a low voice. But that is not the way. A pause, then very softly. Were you coming to meet me? No, said I, half crying, and disengaging myself. It was so humiliating to have been caught running to meet Mr. Reed. No? I had hoped you were, for I've been running like a racehorse to meet you. I said nothing. Why did you want to run home so fast alone, when I had promised to come and fetch you? I didn't want to trouble you. That was very kind of you. But if I happen not to mind the trouble, may I see you home now I am here? Or would you prefer to go alone? I would rather go alone, thank you, said I, though it was heartbreaking to have to say it. But I thought it was time to show some spirit, for I saw that Mr. Reed did not believe me. He stepped aside to let me pass, and raised his hat very stiffly. Then his manner changed all at once. Why, you are crying. My darling, I didn't mean to make you cry. I could not stop him. I did try, but he was so much bigger than I that he had his arms around me before I could get away. Oh, Mr. Reed, let me go, I said, frightened. But as I held up my face to say it, he kissed me. And after that, of course it did not matter, for I knew that he loved me and that I was safe with him. I remember every word that he said to me as we walked toward the alders that night. But if I were to write it down, it would read just like the same thing over and over again, and not at all as it sounded to me. We did not go straight back, but a longer way round. for fear the grass should make my feet wet. And we passed the front gate and went on to the side gate that led past the stables. And there Lawrence left me, for I did not want that spiteful Sarah to see him with me. I went through into the shrubbery, so happy that I could scarcely keep from singing softly to myself. But as I came close to the stables, I left off, for fear Mr. Rayner, who might be in his room, as it was now quite dark, should hear me, and want to know how I got back and why I was so late. And just then I could not have told him. I wanted to slip upstairs to my room without seeing anyone, and go straightway to sleep with the remembrance of Lawrence and his last kiss, all fresh and undisturbed in my mind. Then I thought I should dream of him. But I was disappointed, for close under the stable wall I saw two men's figures, neither of them Mr. Rayner's, and one of them held a dark lantern. I was frightened, for they made no noise, and I thought they walked like thieves. So I crept in among the trees and watched them. One of them softly tried the door of the harness room, through which one had to pass to get to the upper story where Mr. Rayner slept. Then they came away and walked first down the path a little way towards the house, and then up it towards where I crouched among the trees. They sauntered cautiously but slowly, as if waiting for someone. I did not feel much afraid of their seeing me, for I knew I was well concealed. But I was eager to get out and alarm the house, and I dared not move while they were in sight. But when they came close, I recognized in one Tom Parks, Sarah's lover, and in the other, much to my surprise, the gentleman who had visited Mr. Rayner after tea one evening, whose conversation with Sarah in the plantation had so surprised me by its familiar tone. The moon, which had now risen high, fell full upon his face as he passed, and I had a better opportunity than before of observing him. He was rather short, of slim, neat build, fair, clean-shaven, with grey eyes and an imperturbable expression of face. He had an overcoat and a big comforter over his arm, and was, as he had been before, very carefully dressed. When they were just opposite to me, they turned back, and just as they got to the harness room again, Sarah came quickly from the house with a key, let them in, and followed herself. And in another minute Mr. Rayner passed me from the road and let himself in after them. I waited a few moments in wonder at this strange scene. It seemed to me that I was always seeing curious things at the alders. But I had something pleasanter to think about than mysterious night visitors, and I ran quickly and lightly down the path to the house, where Jane, very sleepy, and surprised at my being so late, let me in. But that last adventure spoilt my dreams. I did indeed dream of Lawrence, but I dreamt that I was carried away from him by burglars. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lawrence had promised to come for me early the next morning, saying that I should be wanted to help arrange the stalls. "I'll bring 2 of the Manners boys, and say we've come for the benches Mr. Rayner offered to lend for the children's tea," said he. "Then I'll say Mrs. Manners begged you to come at once, and I'll start off with the boys, and when we get outside the gate, I'll send them on with the benches and wait about for you." I wondered why he could not wait for me in the house as a matter of course, but he knew best, and I said nothing. The next morning I put on a white frock that I had been busily making during all my spare time for the last fortnight, and a broad sash of the palest lemon and pink that I had been saving up for some great occasion. Then I slipped into the garden before breakfast, for there was no knowing how soon after he might come, to gather a flower to wear at my throat. I purposely chose rather a faded little rose, in the hope that Lawrence might notice it and get me one himself to wear instead. I was going to put it in water until it was time to start, when Mr. Rayner met me at the window. "Hallo, Miss Christie, stealing my roses. Well, since you had resolved to burden your conscience with a crime, you might have made it worth your while. But I am not going to permit you to spoil the effect of your pretty frock and destroy the reputation of my garden by wearing such a misshapen thing as that. Never. Come out again with me, and we'll find something better." This was not what I wanted at all, but I was obliged to follow him, and to seem pleased when he gathered and gave me the loveliest little late tea rose possible, and then found a beautiful bit of long, soft moss to put round it. Lawrence would never dare to suggest that this was not pretty enough to wear. After breakfast, I went into the schoolroom with Haidee, but I was not in my usual soberly instructive mood. And when I heard the front doorbell ring, I took the Child's Guide to Knowledge from Haidee's hand and gravely held it before me for some minutes until she said timidly, "It begins at 'What is tapioca,' Miss Christie?" Then I felt ashamed of myself, and making an effort, heard all the rest of her lessons as intelligently as was necessary, and set her a copy in my best hand. Then, just as I was thinking that my reward must be very near now, my heart sank as I heard Lawrence's step returning through the hall, and those of the boys with him, while yet I had not been summoned. I wondered whether Lawrence had forgotten all about me, and could have burst into tears at the thought that he would soon be helping to arrange the stalls with pretty Miss Kate Finch. But presently, when disappointment had given place to despair, I came to what I suppose was a better mood, and reflected that it was all a just punishment for the careless and neglectful manner in which I was certainly performing my duties this morning. And I went in to dinner with all my bright spirits of the morning very properly chastened out of me. It was wicked and ungrateful of me, but when Mr. Rayner said brightly, "Mrs. Manners wanted you to go and help her to prepare for the afternoon's festivities, Miss Christie, but we were not going to let you fag yourself out laying tables for a lot of dirty children, so I said you should come later," I felt for the moment as if I quite disliked him, though it was really only another proof of his kindness and care for me. After dinner, he himself accompanied Haidee and me to the high field, where the bazaar and tea took place. Mrs. Rayner was not coming until later. The school children had been there some time when we reached the field, and some of the rank and fashion of the neighborhood, the quiet people who came as a duty, were making purchases in the marquees. I saw Lawrence standing outside the larger but less showy one of the two. He looked very grave and gloomy, and did not come forward towards us immediately, as I had expected. Was he offended because I had not come earlier? Surely he must have known how much I wanted to do so. His elder sister, much to my surprise, came out to meet me. "We have been waiting for you such a long time, Miss Christie," she said. "We have kept a place for you." And although she did not speak much more pleasantly than usual, I thought it good-natured of her, and wondered whether Lawrence had spoken to her about me and she was trying to be kind to please him. I followed her into the marquee, which was arranged with one long stall down each side. At one, cheap toys, sweets, and very innocent refreshments were to be sold. The Sunday school girls stood behind it, presided over by the housekeeper from the hall. Down the other side was a stall loaded with the usual display of mats, dolls, crochet shawls, and tatting antimacassars, with here and there a gypsy table or cushion mounted with wool work, and a host of useful trifles, which were expected to fetch far more than their intrinsic value. But the custom of former years, when the sale had been chiefly for the village people, was not forgotten, and one end was piled up with underclothing and children's frocks and a quantity of cheap crockery and ironmongery, the contributions of Beaconsburg tradesmen. At this, decidedly the least interesting corner of the whole bazaar, Miss Reed asked me if I would mind standing. "We chose this part for you because you said you would like to have plenty to do, and we know you are patient. And I assure you the old women from the village will give you lots of occupation. They always want to turn over everything in the place and buy what they require for nothing." I think I would rather have sold some pretty things, too. But of course somebody must sell the ugly ones, and I really wanted to be useful. So I looked carefully over the things under my charge and examined the price tickets, which I thought was a businesslike way of going to work, when Lawrence at last strolled in and came up to me. He shook hands with a loving pressure, but he only said, "How do you do, Miss Christie? They expected you earlier." And I felt so much chilled by the commonplace words and the Miss Christie that I could scarcely answer. I had not expected him to say Violet before everybody, as he had done when we walked home on the previous night. but he need not have used my prim surname at all. But as he stooped to push under the stall a box that was sticking out, he said in a very low voice, "I must speak to you presently. You must make some excuse to get away, and I'll watch you and meet you. I have some bad news. At least, I don't know whether you will think it bad news." His whisper got so gruff during those last words that I longed to kneel down on the ground by him and put my arms round his neck and tell him not to mind whatever it was. But I could only say softly, as I bent over a bundle of nightcaps, "Of course I shall think it bad if you do." And he just glanced up with a look that made me hold my breath and almost forget where I was, and his lips touched my frock as he rose, and I knew that the bad news was still not so bad as it might be. Just then there was a stir and excitement outside, caused by the arrival of Lady Mills and some of her party. They came into our marquee, and I thought I had never seen anyone so beautiful or so winning as Lady Mills herself, with her pretty cream-colored gown covered with lace, and bunches of pale roses in her hat and on her dress. The ladies with her were beautifully dressed too, and I saw at once that they were indeed, as Mrs. Manners had said, not the style of people Geldham was accustomed to. They made us all, sellers and buyers, look very dowdy and old-fashioned, and they talked and laughed a little louder than we dared do, and moved about as if they were used to being looked at and did not mind it. There were only 2 gentlemen with the 6 or 8 ladies, and I heard Lady Mills say to Mrs. Manners that the rest of the men were coming on the drag, and that she had given them strict orders that after a certain time they were to buy up all that was left on the stalls. Mrs. Manners seemed rather distressed at that, and said she did not want the gentlemen to purchase things which would be of no use to them. They had some smoking caps and embroidered cigar cases, but Lady Mills laughed and said Mrs. Manners was too merciful, and then she left our marquee and went to superintend the finishing touches put to the arrangement of her own. Presently we heard that the drag had arrived, and there was a little flutter among the ladies at our stall. As for me, I knew that these gentlemen, who seemed to be thought of so much consequence, would not want any of the things I had to sell. So I went on quite quietly serving the village women, with whom I was doing very good business. However, when the gentlemen did lounge in, one of them, who was tall and had a long fair moustache, looked for a long time at the things at my end of the stall and asked the price of a tea kettle. I thought he was amusing himself, but he bought it and carried it off, and presently 2 more gentlemen came into the marquee and straight up to my corner, and bought the one a gridiron and the other a soap dish. Then the first one came back and asked the price of so many things that he took too much of my attention from my village customers, and at last I told him he would find some ties and cigar cases and gentlemen's things farther up the stall. But he put up his eyeglass and looked at me gravely, and said he could not afford to spend his money on trumpery. He wanted something useful, and could I oblige him with a toasting fork? Then he was so long making up his mind between a penny one and a 6-penny one that I told him he had better buy them both, and when he had settled which he liked best, he could give the other away. But he said, "That is an extravagant way of going to work," and took the penny one. When he had gone away, Lawrence came up again, and I told him, laughing, about the funny purchases they had made. But he was not at all amused. He said it was tomfoolery. They came again, though, and some more of them, too, and at last the first one of all returned a 3rd time, and said he had been entrusted with a sovereign to lay out to the best advantage for a young couple who were setting up housekeeping. I had done such good business with the village women and these unexpected customers that I had not a sovereign's worth of ironmongery and crockery left. So he bought up all I had, including 2 pairs of pattens and a number of mousetraps, and made up the money in Holland pinafores. Presently he came in again with Lady Mills, who asked Mrs. Manners if she could spare her another helper, and looking down the stall, and seeing me with only a few aprons and children's clothes left to sell, she asked if the little lady in white at the end could come, and Mrs. Manners, looking at me rather gravely and anxiously, as if she was sending me into a lion's den, asked me to go. But the other ladies at our stall did not like it at all. The other marquee looked like fairyland. The 2 stalls had so many beautiful bright things on them, besides a quantity of flowers, and the ladies behind them in their light dresses looked so pretty. The village people did not buy much here, but came in shyly in 2s and 3s and talked in whispers. But they were all Lady Mill's party, and a lot of Beaconsburg people, and members of most of the rich families in the neighborhood. And there was a great deal of laughing and talking going on, and this marquee was altogether a much more amusing place than the other. Lady Mills, who I thought had sweeter manners than any lady I had ever seen, thrust a big basket of flowers into my hands and told me to walk up and down and ask people to buy them. "Ask the gentleman," she whispered with a pretty smile. But I did not like to do that, so I stood with my basket in a corner until the tall, fair man who had bought so many things of me came up and gave me half a crown for one little bud. And I thought how silly it had been of him to make such a fuss over the toasting forks when he was ready to give so much for a flower. And then Lawrence found me out, and he walked up and down with me, holding my big basket, and I sold my flowers quickly and was very happy indeed, for Lawrence talked and whispered to me and looked at me all the time as we moved among the crowd, and never once left my side while we were in that tent. He told me everybody said I was the prettiest girl there, which of course was nonsense, but it was very nice to hear him say so. When I had sold all the flowers, he whispered, "Now let us slip out, and we can talk." So we tucked my basket under one of the stalls and went out of the tent and away into a lane near the field. And Lawrence's face grew very anxious and unhappy as I asked him what was the matter. "I shall have to go away, Violet," said he, looking at me very intently. "Go away? Why? Why?" said I, the tears rushing to my eyes. I had not expected anything so dreadful as that. "My mother has been persuaded, that she must go away to the Riviera to escape the wet season we are threatened with, and I shall have to go with her." "But you will come back. You will soon come back, won't you?" "I don't know. I don't know what may happen while I am away. I don't know what the plots and plans may be of the person who has caused me to be sent away." "What do you mean? What person, Lawrence? Your mother? Your sister?" Lawrence looked at me without answering, in the same searching, intent way as before, for a minute or two. Then he said, "Listen, Violet. You are such an innocent little thing that I don't know how to tell you what I must." I could not help looking rather frightened at this opening, and he stopped a little while to comfort me before he went on. "Last night, when I had left you and got home, I found Mr. Rayner just leaving the hall." "Mr. Rayner? Then he must have gone on there from the vicarage, and he must have come straight from the hall when he passed me to go to his room, as I crouched in the shrubbery." Lawrence continued, "I went straight into the study to speak to my father. You know there's more sympathy between him and me than there is between any of the rest of us. So I went straight ahead and told him all about you, and what a sweet little thing you were. And I asked him to find me some occupation in an office, or on a farm or something, at once, for I must have a home to take you to before the year was out. And the dear old dad said you had a good sweet face, and he should like to have such a daughter, but what would the mater say? You know my mother rules him with a pretty tight hand, and he may say yes to anything when her back is turned, but he daren't say no to her face. And my mother has strong prejudices, and wants me to marry someone with money, to improve our position in the county. And I told him I was 24, and old enough to know my own mind, and I didn't care what she wanted. But he begged me not to offend her, and then said, 'She has just been in to tell me something that may have a bearing on the matter. It seems she has set her heart on going to the Riviera, and insists on your going with her. Now, supposing I stock a farm for you while you are away, you can step into it directly you come back. I suppose she won't want to be gone more than a couple of months. And you can try your hand at farming for a year or two, and keep it warm for Jack, who wants to take to it, he says. When you are living away from us, you will be more your own master, and your mother will have to submit to your marrying whom you like. So don't say a word to her or to your sisters. You know they always side with her, till you come back.' I didn't much like this, but I could not say no to my father, He has been so good to me. And I couldn't refuse to go with my mother. Nevertheless, I was half mad all the same, for I know who has persuaded her to this. Do you? Who? Mr. Rayner. Haven't you noticed how he has been steadily getting round my mother for the last few weeks, till he rules her as surely as she rules my father? I've watched him and tried to put her on her guard, but I'm no match for him. I wondered what he was doing it for. Now I see. But I don't, Lawrence. Why are you so prejudiced against Mr. Rayner, when he has been so kind to me, too? What should he persuade her to go away for? Lawrence looked at me earnestly. To get me away. To get you away? Why should he do that? Lawrence began to speak, but got very red and stopped. He doesn't like me, Violet, and he doesn't want me to have you. Oh, indeed you are mistaken, Lawrence. He has often praised you. Yes, that is his cunning, but I tell you he would stick at nothing to prevent my marrying you. And as long as you are under his roof, I shall never know a moment's peace, said he excitedly. He is a bad man. Oh, Lawrence, you shouldn't say that. I know him better than you do, and I know that he is goodness and kindness itself. Violet, you are no wiser than a child. How can you see the way he treats his wife, and yet call him good? His wife? Ah, I know all about that, but I must not tell you. Indeed, he is not cruel to her, as you think, Lawrence. I know all about it. I do indeed. Well, then, since I must say it, what do you think of the way he treats you? Doesn't he show he cares for you more than for her? Can't you see that he is making love to you? Lawrence, cried I, aghast, how dare you say such a thing? What have I done that you should think so ill of me as to think I would let a man who is married make love to me? How could you tell me you loved me thinking that? I will never speak to you again. I turned sharply from him and was back in the field among the people before he could stop me. Tea was being given to the children, and I went to help, but the enjoyment of the day was gone. In a dazed state I was still handing about cake, too miserable and excited to know quite what I was doing, when Lady Mills and Mr. and Mrs. Rayner came up to me. This lady, who had charmed me so much, had in return taken a fancy to me, and had begged Mr. and Mrs. Rayner to let me go home with her to stay until Monday, and they had consented. At another time this invitation would have made me half mad with delight, but now it seemed only to overwhelm me with terror at the thought of going among so many strangers. However, they sent me home to prepare what things I wanted, and told me to make haste. As I was packing a muslin frock I had never yet worn, and wishing I had something handsomer for the occasion, I suddenly thought of the paste pendant Mr. Rayner had given me. That would look quite dazzling peeping out of the muslin and lace round my throat. So I packed that and a piece of black velvet to wear it on, and I was scarcely ready before Jane came up to say that Lady Mill's carriage was at the gate waiting for me. But just outside the hall door I met Lawrence, with a rose in his hand. Violet, Violet, don't go without a word to me. Here, throw away that rose and wear mine. I will wear yours, said I, but I can't throw away this one till it is dead. That would be ungrateful. Did Mr. Rayner give it to you? Yes. He snatched out of my hand the rose I had just taken from him and flung it away. I beg your pardon, Miss Christie, for my presumption in thinking you would accept mine after his. Good evening. He strode off towards the plantation path, and he would not turn round when I called, Lawrence, Lawrence! I could not stay to run after him, even if I had been able to overtake him. So with tears in my eyes, I plunged into the flower bed where his rose had fallen and picked it up, and put Mr. Rayner's gently on the ground instead. It was an ungrateful thing to do, but I must do what Lawrence wished, even if he did not know it. And so with a very heavy heart I ran up the path to the carriage, and started on a visit which was to be strangely eventful to me. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Marina 47. There were 4 ladies already in the carriage which was waiting for me at the gate. Lady Mills herself, with another more matronly-looking lady by her side, whose name I already knew was Mrs. Cunningham, and on the opposite seat were a younger lady with a rather sharp expression, named Mrs. Close, who was considered very clever, and an unmarried one some years older than I. I made the third on that seat, but there was plenty of room for us all. We drove back first to the high field, that Lady Mills might tell the rest of the party to make haste, or they would be late for dinner. There were some ladies on the drag waiting for the gentlemen, who were now amusing themselves by selling off by auction some of the things remaining on the stalls, while the grooms were busy packing into the inside of the drag the curious collection of purchases made by the whole party. There was a dog-cart waiting, with a gentleman in it smoking, and standing by the horse's head, also with a cigar in his mouth, was the tall, fair gentleman whose face I now seemed to know the best of all. As soon as we drove up, he came to the side of the carriage. "You are horribly crowded in there. Let me take Miss Christie in the dog-cart." "And what will you do with Charlie, Tom?" "I'll put Charlie behind." "Charlie is getting used to being put behind," said the eldest lady of all, looking at Mrs. Close and laughing. "Proper place for a husband, Mrs. Cunningham," said the fair gentleman. I afterward found that the gentleman they called Charlie was Captain Close. "Well, will you come, Miss Christie?" "No, Tom, Miss Christie is better where she is." "She couldn't be better off than with me," said he, in a gravely innocent tone. Everybody laughed. "Take my part, Mrs. Close. Don't all jump upon me at once when I want to make an impression. Could Miss Christie be safer than with me?" Everybody glanced rather mischievously at Mrs. Close, and I saw a faint colour rise in her cheeks. "Not with Charlie behind," said she, and everybody laughed more than ever. I was glad Lady Mills would not let me go, though, for I did not care much about the gentleman they called Tom, and Lawrence did not like him either. It was about 7 miles from Geldham to Denham Court. The drive seemed to me beautiful, though the country was flat. The rains had kept everything very green, and the sinking sun warmed the landscape with a golden tint. I looked about me and listened to the ladies talk, but did not say much. Someone said I was silent, and someone else said Tom would make me talk. But indeed their conversation was so different from any I had ever heard that I could not have joined in it very well, even if I had known them better. Some of them said things which would have sounded quite wicked if they had said them seriously, but they were all in fun, and they seemed to laugh at everything. They laughed a great deal at Sir Jonas, who was Lady Mill's husband, and she herself imitated the way he would rub his hands and stare up at the ceiling, and say in little jerks he hoped they had enjoyed themselves. Fine day. Stupid things, bazaars, but bring young people together. "And keep the old ones away," said Mrs. Close in her sharp tones, and everybody laughed very much. Denham Court was a pretty place built on the side of a slight hill, with the River Doveny running not far from the foot of it. I was shown up into a room that looked out upon greenhouses and cucumber frames, and from which I had a view of the river, just at a point where it widened out into a broad expanse like a lake. Just then I had not much time to grieve about my quarrel with Lawrence and his cruel conduct about the rose, but I did shed a few tears, and wondered whether he would write and ask me to make it up, and thought that I should not be able to enjoy myself at all in this pretty place without him. Then I shook out my muslin frock and put it on, and when I fastened the black velvet round my throat, with the beautiful flashing pendant on it, and pinned on one side of the lace edging, a little lower down, the red rose Lawrence had flung away and I had meekly picked up again, I looked so much nicer than I had thought it possible for me to look, that I could not help feeling that life was not quite a blank, and wishing that Lawrence could see me. I had left my room and was going along the corridor, when I met a man the sight of whom made me start and turn quite cold. For he looked so much like the mysterious visitor at the Alders whom Mr. Rayner had described as a gentleman, and whom I had seen 2 nights before going into the stable with Tom Parkes and Sarah, that I thought it must be he. But this man stood aside from me with the stolidly respectful manner not of a gentleman, but of a servant, and I hurried past him, feeling quite shocked by the strength of the resemblance. For of course a friend of Mr. Rayner's, however familiarly he might choose to speak to Tom Parks and Sarah, would not be a manservant at Denham Court. In the hall I met a maid who showed me into the drawing-room, which was empty. So I walked to one of the windows which led into a conservatory and peeped in. The flowers were so beautiful, the scent so intoxicating, that I crept in step by step with my hands clasped, as if drawn by enchantment, and I had my face close to a large plant covered with white blossoms like lilies. When I saw peeping through the big fan-shaped leaves of a plant behind it the fair moustache and eyeglass of the gentleman they called Tom. He was looking intently, not at me, but at the ornament sparkling at my throat. He looked up when I did, and came round to me. "Nicely kept place, isn't it? Sir Jonas is proud of his flowers." "I never saw any like them. Look at these. Are they lilies?" "I believe this is called Eucharistus Amazonia. If not, it is something like that. Shall I cut you some?" "Oh, don't. It would be such a pity." "I suppose you wouldn't condescend to wear them?" "I shouldn't dare to do so. What would Sir Jonas say if you spoilt his beautiful plants?" "Sir Jonas wouldn't say anything. He never does. Even the gardener, a much more important person, wouldn't say anything to me. I'm a spoilt child here, Miss Christie, so you had better make friends with me, and I'll get you everything you want." "Make friends? Why, I am not your enemy, am I?" said I, laughing. "Not at present, but you must be careful. Now I will tell you who is my enemy." And he stooped and looked at the flower at my throat. "The man who gave you that rose." I started, and his mouth twitched a little, as if he wanted to smile. "How do you know it was a man?" I asked, blushing. "Never mind how I know. I am a magician, and I'm not going to give you lessons in the black art for nothing. But look here, I'll tell you how I know, if you will give it to me in exchange for any flower you like to choose in this place." I shook my head. "I don't want to exchange it, and I don't care to have lessons in your black art, thank you." "Now, that is your nasty pride, Miss Christie. But I suppose one must not expect humility from a lady who wears such diamonds." And he glanced again at my pendant, as he had done several times while we talked. "They are not real diamonds," said I, laughing, and rather pleased for the moment at his mistake. "They are only paste." He raised his eyebrows. "Then allow me to congratulate you, Miss Christie, on possessing the very best imitation of the real thing that I have ever seen. I know something of diamonds, and I never was deceived before." I was looking at him curiously, for he seemed to speak as if he did not quite believe me. "Look, I will go to the door," said I, for the light was fading. "And then, as you are such a good judge, you will be able to tell." I walked to the door, and he bent his face down close to mine and examined my pendant carefully. Presently he gave a slight start. "Am I taking too great a liberty in asking if there are initials on the other side of that?" "Yes, there are," said I, surprised. "And will you tell me what they are?" I hesitated. If this gentleman persisted in thinking the ornament was made of diamonds, he would think it a very strange thing if he found out that it was Mr. Rayner who had given such a costly present to his child's governess. So I said quietly, "I would rather not tell you." "I beg your pardon. Will you forgive my curiosity? I have seen only one ornament set exactly like that before, but it was in real diamonds." And again he looked at me. I was wondering if it had been exactly imitated in paste by the jeweller who set it, and if the sham twin brother had, by some curious coincidence, come into your possession. "How lovely the real one must be!" "No lovelier than yours, I assure you." "Then doesn't it seem a pity to spend so much money on real ones?" said I. "What do you think the real one was worth?" "About £1,500, I believe." "And you thought I had on an ornament worth £1,500, said I, laughing heartily. Oh, if the person who gave it me could know, how he would laugh. He caught at my words. He would laugh, would he? I was annoyed with myself, for I had not meant to let out even the sex of the giver of my pendant. He continued, he would be pleased, I should think, to have his paste taken for diamonds. I did not answer, but only laughed again. "Have any of the ladies seen it yet, Miss Christie?" "No, and for fear they should make the same mistake that you have made, I shall not let them," said I. And I had raised my hands to take it off when Mrs. Cunningham and another lady came into the conservatory. The elder lady's eyes fell upon the unlucky trinket at once. "What are you taking that off for, my dear? It is just what you want round the throat." "Because I have been teased about wearing diamonds, and they are only sham ones, and I don't want to be teased any more," said I, rather tremulously. "Never mind Tom, my dear. Don't take off your pretty pendant for him." "They are certainly very like, though," said she, looking first at them and then into my face. "Here, put them on again and snap your fingers at Tom." I raised the velvet obediently, and the gentleman called Tom came softly behind me and took the ends from my trembling fingers, and fastened them himself round my throat again. He first pretended that he had not got them straight, though, and held the velvet a little way from me to try to look at the back of the pendant. But I was prepared for that, and I put my hand round it, as if fearing it might fall, and would not let him see the initials. After this first experience of the sensation caused by my one ornament, I watched rather curiously its effect upon the rest of the party, as some of them strolled into the conservatory. And when I met the others in the drawing-room and in the general gathering at dinner, everyone looked at me, the one stranger, a good deal, of course, but I noticed that, while my pendant attracted the attention of the ladies, the gentlemen looked more at me myself, and were not scandalized by my unlucky ornament. Sir Jonas, who was a kind grey-haired gentleman, and looked nearly old enough to be Lady Mill's father, took me into dinner, and although he did not talk much, he encouraged me to chatter to him, and to tell him all about the school treat, and tried to make me drink a great deal more wine than I wanted. After dinner, when I was in the drawing-room with the ladies, some of them drew me onto a sofa and pulled me about and petted me just as if I had been a child, and asked me a number of questions about my life at the Alders and that handsome Mr. Rayner. "And is it true that he is such a dreadfully wicked man, Miss Christie?" said one. "Yes, it is. She is blushing," said another. But I was not blushing at all. There was nothing to blush about. I said, laughing, "No, he is not wicked. The village people think he is, because he plays the violin and goes to races. He is very kind." "Oh, we don't doubt that, my dear," said Mrs. Clowes, in a demure tone. "You think I like him only just because he is kind to me," said I boldly, "but I shouldn't like him if he were wicked, however kind he might be." "And Mrs. Rayner, is she kind and good too?" "Oh, yes, she is just as kind," said I. This was not quite true, but I knew already enough of these people to be sure they would laugh if I said no, and it was not poor Mrs. Rayner's fault that she was not as nice as her husband. Presently Mrs. Cunningham took me to the other end of the room to look at a portrait of Lady Mills. "It is no business of mine who gave you that pendant, my dear, but have you any more ornaments of the kind, and if so, where do you keep them?" she said gravely. "Oh, I have no more," I answered, a little surprised at her manner, "and I keep this in an old case in the corner of my desk." "Ah, I thought so, from the careless way in which you were going to slip it into your pocket when we caught you in the conservatory. Why, my dear child, I have a set that I value very much, no finer than yours, though, diamonds and cat's eyes, and I sleep with them under my pillow, and even my maid doesn't know where they are." I showed my astonishment. "Believe me, when you travel about on a series of visits, as I am doing now, and are obliged to entrust your dressing-case to a careless maid, it is no unnecessary precaution." "But I shouldn't take so much trouble with my paste pendant," said I. She shook her head at me with a laugh and said dryly, "I should, with such paste as yours." And then the gentlemen came in. One of them had brought from town that day a parcel of new waltzes, but the ladies all declined to play them until they had tried them over privately, and the gentlemen seemed so much disappointed that, having turned over the pages and seen that they were perfectly easy, I timidly offered my services. They were really pretty, and after the difficult music I had had to read with Mr. Rayner, they were like child's play to me. When I had got to the end of the first, I received an ovation. The owner of the music was in ecstasies, and those who had begun to dance stopped, and joined the rest in a chorus of admiration that made me quite ashamed of myself. "Didn't you know that I am a governess?" said I to one gentleman, laughing and blushing. "Yes, but we thought you were only for show," said Mrs. Close. And I played the rest of the waltzes, and thought how much nicer it was to play for these people than for those I had met at Mrs. Manners' tea party. Then the gentleman they called Tom, whose name I had now found out to be Mr. Carruthers, led me away from the piano, saying I was not to be made a victim all the evening for other people's amusement, and telling a gentleman who was talking to me that he and I were going to have a serious conversation and were not to be disturbed. He took me to a deep window where there were seats, and gave me one, while he threw himself into another beside me. "How beautifully you play," said he, leaning over my chair and looking at me. "I never knew such a pretty girl as you take the trouble to learn anything properly before." I had been so much spoilt that day by flattery that I only answered calmly, "Why shouldn't pretty people learn things as well as ugly people, Mr. Carruthers?" "Don't call me Mr. Carruthers. Nobody calls me Mr. Carruthers, at least nobody nice. If you don't yet feel equal to saying Tom, let the matter remain in abeyance for the present. Now, to continue from the point where I lost my temper. Ugly people have to be accomplished and good and all sorts of things to get a little of the attention that a pretty person can get without any trouble at all. Ah, but it is different if you have to earn your own living. If you are a governess, for instance, people don't care about what you look like, but about what you know." He stroked his mustache meditatively, looked at me and said, "Of course, I forgot that. I suppose you have to know a lot to teach. I am sure you know more than any woman in this room." "Oh, no, indeed I don't. They are all a great, great deal cleverer than I am. I couldn't talk as they do." "Heaven forbid," muttered he, as if to himself. "They know how to chaff, that's all. Did you ever meet any of them before?" "Never before today." "I wonder if you know any of the people I know. Do you know the temples of Crawley Hall?" "No." "Have you ever been farther west than this? Staffordshire? Derbyshire?" "No, never." He was looking at the ground. He raised and fixed his eyes suddenly on my face as he said, "Do you know the Dalstons?" "No," said I, rather hesitatingly. "Not Lord Dalston, with his different crazes? You speak as if you were not sure." "I am sure I don't know him," said I. But I was trying to remember what I have heard about him, for I seemed to know the name quite well. In the most gravely persistent manner, Mr. Carruthers went on probing my memory about Lord Dalston, but I could not even remember where I had heard the name mentioned before. He had to give it up at last. I believe, however, that he thought it was obstinacy that prevented my telling him. When at last, long past the hour when the household at the Alders retired to rest, we dispersed to our rooms, I made a mistake in my corridor, and found myself in one which led to the servants' wing, and I heard a man's voice that I knew saying persuasively, "Don't be in such a hurry. She won't be up for half an hour yet, nor my man either. I never get a word with you now." Suddenly it flashed upon me whose the voice was. It was the voice I had heard talking to Sarah in the plantation, the voice of Mr. Rayner's mysterious friend, and the person he was talking to, and with whom he proceeded to exchange a kiss, was Lady Mill's maid. It was a strange thing, but one about which I could no longer have a doubt. The respectful manservant I had met before dinner in the corridor, and the visitor who was shown into the study at the Alders as a gentleman, and who was yet on familiar terms with Tom Parkes and Sarah, were one and the same person. I was very sleepy and very much preoccupied with this curious discovery when I got to my room. But before I went to bed, I put, as I thought, my beautiful but unfortunate pendant safely inside my desk, resolved not to wear it again. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marina 47. I got up next morning directly I was called, and was downstairs long before anybody else. But I was glad of that, for I wanted to explore the garden. It was a beautiful, warm, bright morning, and I rejoiced, for it would bring the people to Geldham Church for the harvest Thanksgiving. I went over the lawn and down the alleys, and round the flower beds, and peeped into the greenhouses, and tried to see through the steaming glass of the hothouses, which were locked, when suddenly, turning round one of them, I came face to face with Tom Parks in his Sunday clothes, with a key in one hand and a basket of eggs in the other. He was evidently disconcerted, and tried by turning to the door of the hothouse to avoid me, but I accosted him at once. Tom Parks, don't you know me? Miss Christie, I said. Lor, yes, miss, to be sure so it is. Who'd ha' thought of seeing you here? Said he, touching his hat with rather awkward surprise. Why, you must have known me, Tom. You looked as if you had seen a ghost. Well, the truth is, miss, asking your pardon, said Tom sheepishly, that I didn't want you to see me. You see, I've been took on here as extry under gardener and help, and the head gardener, he don't like Londoners, and I don't want him to know as I'm a London chap. So, if you would be so good, miss, as not to mention as you've seen me before, I should take it kind. Very well, Tom, I won't betray you, I replied, laughing. And he said, Thank you, miss, and touched his hat again, and went off with his eggs. I was very much amused by this encounter and the important secret I had to keep, as if my mentioning that I had seen Tom at the Alders would necessarily entail the awful discovery that he was a Londoner. By this time I thought I had better go in and see if any of the other people had come down to breakfast, and I was sauntering along when, as I got near the house, I heard two men's voices. Bella's getting jealous, Tom. A grunt in the other voice. I say, ain't it rough on the little one? Then I heard Lady Mill's voice, and when I got to the door there were 8 or 10 people already assembled. But the two nearest the door, whom I had overheard, were a gentleman named Cole and Mr. Carruthers. It was Mr. Carruthers who had grunted. Who was Bella? And who was the little one? And what did rough on mean? The bells of Denham Church, which was close by, had begun to ring before breakfast was over, and Lady Mills wanted to know who was going. I am going for one, said Mrs. Clowes, and she looked across at Mr. Carruthers, who was helping himself to a great deal of marmalade. Do try to make up a respectable number, said Lady Mills. You can do just what you like, you know, as soon as it is over, and people in the country think so much of it. We scandalize the neighbourhood quite enough as it is, by not going to bed at 10 o'clock, and other wicked practices. And last week we were only 3 at church out of a party of 17. Are you going, Miss Christie? Yes, of course you are. I'll go, if you will find all the places for me, said Mr. Carruthers. And when we got to church, we mustered 8 altogether. He sat by me, and picked out from among the books the biggest church service he could find, which he put in front of me when the collect was given out, whispering, Find it for me, please. At first I would not take any notice, for it was just like playing in church. But he began making such a disturbance, rustling the leaves of his book, looking over those of his neighbours, and dropping with a crash all those within reach on the ledge before him, that I was obliged to find it for him, and all the other places too during the service, just as if he had been a little boy. But I was very angry all the time, and when we came out I would not speak to him. He came, however, and walked by my side while I talked to somebody else, and at last he said meekly, Have I offended you? Yes, I said. I think you are very irreverent. I didn't mean to be irreverent, he said, in a still meeker tone. But it is so dull to sit in church and not be able to follow the service, and it looks so bad to be fumbling in one's book all the time, and find the place only when the parson is a long way ahead, and you can always find it in a minute. You should go to church oftener, and then you could find the places as well as I, rejoined I severely. Yes, but I always have such a lot to do on Sunday mornings in town, said he mournfully. Pipes to smoke and other things. But I'll try to go oftener. I dare say it will do me good." "I don't believe going to church does people like you any good at all," remarked I gravely. And Mr. Carruthers burst out laughing, and said it was very wrong of me to discourage him just when he wanted to try to be good. At luncheon I sat between him and clever Mrs. Clowes, who described the sermon in a way that made everybody laugh, and said a lot of amusing and sometimes unkind things, as she always did. Presently, in a rather low voice, she addressed Mr. Carruthers across me. "Shall I pass you the sherry? Or is it true that you have taken to milk and water?" she asked meaningly. "Quite true," said he. "And you can't think how nice it is. Not half so insipid as you would expect, and a pleasant change after too many stimulants. Let me give you some grapes, Miss Christie." And Mrs. Clowes turned away her head, as if there had been something that hurt her in his answer. Most of the people spent Sunday afternoon just as if it had not been Sunday at all, except that nobody rode or drove. But some went on the river, and some played lawn tennis, and some lounged about and read novels, and others, of whom I was one, sat under the trees on the lawn and drank iced champagne, which is quite the nicest thing I ever tasted. I heard the mysterious manservant give an order to Tom Parks, calling him, "Here, you, gardener, what's your name?" as if he had never seen him before, and walked up and down Mr. Rayner's garden, and gone into Mr. Rayner's stable with him only 2 nights before. What a silly fellow Tom was with his little mystery. I pointed out the other man to Mr. Carruthers, and asked if he knew whose servant he was. "He is mine, and the best I ever had. I've had him 6 months now, and of late I've given up thinking altogether. He does it for me so much better." I began to wonder whether this mysterious manservant was some poor relation of Mr. Rayner's, who had taken to this way of earning his living, but was ashamed of it, and who came privately to see his richer connections, to spare them the talk of the neighbours about what people like the Reeds, for instance, would certainly consider a great disgrace. So I said nothing more about him to Mr. Carruthers, who was sitting near me smoking, and teasing me to read a Sunday newspaper, which I did not think right. So at last he began reading it aloud to me, and then I got up and ran away with Mr. Cole to the fruit garden, where he gathered plums for me. And we looked at the chickens, and watched the fish in the pond, and threw crumbs to them, which they would not take any notice of, until dinner time. Mr. Cole had cut me some beautiful flowers to wear in the front of my frock, for I had resolved not to wear my pendant again. But my muslin gown did not look nearly so well without it, and I thought I would just take it out and see the effect of it at my throat close to the flowers, and then put it away again. But when I unlocked my desk and opened the shabby case in which Mr. Rayner had given it to me, the pendant was gone. Nothing else had been disturbed. The sovereign my uncle had given me lay untouched in its little leather bag close by. The notes I had had from Lawrence, tied up with pink ribbon, were just as I had left them. I searched my desk, my pockets, every corner of the room, though I knew it would be of no use. For I remembered quite well, sleepy as I had been the night before, that I had shut it up in the case carefully, turning it about for a few moments in my hand to watch it flashing in the candlelight. It had been stolen, by whom I could not guess. I sat down after my fruitless search, trembling and too much frightened to cry. For there's something alarming in a mysterious loss like that, an uncomfortable sense of being at the mercy of some unknown power, apart from the certainty that one of the people about you is a thief. At first I thought I would go to Lady Mills and tell her privately all about it, but my courage failed me, for if my loss got known there would be an unpleasant scene for all the servants, and a sense of discomfort in the entire household. Besides, several of the servants in the house were those of the guests, and not under Lady Mills' authority. It was just as likely that my pendant had been taken by one of them, and everybody would be indignant at the idea of his or her servant being suspected of the theft. So I resolved to say nothing about it, but to bear my loss, which I felt more than I should have thought possible, in silence. After all, If I could never wear it without exciting more attention than I cared for, and surprising people by my possession of an ornament which they persisted in thinking extremely valuable, it was better that it should have disappeared. I began to think it had already had an unwholesome effect upon me, by my secret wish to wear it again. So I went downstairs to dinner with a piece of plain black velvet round my throat, and told Mrs. Cunningham, who asked why I did not wear my pendant, that I had come to the conclusion that it was too handsome an ornament for a girl in my position, and heard Mr. Carruthers say that the same remark would apply to my eyes. It was a fine night, not cold, though there was a light breeze, and after dinner some of us went into the garden, and I among them, for I was afraid they would make me play the waltzes again, although it was Sunday. One of the gentlemen did say, "Let us ask Miss Christie to play for us," but the lady he spoke to replied, in a rather offended tone, "We need not always trouble Miss Christie, and I am sure she would rather not be disturbed. I just tried the waltzes over this morning, and they are quite easy." "Just tried 'em over," muttered Mr. Cole, who was standing by me in the conservatory. "She was hard at it, hammering at the piano all church time." It was late in the evening when Mr. Carruthers, who had been in the billiard-room with some of the others, came out and sauntered, with a cigar in his mouth, up to the grape house, where I was standing with Sir Jonas, who had taken a fancy to me and insisted on cutting me some grapes straight from the vine. "Lady Mills wishes me to say that Miss Christie will get her death of cold if she comes out of the hothouse into the cold air with nothing round her shoulders," said Mr. Carruthers when we were at the door. "Bless me, so she will. Fetch her a shawl, Tom." "I have anticipated the lady's wants. I always do," said Mr. Carruthers, and he wrapped round my head and shoulders a beautiful Indian shawl belonging to Lady Mills. "Take her in quickly, Tom. I should never forgive myself if she caught cold," said kind old Sir Jonas anxiously, standing at the door of the grape house with his knife still in his hand. "Nor should I," muttered Mr. Carruthers. "Now run, Miss Christie." I was not a bit cold, and I told him so. But he said, "Never mind, won't do to run risks," and put his arm in mine, and made me run as fast as I could until we were round the corner of a wall, out of Sir Jonas' sight. "And now," said he, "we'll run another way." And he took me down a long path between apple and pear trees, until we got to a side gate that I had not seen before. "I am going to take you for a walk," said he. "But it is so late, and I am dressed so queerly." "Never mind. You're not sleepy, are you?" And he looked down into my face. "No, your eyes are quite bright and wide awake. And nobody goes to bed here till they are sleepy, which is a very good plan. As for your dress, I think it very becoming, quite oriental. And as it is too late for anybody else to be about, and too dark for them to see you if they were, I am the only person you need consult." So we went through the gate and by a narrow footpath over the grass down to the river. We stopped when we got there, by the boathouse, and Mr. Carruthers said it would be a lovely night for a sail. "Just down there to the Broad," said he, "and along that path of moonlight, up to those trees and back again. Wouldn't it be jolly?" "Yes, if it were not Sunday," I said timidly. No other objection occurred to me. He looked down at me, as if hesitating about something, and then said, "You are right. You see, I respect your scruples, if I do not share them," and he took out his watch. "It is just 11:45. By the time I have got the boat ready, it will be Monday morning, and then there will be nothing against it." He had one foot in the boat before I could do more than say, "But, Mr. Carruthers, it is so late. What would Lady Mills say?" "I'll make it all right with Lady Mills, and you are such a good little girl that nobody will think anything of what you do." I did not understand this speech so well then as I did later, but it gave me a sense of uneasiness, which however was but momentary, for he talked and made me laugh until he had the boat ready, and we heard the big church clock strike out 12. Now, unless that clock is fast, our consciences are free. Give me your hand. Step carefully. There you are. I was in the boat, smiling with pleasure, yet ready to cry out at every movement, for I had never been on the water before. There isn't much wind, but I think there is enough to bring us back, so I'll just scull downstream to the Broad. Take the lines, so, and pull whichever one I tell you." I disengaged my hands from the shawl I was shrouded in, and, overwhelmed by a sense of my new responsibility, did as I was told without a word. And as there was not much steering required, I fell to thinking of Lawrence. I had had to talk a great deal during the last 2 days, but whenever I was not talking, my thoughts flew back at once to him, as they did now. "You are not thinking of me," said Mr. Carruthers quietly. I started, blushed, and pulled the wrong line at once. "Never mind," said he meekly. "Only it's ungrateful. He isn't half so much absorbed in you as I am. Absorbed in me. I was thinking of Mrs. Manners." Happy Mrs. Manners, to be able to call up such a smile of beatitude on the face of a beautiful girl. "Who did you think it was, Mr. Carruthers?" "If I tell you, you will upset me, or command me to land you at once." "No, I won't, and you wouldn't pay any attention if I did." "Let me come and sit by you, and I'll tell you. We can drift." So he came and sat by my side, and directed our course by splashing in one of the sculls, first on one side and then on the other, as we went on talking. "Why is it," he asked suddenly, "that a woman never cares for the man who loves her best?" The question, which was quite new to me, startled me. "Doesn't she, ever?" I asked anxiously. I am afraid not," said he in a very low voice, bending his face to mine with a sad look in his eyes that troubled me. "But how is she to tell?" I asked tremulously. "I think she can tell best by the look in his eyes when they are bent on her," he whispered, with a long, steady gaze which disconcerted me. I turned away my head. "If," he went on, still in the same soft voice quite close to my ear, "she raises her lips to his and then tries to read in his eyes the emotion he feels for her—" "But I did," said I quickly, turning to him with my heart beating fast at the remembrance of Lawrence's first kiss. Mr. Carruthers drew back, stroked his moustache, and looked at me in quite a different manner. "You have not lived all your life in the country, Miss Christie, I think," said he dryly. And I saw in a moment, by the change in his look and voice, what I had done. He had been making love to me, while I was thinking of nothing but Lawrence. I put out my hand to his very gently and said, "Don't be offended with me, Mr. Carruthers. I dare say all you say is true, but I am so fond of him that I cannot help thinking he does love me best." I said this just to comfort him, for I could not really have doubted Lawrence for the world. He took my hand and kissed it, but not, I thought, as if he cared about it very much. And then he said we had better think about getting back. So he turned the boat round and put up the sail, and the wind having freshened a little, we got back in a very short time, not talking much. But we were quite good friends again, for my mingled delight and fear amused Mr. Carruthers. When we landed at the boathouse, the church clock was just chiming the half-hour past 1. The lateness of the hour shocked me. "Never mind," said he. "They are sure not to have all gone to bed yet. I'll take you in by a side door I know, and you shall slip into the library and open a big book before you. And I'll bring in Cole and 1 or 2 others, and say we didn't know what had become of you, and you can pretend to have fallen asleep over a book." "But why should I do all that?" said I. "I haven't done anything to be ashamed of. You said Lady Mills would not mind." "No, of course not, my dear child. I'll tell Lady Mills all about it. Don't trouble your head about that. She won't say a word to you, and you need not say a word to her. But none of the other ladies could have done a thing so unusual as you have in your innocence, and Sir Jonas would scold you for your rashness, and say you might have taken cold. But it wouldn't look innocent to pretend I had never been out at all, Mr. Carruthers, and I wasn't alone. I was with you. So I was all right. I dare say Lady Mills has not gone to bed yet. I'll go and see." And I ran away before he could prevent me, and found Lady Mills and Mrs. Clowes in the drawing-room, the former looking anxious and grave, the latter hard and angry. "My dear child, where have you been? We thought you were lost." Her voice trembled. "Oh, Lady Mills, I am so sorry. I went on the water with Mr. Carruthers. He said you would not mind, but I ought to have known better when it was so late." "The later the better, my dear, I should say," said Mrs. Clowes, in her most cutting tone. But Lady Mill's face was lightening as she looked at me. "Don't you know, my dear, that Mr. Carruthers is one of the most dangerous men—" Then she stopped, for Mr. Carruthers had come into the room, and turning from me to him, she said in such a stern voice that it made me tremble, "Tom, aren't you just a little ashamed of yourself?" And he answered very gravely, "Perhaps, but that doesn't matter. This inquisition is out of place, Stefana, for it is easy to see that to that child night and day are all the same, and if I had been my respected father in iniquity himself, she would have been none the worse for my society. It was very sensible of you to come to Lady Mill's, child," said he to me kindly, and he shook hands with me, and Lady Mills kissed me, and Mrs. Clowes gave me a cold little bow, and they sent me off to bed without knowing even then the enormity of the breach of propriety I had committed. Sir Jonas, who was going up to town the next morning, was to drive me to the Alders, and then go on to Beaconsburg Station. Everyone, nearly everyone, for Mrs. Clowes never came near me at all, bade me a very kind good-bye, and just as I was sitting in the phaeton, waiting for Sir Jonas to take his place beside me, Gordon, Mr. Carruthers' mysterious servant, came up to me in his stolidly respectful manner, and said, "I think this is something of yours, ma'am. You must have dropped it, for I found it on the stairs, and I am afraid it has been slightly injured." And he put my pendant into my hands. I was so much astonished that he was gone before I could even thank him, and then, turning it over in my hands, I found that the little shield on which the initials were engraved had been wrenched off. Was Gordon himself the thief, and had he repented? Or had the person who took it been ashamed to restore it in person? Or had I really dropped it, and only dreamt that I put it away? End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marina 47. When Sir Jonas left me at the gate of the Alders that morning, a sense of desolation crept over me as I walked down the drive, followed by the gaunt Sarah carrying my little trunk. Like a jailer rejoicing over a recaptured prisoner, I thought ungratefully to myself as I came in sight of the dark red ivy-covered walls of this house on the marsh, which, though I had lived in it 2 months, still had mysteries for me. All the questions which had puzzled me about this household came into my mind again with new force after my short absence, which seemed, with its fresh experiences, to have lasted so long, together with others which had arisen while I listened to the talk of my new friends. Was Mrs. Rayner really mad? If so, how was it that no suspicion of the fact had reached that gossip-loving company I had just left, who had tales to tell of almost every family in the neighborhood? Why had the ladies called kind Mr. Rayner, who always went to church and led the simplest of lives, dreadfully wicked? They did not think it wrong to play the violin or to go to races. And why, if they thought him dreadfully wicked, did they all say they would give the world to know him? What was the relation between Mr. Rayner and Gordon, Mr. Carruthers' servant? Then was Sarah really Mrs. Rayner's guardian, and was she not herself a little mad too? What had become of the wild jealousy of Jane which she had expressed to the stranger in the plantation? And why did she hate me so? Had she stifled her hatred once and for all, or would she— oh, what would she not do if her wicked, senseless dislike of me should get the better of her again? It was better to talk to her than to think of her, and I turned and asked after Mr. and Mrs. Rayner and Haidee. My pupil was not well and had not got up that day, but Sarah would ask if I could go and see her. "She caught cold, miss, wandering round the pond late Saturday night, because she said she could talk to you there. Such nonsense, but you know she is full of her fancies." I was touched by this proof of little Haidee's affection for me, and I wanted to go to her at once. But Sarah said Mrs. Rayner was with her and did not wish to be disturbed. So I went upstairs, having asked, in as careless a manner as I could, if there were any letters for me, and having been told that there were not. Lawrence might have sent me just a little note. I had been so longing for one. He had not been nearly so nice since I told him I loved him, I thought to myself mournfully, and I sat with my head on my arms and cried. But I had not much time to indulge my grief, for it was nearly dinner time, and I did not want Mr. and Mrs. Rayner to see my eyes red and swollen, and to think that my holiday had made me discontented. But I think that Mr. Rayner saw that something was wrong, for he looked at me very closely, and said that I did not look any the better for the change, and that it was plain dissipation did not agree with me. And as I was still rather pensive and my voice a little tremulous, he asked me only a few questions about my visit and then left me to myself, for which I was very grateful. In the afternoon I was allowed to go into Hady's room. It was a cold day, and the room itself and the long corridor which led to it struck me as feeling damp and chilly. It was the first time I had been in the left wing. Hady's chamber was a little dressing room without a fireplace, and I wondered why they did not move the child, who was really ill, into another room. She jumped up in bed and clasped her hot little hands round my neck as soon as I came in, and then drew my head down onto the pillow beside her and told me to tell her everything I had done from the first moment I went away. So I made a little story of it all, leaving out the parts it would have been improper for her to hear, such as the behavior of Mr. Carruthers in church, and laying particular stress upon such points of interest as my feeding the chickens and cutting the grapes and the flowers. Mr. Rayner peeped in once, and after listening to part of my narrative said, "I shall want to hear about all that too by and by, Miss Christie, but I shall want another edition, one not revised for the use of infants." I felt a little disconcerted, for he said this rather mischievously, and I began to wonder whether he would approve of the governess having enjoyed herself quite so much, for I had forgotten to be dignified and prim altogether while I was at Denham Court. Hady begged me so hard to have tea with her that I was obliged to consent, the more willingly that Mrs. Rayner, who had never once come in to see her child while I was in the room, had seemed, by the way she greeted me on my return, to have exchanged her attitude of apathy towards me for one of dislike. While we were alone together over our tea, Hady said very softly, "Miss Christie, will you please go to the door and see if anybody's listening?" I went to the door to content her, opened it, and saw that there was no one. "And now will you listen at the other door, Mamma's door?" This was locked, but I put my head against it, listened, and assured her there was no one there. Then she beckoned me back to her and put up her head to whisper, "Last night that hateful Sarah made Mamma cry. I heard her through the door. Mamma's frightened of Sarah, and so am I. Hush, somebody is always listening." But no listener could have heard her soft whisper. Even I, with my ear close to her lips, could scarcely catch the faint sounds. I comforted her, told her Sarah would not hurt her or Mamma either, though I felt by no means so sure of her goodwill as I pretended to be, and stayed with her until she went to sleep. Then I wrapped myself up in a shawl and went into the plantation to look at my nest, and there, leaning with his back against the tree which formed my seat, was Lawrence. I gave a cry of delight and ran forward, but he only raised his hat and said, "Good evening, Miss Christie." I stopped short, overwhelmed with dismay. Then I said in quite a low, husky voice, for I could scarcely get the words out, "Lawrence, why do you speak like that? Aren't you glad to see me?" "Why should I be glad to see you, Miss Christie? I can't hope to show to advantage in your eyes after the more amusing society you have just left." "What do you mean? What society do I like better than yours?" "Oh, you are very kind, and I dare say I do very well as a makeshift when there is no more exciting amusement to be had." "Oh, Lawrence, how can you say such cruel things? Are you angry because I went to Denham Court, and because I enjoyed myself? I couldn't help it, everybody was so kind, but I thought of you all the time, and I wished with all my heart that you had been there." "Did you think of me while you were letting Mr. Carruthers whisper to you in the conservatory? Ah, I don't wonder you start. And did you think of me when you were sitting in the window-seat with Mr. Carruthers leaning over your chair, and when you were using the same book in church with Mr. Carruthers, and letting Mr. Carruthers gather fruit and flowers for you, and feeding the fish with him in, oh, such an idyllic manner, and playing his accompaniments, and talking about poetry, and "Stop, Lawrence! It isn't true! It isn't true! It was Mr. Cole who gathered flowers and fruit for me, and who looked at the fish with me, not Mr. Carruthers at all. And it was Mr. Standing whose accompaniments I played, and who talked about poetry with me, not Mr. Standing. He's another beauty. You choose your friends well, Miss Christie. I feel I am not worthy to be admitted among the number. I am too dull." "You are too rude," said I, my spirit rising. "I don't know what you mean by calling them beauties, but none of the gentlemen you sneer at would have thought of insulting me and trying to make me unhappy, just because I sometimes talk to other people." "No, you tried to be impartial, I see," he sneered again, "but I don't think you succeeded. You were not on the river between 12 and 2 o'clock in the morning with all the men visitors at Denham Court, were you?" "No," said I, then stung to the quick by his sneers. "I wasn't at Denham Court long enough." "Oh," said Lawrence, more angrily than ever. He was so angry that he began to speak again 2 or 3 times, but only stammered and broke off. At last he said, You were not there long, but you made good use of your time, for by this morning the fame of your exploits had spread all over the neighborhood." "My exploits?" "Yes. This morning, before you arrived, Mr. Rayner had heard of them." "Mr. Rayner? Oh, that is not surprising." Lawrence turned upon me sharply. "Mr. Rayner has a friend staying there," said I with sudden caution. I must not let out things concerning the people I was living with, which they did not wish to have known. "Oh, more mysteries. So Mr. Rayner set a spy upon you. I can quite believe it of him." "I did not mean that. Of course he would not think of such a thing. And there is no need of a spy to watch my actions, for I don't do anything to be ashamed of. And Mr. Rayner knows that, for he has said nothing to me about my conduct, which you seem to think so disgraceful." "Mr. Rayner? No, of course he would not mind. It is nothing to him whether you endanger your reputation by going out alone late at night with one of the most notorious fast men about town." "But how could I tell he was notorious, Lawrence?" said I. I couldn't be spirited any longer. I wanted to cry. "Lady Mills said afterwards that he was dangerous, but how could I tell before? Nobody ran away from him, and all the ladies seemed fond of him, and rather jealous because he talked to me. And he didn't say wicked things, not half so wicked as the things they said. Oh, Lawrence, don't be harsh to me. How could I tell?" He was touched at last. The hand with which he had been angrily pulling at his moustache dropped, and he was turning slowly towards me, when the church clock and the far-off Beaconsburg Town Hall clock began to strike 7 together. "Oh," said I, half turning instinctively towards the house. "What is it?" asked Lawrence, suddenly stiffening again. "Mr. Rayner. I promised to be in the drawing-room to accompany his violin at 6:45. "Pray don't let me detain you," said he between his teeth. "I am sorry I came at all to disturb you in your meditations upon your late enjoyment. But as I shall leave Geldham for the Riviera in 2 days, and shall not have another opportunity of seeing you before I go, I took the liberty of coming round this way tonight to congratulate you on having become an accomplished coquette. Good night and good-bye, Miss Christie. I wish you another pleasant evening with Mr. Rayner." He shook hands with me, trembling all over with passion, and dashed away through the plantation before I could find voice to call him back. I was too utterly miserable to cry. I sank upon my seat, with a confused sense that all joy and brightness and hope had gone out of my life, since Lawrence had left me angry and unforgiving, but I could not think. I sat there staring at the pond until Mr. Rayner himself came out in search of me, and seeing how unhappy I looked, he very kindly told me that I was tired and should not play that night. But I said I would rather, so we went in, and I sat down to the piano, and he took out his violin. But the spirit was not in me on this night, and I played the notes loudly or softly as was marked, without a spark of the fire which is the soul of music. At last Mrs. Rayner went out of the room. It was to go and see Haidee, but in my despondent state it flashed through my mind that it was because my heartless playing was spoiling the music, and a tear rolled at last down my cheek onto one of my hands. Mr. Rayner stopped, put down his violin, and said, oh, so kindly, "What is it, my poor child? I did not mean to make a martyr of you, but I saw you were in a sad mood, and I thought the music might divert your thoughts. "Oh, it is nothing, Mr. Rayner. Let me go on, please." "No, child, I'm not so selfish as that. It would hurt me more than you. Come and sit by the fire, and I'll bring you Nap to play with." Nap was his big retriever. Mr. Rayner drew my arm in his, seated me by the fire, and left the room, and I dried my eyes, feeling heartily ashamed of myself. What would he think of a governess who went away on a short visit, did things that shocked people, and came back and cried and could not play, and made herself a burden to everybody? He came back with Nap at his heels, and a glass and decanter in his hand. Then, sitting down by me, he poured me out some wine and told me to drink it. I began apologetically. "Oh, Mr. Rayner, I am so—" "Yes, I know. You are so very sorry that you can't help thinking Denham Court a livelier place than the Alders, and so very sorry that you were obliged to leave a lot of nice, bright, amusing people there to come back to a couple of very worthy but prosy people who—" "Oh, no, 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 Mr. Rayner, not that at all," said I, alarmed. "Wasn't that what you were going to say?" "No, my child. You were going to say something far more civil, but not half so true. We may be worthy, but we are prosy, and why should we not own it? And why should you not own that you enjoyed yourself more at Denham Court than you can possibly do here? Why, that is the very thing you went there for. I ought never to have gone at all. Now, that is a mistake, my dear child. If you were to remain always boxed up in this dreary old vault, you would soon take to spectacles and a crutch. Take all the amusement that comes in your way, little woman, and after the first natural reaction you will work all the better for it. And now tell me all about Denham Court. I've been saving myself up for your description as a little treat, though I've heard something of your doings, Miss Prim, from another quarter." And this was what Lawrence, in his passion, called spying upon me, when Mr. Rayner owned that he heard what went on at Denham Court. "I heard, for one thing, that you wore the pendant I gave you." He seemed pleased at this, I thought. "Yes, it looked so beautiful with my muslin frock. And, oh, do you know, some of the people thought it was made of real diamonds." "Did they really?" "Yes, I knew you would laugh when I told you that. But now you see it wasn't so silly of me not to know the difference when you first showed them to me, when those people who have worn diamonds and beautiful jewels all their lives were taken in by them. One of the gentlemen, Mr. Carruthers, said he once saw a pendant just like it in real ones, and it was worth £1,500. Do you think it is true?" "I dare say it is. Stones of that size would be very valuable. To whom did it belong?" "He didn't say, and it had initials behind it too, just like mine." "How very curious. The same initials?" "Oh, I don't know. I shouldn't think they were the same." "I thought he said they were the same." "Oh, no. He wanted to see the back of the pendant, but I wouldn't let him." "Why not?" "Well, you see, Mr. Rayner, I thought if he still went on thinking they were real, as I believe he did, and he were to find out by the initials who gave it me, why, he would think you must be mad, Mr. Rayner, to give diamonds to a governess," said I, laughing. £1,500. Why, it would be about 38 years' salary." Mr. Rayner laughed too. "That was very sharp of you," he said. "If he had been as sharp as you, he would have got at it, and found out the initials if he really wanted to know them." "But I didn't wear my pendant again." "Why not?" "Because people noticed it too much, and Mr. Rayner, it is really too handsome for me." "Nonsense! Nothing is too handsome for you, child. Haven't your new admirers told you that?" I laughed and blushed. "But, Mr. Rayner," I went on gravely and rather timidly, "then such a strange thing happened that I must tell you about it. I put my pendant into my desk. At least, I am almost sure I did, on Saturday night, and next day it was gone." "Well, we must find you another." "Oh, no, but this is the strangest part. Just before I left this morning, Mr. Carruthers' servant put it into my hand, saying he had picked it up on the stairs, and the little shield with the initials was broken off and lost. Isn't it strange? Well, not considering that they were paste. If they had been diamonds, I should say it was very strange that he gave it back again. You careless little puss, you don't deserve to have any finery at all. What will you do when you have real jewels if you are not more careful with mock ones?" "Oh, Mr. Rayner, I hope I never shall." "Do you mean that?" I hesitated. I mean, they seem to be such a heavy responsibility to the ladies who have them. I suppose there were some ladies there with jewelry that made your eyes water. They didn't wear much, but I believe some of them had a great deal. One lady, she was the wife of a very rich merchant who wasn't there, had dazzling diamonds, they said. And what was the name of the fortunate lady? Mrs. Cunningham. What did Mrs. Cunningham think of your pendant? She would not believe it was not real, and she scolded me for my carelessness, but I really did— I suppose she is very careful of hers? Mr. Rayner interrupted. Oh, yes, you don't know how careful. She has one set, diamonds and cat's eyes. By a sudden movement he trod on Nap's tail, and the dog howled. I broke off to comfort him. Go on, said Mr. Rayner, touching my arm impatiently. What was I saying? Oh, I know, about Mrs. Cunningham's jewels. She has one set of what they call cat's eyes and large diamonds, which she keeps— That she keeps where? Said Mr. Rayner, yawning as if tired. Oh, that she keeps always concealed about her person, said I. Do you mean it? He asked, much interested. Yes, really, she told me so. And nobody in the house, not even her maid, knows where they are. She sleeps with them under her pillow. Mr. Rayner rose. Well, I don't think even the responsibility of diamonds under your pillow would keep you awake tonight, for you must be tired out. He was fidgeting about the room as if he were anxious to get to bed too, but he did not look sleepy. His eyes were quite bright and restless. He gave me my candle. Pleasant dreams of Denham Court, madam, though you don't deserve them. What business have you to repeat secrets that have been told you in confidence? Oh, Mr. Rayner, as if it mattered to you, said I, laughing as I left the room. Yes, it is lucky you told it to me, he answered, laughing back. End of Chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Chapter 19. Mr. Rayner was right. I was very tired, and the next morning I overslept myself and did not come downstairs until breakfast was more than half over. It had been unusually punctual, and to my surprise, the brougham came round to the door as I went into the dining room, and I found Mrs. Rayner in outdoor dress at the table. Well, Miss Christie, we have all got tired of you, so we are going to leave you all alone at the Alders, said Mr. Rayner, when he saw my astonished face. And when he had amused himself a little longer by all sorts of absurd stories about their departure, I found that he was going up to town for a few days, and that Mrs. Rayner was going with him as far as Beaconsburg Station. He was going on business, he said, but he should combine pleasure with it. Go the round of the theaters and perhaps not be back until Saturday. This was Tuesday. Would you like to go to Beaconsburg with us? You have no lessons to do as Haidee is still in bed. And I dare say you have some little purchases to make. And you can change the books at the circulating library, and Mrs. Rayner will have a companion to drive back with. Mrs. Rayner did not receive the proposal with enthusiasm, but he told me to run upstairs, put on my things, and be down before he could count 30. And I was in the dining room again, panting and struggling with my gloves, in scarcely more than the prescribed time. There was plenty of room for me on the little seat in front of them in the brougham, but I had great difficulty in dissuading him from sitting outside by the coachman in order to give us more room. When we got to the station, we found that we were there a great deal too soon. Mr. Rayner walked up and down talking to the station master and the people he knew, telling everyone where he was going, and asking those among them who had been to London lately what were the best plays to go and see, and if they knew of a really good hotel, not too expensive, within easy distance of the theaters. He said to me once when I was standing by him, "If anything should happen while I'm away, if Haidee should get worse or Mrs. Rayner frighten you or anything, telegraph to me at once at the Charing Cross Hotel. I don't know whether I shall stay there, But if you send it there, it will reach me. You will find some forms in my study, and you will just write it without saying a word to anybody, and take it straight to Sam and tell him to go to Beaconsburg with it at once. Mind, to Sam. Don't trust any of the women servants. I wondered he did not entrust this duty to the all-important Sarah, but I accepted the charge without comment. "What shall I bring you this time?" said he, just before the train came up. "Roses are out of season. Some more paste to match your pendant?" "Oh, no, answered I. "You know I can't wear it, Mr. Rayner. It only makes me vain, and makes me wish for more." "Ah, I thought so," said he, half to himself maliciously. "Well, wishes always come true if you wish them hard enough. I shall bring you some garnets. That is a most inexpensive red stone, and very pretty." "Oh, I think I would rather not. I really don't want any jewelry, Mr. Rayner," declared I. But the train had come up. He said goodbye affectionately to his wife and kindly to me, and we saw him off, and then made our purchases and drove back to Geldham. It was rather an uncomfortable drive, for the only remark Mrs. Rayner made was when I said it was cold. "Then you had better order them to light a fire in your room early, Miss Christie. Mr. Rayner will upset the whole household if you take cold while he is away." Then she shut her eyes and went, or pretended to go to sleep, and I looked at her and thought what an unpleasant person she was, until the hollows in her face and the suffering expression about her mouth touched me. Why did she shut herself up and persist in being miserable instead of returning her husband's love and changing the melancholy alders into the cheerful, bright place it might be? I spent a dull day, for when I went to see Haidee, Mrs. Rayner instantly left the room, and I could not help seeing that it was to avoid me, so I was obliged to resist the sick child's entreaties for me to stay, and to go back and wander by myself about the house and garden, too miserable in my thoughts about Lawrence and his cruel desertion of me to be able to read or work. At tea time, Mrs. Rayner did not appear. Sarah said that Haidee was worse, and that her mother would not leave her. The evening was very cold, and as Mrs. Rayner had rather ostentatiously told Jane to light Miss Christie's fire directly after dinner, I went up to my own room as soon as I had finished tea, and I sat on the hearthrug and nursed my sorrow where I could at least be warm. It was about 7 o'clock when Jane came up to say that Haidee was worse, and was crying out for me. "I think she's going to die, miss, I do indeed," said kind little Jane, sobbing. "They won't let me in there, but I've been listening, for Mr. Rayner's away, and Sarah's out, and I don't care not for that Mrs. Rayner," and she snapped her fingers contemptuously. "I heard Miss Haidee a-calling for you, miss, and I don't believe she knows what she's saying, poor little dear, and they ought to send for a doctor, but I don't suppose they will. Sarah don't care, and Mrs. Rayner don't dare. That's about it, miss." And Jane gave me a nod and an expressive look as I went out of the room with her. I knew that the servants, one and all, looked upon their mistress as a poor-spirited thing, while they had some admiration and a great deal of respect for their master. The few orders she gave, they fulfilled in a spirit of condescension, or neglected altogether, while a word from him acted like a spell upon any one of them. Thus, he having ordered that Mrs. Rayner's being an invalid was not to be disturbed by sweepings and dustings, and noises in the passage leading to her room. No member of the household ever dared to enter the left wing but Sarah, who had entire charge of the long corridor, bedroom, dressing room, and storeroom which it contained, although it was shut out from the rest of the house merely by a heavy baize-covered swing door, with only one bolt, which was seldom, I believe, drawn in the daytime, so that Jane felt like a heroine after having ventured on the other side of that door, and when we came to it, she stood first looking at it, and then at me, as if to touch it again were more than she dared. "Oh, miss," said she, as I stepped forward to go through, "suppose Mr. Rayner was in there." "But Mr. Rayner is in London," returned I, laughing. "Ah, yes, miss, but he do come back sudden sometimes. He might be a ghost. Of course it's all right for you, miss, but if he was to know I'd been in there, oh, miss, I should die of fright. When he's angry, he just speaks fit to cut your head off." I laughed at Jane's fears and pushed open the door not without difficulty, for it was very heavy. And Jane's courage having evaporated, she dared not help me. My teeth chattered as I went through this passage. It was so cold. And what was my surprise to find when I got to the end that the window had been left open on this chilly and wet October evening. I took the liberty of shutting it, and returning to the dressing room door, I tapped softly at it. I could hear Hattie's voice, but I could not hear what she said, and Mrs. Rayner sobbing and calling her by name. I went in softly, and with a shriek, the mother started up from her knees. She had been on the floor beside the bed. Hattie knew me, though her cheeks were flushed and her eyes bright with fever. She wandered in her talk. I sat on the bed and tried to make her lie down and keep the clothes over her, for the room was as cold as the corridor. Mrs. Rayner was clinging to the rail at the bottom of the little bed and watching me with eyes as glittering as the child's. I felt just a little tremor of fear. Had I trusted myself alone with a sick child and a mad woman on the verge of an outbreak of fury? Her bosom heaved and her hands clutched the rail tightly as she said, "What right have you to come here? Are you not snug and warm upstairs in your turret? Why must you come and exult over me? You are welcome to my husband, then you took my child. Can you not spare her to me now that she is dying?" I had heard that one must always talk to mad people, as if one thought them sane, so I said, "Not dying, Mrs. Rayner, don't say that. I came down just to see if I could be of any use. Why don't you take her into your own room? It is so cold in here, and wouldn't it be better to send in for Dr. Maitland? Oh, I forgot. He's away. But you might send Sam to Beaconsburg for Dr. Lowe." Her manner changed. As she looked at me, all the anger, all the little gust of defiance faded out of her great eyes, and she fell to sobbing and whispering, I dare not. May I take her into your room, Mrs. Rayner?" No. "Then, if you will allow me, I will take her up into mine. You won't mind her being so far from you if you knew it is better for her, will you?" said I persuasively. "It is so beautifully warm up there that it won't matter if she throws the clothes off her, as she can't help doing, poor little thing, and I'll wrap her up well, so that she shall not take cold on the way." Mrs. Rayner stared at me helplessly. "Will you dare?" she asked fearfully. "Certainly, with your permission." "Well, you know very well that my permission is nothing," sobbed she. "And I don't wonder, you poor spiritless thing," I thought to myself. But I was very sorry for her, and I asked her if she would like to have my room for the night, to be near her child. But she was frightened at the idea. So I wrapped the child up well in a blanket, thinking I would put her in my own bed until the little one could be taken upstairs. I was rather frightened myself at the thought of giving such an order to the awful Sarah, and just as I was debating with myself whether she would be likely to obey it, she entered the room, and I attacked her at once. "Sarah, I want you to bring Miss Hattie's bed up into my room, if you please. This is too cold for her. Jane can help you if it is too heavy." She seemed not to be quite sure whether to be insolent or submissive. She decided for the former. "And by what authority, miss, do you give orders for moving about the furniture?" "Your mistress wishes it to be done." "My mistress? And pray, who is that, miss?" "You know, Mrs. Rayner." "And is that all the authority you have, miss?" "No," I said boldly. "More than that, Mr. Rayner's." The women both started, and Sarah took up the bed and, without a word, went out of the room. I turned to Mrs. Rayner. "Don't be alarmed about Hattie," I said gently. "I'll take great care of her, and if you will just give your consent, I will send for a doctor on my own responsibility." The poor thing stooped and kissed one of the hands I held around her child. "Heaven bless you, Miss Christie," she murmured. And turning away, she sank down upon the empty space where the bed had been and burst into a flood of tears. She would not listen to the few incoherent words I said to comfort her, and I was obliged to leave the room with tears in my eyes and carry my little patient upstairs. I could not go very fast, for the burden was rather heavy for a small woman like me, and by the time I got upstairs, the bed was ready and Sarah had disappeared. And now how to get a doctor, for I was seriously alarmed about the child. To expect any more help from Sarah was out of the question. I went down to the nursery and called Jane, who was just going to bed, and asked her where Sam slept. "In the village," said she. Nobody slept at the stables now that Mr. Rayner was away, except the old gardener, who would certainly never reach Beaconsburg before daybreak if I sent him out at 9 o'clock at night. Jane was too young to be sent all that way alone at night. The cook too old. There was only one thing to be done. I must go myself. "Go ask the cook, if she is not asleep, to lend me her big round waterproof cloak, Jane," said I, "and bring me one of Miss Hady's Shetland veils." She ran away astonished to fetch them. And then, seeing that I was in earnest, she helped quickly and well to make me as like a middle-aged country woman as possible by buttoning my cloak, fastening a garden hat around my head like a poke bonnet, and attaching my veil to it. Then she tied up my umbrella like a market woman's and let me out, giggling a little at my appearance, but promising faithfully not to leave Hady till my return, and to stand up to Sally if she interfered. I felt rather frightened at the boldness of my undertaking as I heard the hall door close upon me and realized that I had nothing in the world but my umbrella and my wits to protect me all the long 3 miles and a half of road to Beaconsburg. The moon was at the second quarter but did not give much light, for it was a cloudy night, raining now and then. I was not sorry for this, as I was less likely to be recognized, and it was not the sort of weather to encourage late loiterers. I passed 2 or 3 villagers, one of whom walked unsteadily, but none of them took any notice of me, and I had got past the last of the Geldom cottages and onto a piece of straight road up a hill, where there was no houses in sight, when I heard the sound of a vehicle coming at a good pace behind me. It slackened to come up the hill, and I, to keep my character, bent over my umbrella and walked more slowly. But this subterfuge had an undesired effect. "Hello, my good woman. Would you like a lift up the hill?" cried the driver, and my heart leapt up, for it was Lawrence's voice. In a moment I felt like a different woman. My blood seemed dancing for joy, the pulses beat more quickly, and the spirit of mischief came into me so that I wanted to laugh aloud. "Aye, I grunted out slowly, and, waiting until the cart came up to me, I climbed with his help, and with seeming difficulty, carefully keeping my cloak over my hands, onto the seat by his side. "All right?" said he, and again I grunted, Aye, and on we went. Oh, how happy I felt again to be by his side, but it was rather hard not to be able to take the hand that was nearest to me, and nestle up to his shoulder and tell him how miserable I had been since last night, when he had rushed away with the dreadful threat of not seeing me again. Well, now he should see me again. He could not help himself. I felt rather nervous as to what he would say when I did discover myself. Was he still angry? Would he insist upon my getting down and going the rest of the way on foot? Or would he say more unkind things to me? Or would he be pleased to see me and forgive me? He was not in a very conversational mood. Was he thinking of me, I wondered? Or was it only that, in my disguise, I did not promise to prove an entertaining companion? He asked me if I was going to Beaconsburg, and I said aye again. I knew very well that a real countrywoman would not say aye, and I was surprised that it did not strike Lawrence himself as a strange sort of answer. I began to get impatient for him to know me. I looked at him furtively. He was evidently not at all curious or interested about his companion. But he looked very grave and thoughtful, and presently, to my exceeding comfort, he pulled down over his wrists 2 little uncomfortable woolen cuffs that I had made, and that he had bought of me at the sale. I remembered them quite well. We had had a struggle to get them over his wrists, as I had made them a convenient size, too large for a woman and too small for a man. It seemed to me that he handled them lovingly. Upon this encouragement, I spoke. "Aren't you going to talk?" said I in my natural voice. We had passed the hill and were going along at a good pace, but he gave the reins such a jerk that the horse stopped. "You won't be cross with me again, will you?" said I, anxious to pledge him to good temper while he was in the first flush of his joy at meeting me, for it was joy. He slipped the reins into his right hand and put his other arm around me and kissed me, Shetland veil and all. And so we made up without a word of explanation. I told him my errand, and he told me his. His father had gone up to town that day to arrange for the disposal of some shares in order to purchase a farm for Lawrence a few miles off, which was to be stocked according to his promise while his son was away. He was to return by a train which reached Beaconsburg about 10 o'clock, and Lawrence was on the way to meet him. "We will call at Dr. Lowe first, and then you shall go on with me to the station and see my father," said he. I protested a little that I ought to go back with the doctor, but of course he carried his point. "What do you want a farm for, Lawrence?" I asked, as we waited outside the station. I remained in the cart holding the reins, for fear my quaint appearance should excite curiosity regarding young Mr. Reed's companion, if I got out and went to the station with him. But he stood by my side, holding my hand under my cloak while we talked in a low voice. "What do I want a farm for? Why, to have a home for you. And something to live on, of course. I know something about farming, and it doesn't matter if I do lose a little just at first." "But why did you want to go on preparing a home for an accomplished coquette whom you said last night you were never going to see again?" "One isn't answerable for all one says to a tormenting little witch like you," said Lawrence, laughing. "You don't suppose I was really never going to see you again, now do you?" "I shouldn't have cared," said I. "Ah, I was right about your coquetry. You wouldn't have told such a story as that before you went to Denham Court. I was coming to see you tomorrow evening. I've had to be away all day over at Lawley, and I have to be there again tomorrow with my father. But in the evening I shall call you at Alders and ask boldly for Miss Christie. So mind you are not out." "I shall not promise." "And we will have a good long talk together, since, thank heaven, Mr. Rayner is away. And I will give you an address where a letter will reach me." We were so intent upon our conversation that I did not notice that there was a man standing very near to us during the last part of it. As Lawrence finished speaking, he turned his head and suddenly became aware that the train had come in while we were talking. "By Jove, wait for me, darling," he cried hastily, and then dashed off so quickly that he ran against the man, who was dressed like a navvy, and knocked his hat off. When he returned with his father, who greeted me very kindly, he looked pale and anxious. "Do you know who that man was I ran against?" he whispered. "That navvy?" "It was no navvy. It was Mr. Rayner." "Lawrence," said I incredulously. "I tell you it was, I swear it. What was he doing skulking about in that get-up? He came down by this train. He must have overheard what we were saying. Now mark what I say, Violet. I shall not see you again." "But Lawrence, how could he prevent it?" "You will come to the house and ask for me." "Listen, Violet," he interrupted. "If you do not see me tomorrow night before 7 o'clock, be at your nest without fail at 1:30. "Very well, I will, Lawrence. I will, I promise." But nothing would reassure him. "I tell you, it will be of no use, my darling, of no use. We must say goodbye tonight, for I shall not see you again." End of Chapter 19, read by Kimberly Bonin.
Chapter 20 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Chapter 20. During the whole of the drive back to Yeldham, it was old Mr. Reed who talked to me, and not Lawrence, who drove along, silent and grave, pulling my cloak affectionately up to my throat every now and then, and watching me as I talked to his father, but scarcely speaking himself at all. When we got to the gate of the Alders, he jumped out, carefully lifted me down, and, telling his father to drive on home, as he should walk the rest of the way, he came inside the gate with me. "Violet," he said very gravely, "I am afraid I have been foolish in agreeing to my father's wishes, and I am more anxious about you than I can tell. The Alders is no fit place for you. I can see quite well now what I could not when I was blinded by my passion last night, that you are so good and innocent that evil seems to have no power over you, but yet And it is just that which makes you so sweet, and I don't want to spoil it. Open your eyes, and all that." He was playing nervously with my hand, holding it against his breast, and looking into my eyes so miserably. Poor fellow! "Look here, Violet," and said he suddenly, as if struck by a happy thought. "If any man, while I am away, tells you you are nice, and tries to make you think he is very fond of you, no matter who it is, Mr. Rayner or my father or any man, don't take any notice, and don't believe them." But poor Lawrence was more innocent than I if he thought I did not know what he meant. He was jealous of Mr. Rayner, and I could not persuade him how absurd it was. I said, "Very well, Lawrence," but he was not satisfied. He went on trying to justify himself. Not to me. He wanted no justification in my eyes, but to himself. What could I do when my old dad offered to do so much for me, but let him have his way? But it was wrong, I know. Our engagement ought to have been open from the first, and his weakness in not daring to face my mother was no worse than mine in giving way to him. And now I am tortured lest my weakness should be visited on you, child, for I cannot even write to you openly, and if I enclose letters to you to my dear old blundering dad, you will certainly never get them. Why not send them to Mrs. Manners, Lawrence? Then they would be quite safe. And you don't mind her knowing, do you? I think she guesses something already," said I, smiling, remembering how she sent me to the gate to meet him on the previous Friday evening, the very night when he first told me he loved me. "That is a capital idea, my darling. I'll go to her before breakfast tomorrow morning and ask her to look after you as much as she can while I am away. I don't think she is very fond of my sisters. I wish they were nicer for your sake, my darling, especially Maud. I wish someone would marry her, but no one is such a fool." "Oh, Lawrence, she is your sister." "I can't help that. I wish I could. Alice, the little one, isn't half so bad. It is only being with Maud that spoils her. If ever you get Alice alone, you will find she is quite nice." I had already had proof of that, and I told him so. But one can't confide in her, because she would tell everything to Maud, and Maud to my mother. You have no idea what the tyranny of those two women is like. My father dreads, and I avoid them. My mother thinks she holds my destiny in her hand, but she is mistaken. And within the next 6 weeks she must find it out, for, if she wishes to stay abroad longer, she will have to stay alone. By the 3rd week in November I shall be back in England, and before the month is out, you must be my wife, my darling." "So soon? Why, it is a century off. I shall be grey-headed if we wait another week. I'm not sure where we shall stay, but tomorrow night I will bring you an address that you can always write to. It is that of a friend of mine. I forget the number of the street, but you shall have it, and I shall be sure to get your letters. Now, if anything happens to alarm you, or you are ill, or anything, you are to write at once, and I will return to Geldham without delay. And my darling—" We were interrupted by the sound of a carriage coming up the drive. It was Dr. Lowe's brougham returning from the house. I went to the carriage window, and he told me that Haidee was suffering at present only from a bad feverish cold, but that we must be careful with her, for it might turn to something worse, and he should call again to see her in the morning. He said that the child's chest was weak, that the damp place was the worst thing for her, and that he should like to see her parents to advise them to take her away to some drier climate as soon as she was well enough to be moved. "Mind, she mustn't be moved yet," said he. "She is very well where she is. Nice warm room, high out of the damp. But the lower part of the house strikes like a bolt." What would he say if he could go into the left wing? I thought to myself. There was only a silly little servant up there with the child. She says that is your room. Yes, Dr. Lowe. And is it true that Mrs. Rayner sleeps on the ground floor? Yes, quite true. Well then, you may think yourself lucky, young lady, for if I lived in that house, I should let the people I wanted to get rid of sleep at the bottom, and keep the top for myself. Mrs. Rayner will have the ground floor of the left wing to herself. Ah, well, there is no accounting for tastes, and if Mrs. Rayner has a fancy for building her own sepulchre, why, there is nobody very eager to prevent her, I dare say," said he dryly. The doctor was an old bachelor, famed for his rudeness as much as for his skill. Mr. Rayner did not like him, I knew, and on that account I had had at first some doubts about sending for him, but as he was well known to be by far the best doctor in Beaconsburg, I had resolved to risk it.
Now I began to repent having done so. "Is that young Reed? Is that you, Lawrence?" said the doctor, peering out of the carriage window into the deep shadow of the trees behind me. Lawrence came forward. "Yes, Dr. Lowe." "Oh, come to inquire about the sick child, I suppose?" "No, Dr. Lowe. I drove back from Beaconsburg with my father and this lady after calling upon you, and I am saying good-bye to her, as I am going abroad and shall not see her again until a few days before she becomes my wife," said he, in a low voice, but very proudly, with his hand on my shoulder. "Wife, eh?" incredulously. "But it is a secret." Of course," knowingly. "So this is the Miss Christie I've heard so much about." And he deliberately put on his spectacles and stared at me in the faint moonlight. "Well, she wouldn't have turned the heads of men when I was young." We both laughed at the old man's rudeness. "I have no doubt heads were harder to turn than Dr. Lowe," said Lawrence dryly. "Well, take care someone else doesn't turn hers while you are away," said the doctor, glaring at him ferociously, and he told the coachman to drive on, and drew up the window sharply. This last hit struck poor Lawrence as an evil omen, and when I told him that I must go in now, and that I should see him again on the morrow, he flung his arms around me in such distress that I did not know what to say to comfort him. "See what clever Dr. Lowe thinks of your Mr. Rayner, Violet," said he, looking anxiously into my eyes. "Now listen, my darling. Don't trust him. Don't trust anybody while I am away, and don't believe what anybody may tell you about me. What would you do if they showed you the certificate of my marriage to another woman, Violet? Oh, Lawrence, you are not going away to be married, are you? No, child, no. And if anyone tells you so, you will know it is a lie. And if you get no letters and they tell you I am dead, oh, Florence, don't. Why, that will be a lie too. I shall be alive and single all the next 6 weeks, and at the end of that time I shall come back and marry you. And if you want me, I shall come back before, my own darling. Goodbye, goodbye." He kissed me again and again, then tore himself from my arms, and dashed away without daring even to look at me again. And, tearful and trembling, I turned to go back to the house. Lawrence's terrible excitement had communicated itself to me, and I staggered down the drive, hardly able to see where I was going. And when I had got to the bottom, with only the lawn at the side and the gravel space in front between me and the house, I stopped for a moment, and clung to a birch tree for support while I dried my eyes before presenting myself at the front door. I had told Jane to come down and open it for me when she heard my ring, and I hoped with all my heart that it would be she, and that horrid Sarah would not have taken it into her head to sit up, for I did not want her to see my tear-stained face. But just as I was going to leave the shelter of the trees and cross the gravel space to the portico, I stopped, for I saw in the gloom a figure making its way across the lawn towards the back of the house. It was coming from the path among the trees which led to the stables. I strained my eyes, but there was a cloud passing before the moon, and I could only see that it was a man, and that he was carrying what looked like a small trunk, and it seemed heavy. Who could it be at this time of night? For it was between 11 and 12 o'clock. Was it Tom Parks paying a late visit to Sarah, knowing the master was away? Or was it the mysterious servant Gordon, thinking Mr. Rayner was at home? Or was it a burglar? But then a burglar, I argued to myself, would hardly be likely to carry things to the house he was going to rob, but rather take things away, and the trunk he was carrying seemed to be heavy already. He had disappeared behind the back of the house by this time, and as I was curious to know what would happen next, I waited, trembling, creeping in among the trees, and in a few minutes had the satisfaction of seeing him reappear, followed by Sarah. And, the cloud having passed over the face of the moon, I saw that it was indeed Tom Parks, and then I would have given the world to know what he had brought her. The impression which Sarah's talk with the stranger in the plantation had given me of Tom's desperate wickedness had faded a good deal from my mind by this time, but the strange sight revived it. What if Tom, placid, stolid-looking, honest-faced Tom, as I had once thought him, were in reality a thief? And what if Sarah, in her master's absence, had been persuaded by him to take care of stolen property? There had been something stealthy in his manner of sneaking across the lawn in the shadow with his burden which had suggested this thought. But, on the other hand, was it not much more probable that he had been turned off at Denham Court, and had brought some of his own personal property, intending to take up his abode at the Alders for a few days in the master's absence. The all-powerful Sarah might even dare that, relying upon her power of making herself unpleasant for the rest of the household to keep her secret. They disappeared up the stable path, and I took the opportunity to dart across the gravel space to the front door and ring as gently as I could. Jane came down in a few minutes, very sleepy, and let me in. Sarah's been asking where you were, miss, and as I let the doctor in, I told her you came back with him. I guessed as you'd come back safe, miss, when the doctor said as how a young gentleman was with you, said Jane, with elaborate archness. I told her to go to bed as fast as she could, and when I had followed her upstairs and seen her into the nursery, I went softly to the head of the kitchen stairs, and as I heard no sound and saw no light, I slipped down with my candle. The side door by which Sarah and Mr. Rayner used to go to and from the stables was ajar, and just inside was a small old brown portmanteau. I did not dare to go all the way down to inspect it closely, as I own I should have liked to do, but in the view I got of it, as I held my candle over my head and peered at it curiously, it struck me that I had seen it before somewhere. Then I turned and fled guiltily upstairs to my room. Haidee was sleeping, and looking less feverish than when I went away. Jane had built up the fire carefully, so that it might keep in all night, and placed the drink the doctor had ordered on a little table beside the child. Her bed had been placed at the right side of the fireplace, facing the door, and my screen had been put round the back to shut out all draught from the windows. I was very tired, and the moment I laid my head on my pillow I fell soundly asleep, and did not wake until the morning. Haidee was already awake, and undoubtedly better. "How did you sleep, darling?" said I, sitting on the bed and kissing her. "Oh, beautifully, Miss Christie. I hardly ever woke up once, and when I did I watched the beautiful fire. I could just see it when I lay with my head so. It is so nice and warm up here. I wish mamma was up here. I should like to be up here always. I think I should have nice dreams up here, not like the ones I have downstairs." When she closed her eyes, as if to shut out the thought of something. "You shall stay up here till you are quite well again, darling," said I, inwardly resolving to beg that she might sleep in my room permanently. "Miss Christie, you know you dream sometimes with your eyes wide open, just as if you were awake. I dreamt a dream like that last night." "That was because you were ill, darling. When people are ill, they dream like that." "Do they? Quite plain, like as if it was all quite real?" "Yes. Sometimes they think they see people and talk to people. That was like my dream. I dreamt it while I was looking at the fire that the door there opened quite gently and softly, as if it moved quite of itself, and then I saw Papa's face, and he had in his hand something red and sparkling, and just when the door came quite wide open, I thought I sat up in bed, and he looked at me, and then the door seemed to shut quite softly again, and I didn't hear anything, and that was all. That wasn't really a dream, darling. It was just a fancy because you were ill." "Not a dream? Papa didn't really come, did he?" "Oh, no, darling. Papa is away in London. See, the door is locked." And I got up off the bed and went to the door, and showed her that it was so. Haidee leant back thoughtfully. "Dreams are very strange things, I think, and to dream of nice things is just as good as if they really happened, and to dream of horrid things, cries and moans and things, is dreadful," and she shuddered. "You shan't dream of anything dreadful while you are up here with me, darling," said I, soothing the little delicate fanciful creature, and wondering whether some of the cries she spoke of had not been real, and not only dreams. For I was beginning since last night, when I had witnessed her real feeling about her child, to be very sorry for Mrs. Rayner, and to wonder whether I could not draw nearer to her in some way through Haidee, and, through understanding her better, learn to sympathize with her still more. Her misery had seemed so real, and, on the other hand, I had never seen her so utterly broken down and helpless. When once the mask of cold self-control which she usually wore had disappeared, she seemed such a weak thing that it appeared scarcely possible that she could have such a force of obstinacy in her as Mr. Rayner had described her to possess. Mad or sane, I should never be afraid of her again. I only felt utterly sorry for her, and anxious to let her know how much I longed in some way to cheer her dull life. Why was she so reticent to her husband? What if I, Being a woman, and having now established, through my care of her child, some claim on her gratitude, could win my way to her heart altogether, and persuade her to leave Geldham for a time, and meet Mr. Rayner on his return with the triumphant news that at last his wife was ready to break through her apathy and come back into the world of men again. The thought made my heart beat faster, and I longed to begin my delicate work at once. But I was disappointed. I had all my meals by myself that day, except tea, which I had upstairs with Haidee, for Sarah said Mrs. Rayner was too unwell to leave her room. When we had finished tea, I still sat upstairs by my pupil's bedside, and my high spirits at the thought of Florence's expected visit infected her, and she laughed and chattered to me in a fashion very unusual with her. At last I heard the front door bell ring, and my heart seemed to stand still with joyful anticipation. But no one came upstairs to fetch me, and, after a few minutes' breathless waiting, I ran downstairs, unable to bear the suspense any longer. I met Sarah in the hall. "Who was that, Sarah?" asked I, too much excited to think of a decent subterfuge. "Only one of Gregson's boys asking for Mrs. Rayner, miss." Strange that Gregson's boy should come to the front door, I thought. I could not go upstairs again. It was 6:30, and at 7:30 I was to be at my nest, if Lawrence had not come before. I thought that hour would never end. It seemed to me to be getting very dark, too. When the hands of the schoolroom clock pointed to 20 minutes past, I put on my shawl, and had opened the window to go out, when Sarah came in. "If you please, miss, would you mind helping me with the store list? Mrs. Rayner is too ill to do it, and it has to be posted tomorrow morning." "Oh, Sarah, won't it do in half an hour?" I said breathlessly. "Mrs. Rayner will want me then, miss. It won't take you more than 5 minutes." I followed her out of the room, suppressing my impatience as well as I could, but the task really did not seem to take long. In what appeared to be about a quarter of an hour I was free, and I dashed into the garden, through the plantation, towards my nest. I had not looked at the clock again, but surely it was very dark for 7:30. Yet Lawrence was not there. And as I stood wondering whether something was wrong, I heard the church clock strike 8. What awful mistake had I made? Was he gone? Could I really not see him again? A bit of paper half hidden in the grass, not on my seat but under it, caught my eye. It was a leaf torn from a pocketbook. On it was scrawled in pencil, in Lawrence's handwriting. "Goodbye, my darling. Remember what I prophesied last night, and if no other warning will serve you, take this one. I called at the Alders at 7, and was told by Sarah that you were tired out with watching by Haidee, and were asleep. I come here tonight, and you are not here. I know it is a trick, and I know who is at the bottom of it. When I left you last night, there were 2 men in a cart outside the stable gate of the Alders. If anything happens, write. Write to me at the following address." Then followed the address, and the scrawl ended with, "I have spoken to Mrs. Manners. Goodbye, my darling, and take care of yourself for the next 6 weeks, and you shall never need to take care of yourself again. Your devotedly loving Lawrence." I kissed the note, thrust it into the front of my frock, and fled into the house and into the schoolroom. Sarah was just turning away from the mantelpiece, and by the clock it was just 4 minutes past 8. How the time had flown between my leaving the schoolroom with Sarah and my going into the garden. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by RosiesReading. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Chapter 21. I sat down by the table as soon as Sarah had left the schoolroom, and rested my head in my hands. I did not want to cry, though a few tears trickled down between my fingers at the thought that I should not see Lawrence again before he went away. But I wanted to put the events of the evening together and find out what they meant. There was only one conclusion to come to. Sarah had deliberately prevented my meeting him. The ring I had heard had been Lawrence's, and, after sending him away by means of a falsehood, She had had another ready for me when I asked who it was. Gregson's boy. I had thought it strange at the time that the carpenter's son should come to the front door, and now I felt sure that he had not been there at all. I looked again at Lawrence's note. He had called at the house at 7, he said. Now I distinctly remembered that, after I had heard the bell and met Sarah, I came into the schoolroom and found that by the clock it was 6:30. I had sat there until 20 minutes past 7, and during that time there had been no other ring at the hall door, and I had noticed how very dark it was getting. Then, just as I was opening the window to go out, Sarah had come in and asked me to help her with the store list, and I had been free in a very short time. Yet, on my arrival at my nest, the church clock had struck 8. Sarah must have put the schoolroom clock back. I had found her just now turning from the mantelpiece, and I could not doubt that, her object being gained, she had been putting the clock right again. This malicious persecution frightened me. Was I safe in the same house with a woman who would take so much trouble merely to prevent me from having a last interview with my lover? There had been a matter-of-fact deliberateness in the way she had answered me about the bell, and asked me to do the list, which had the effect of alarming me still more than the savage manner in which she used to look at me and speak to me when she was jealous of some new proof of the consideration with which I was treated at the Alders. This was Wednesday, and Mr. Rayner would probably not be back before Saturday. What new proof of animosity would she manage to give me in those 3 days? That she would not let this opportunity of showing her rooted dislike to me go by, I felt sure. I remembered how earnestly she had begged to stay, and wondered whether the wish for a chance of playing me some unkind trick had had anything to do with it. For Sarah was not likely to have forgiven me for having been the cause of her threatened dismissal. It was of no use to speculate upon what she might do. If she grew too intolerable, I could telegraph to Mr. Rayner, and he would find some means of bringing her to reason. I turned again to Lawrence's note to divert my thoughts from her, and wondered why, in those few hurried lines to me, he had thought it worth while to mention that he saw 2 men in a cart outside the stable gate when he left me on the previous night. What meaning could the incident have to him? It had one to me, certainly. But then it was because I had seen Tom Parks bringing in the little portmanteau, and then return across the lawn with Sarah. The mention of this cart revived my curiosity regarding the past night's adventure. I could make nothing of it myself, but I thought I would write to Lawrence and tell him what I had seen. And, if he knew anything more, my information might lead him to an explanation of the whole occurrence. I was still staring at the note when Sarah came in again, this time to bring me my candle, an office she seldom undertook. I saw a look of disappointment and alarm come over her face as her quick eyes fell on my note, and when I got upstairs I took the precaution to learn the address I was to write by heart before enclosing this farewell note with Lawrence's first, which I still wore round my neck. The next morning I received a letter from Mr. Rayner. He had been to the Gaiety Theatre on the very night of his arrival in town, and sent me a crumpled program of the performance, with some comments which did not interest me very much, as I had not seen any of the actors and actresses he mentioned, having been only once to the theatre in my life. I laughed to myself at Lawrence's fancy that he had seen Mr. Rayner in the dress of a navy at the station that night. The letter, which had been written at 4 o'clock on Wednesday, said further that he was going that evening to the Criterion Theatre, where he hoped to be better entertained. He had said he had written to Mrs. Rayner and sent his love to Haidee by her, but that he enclosed a second portion to me to give her, as she was not well. Then he gave me a message to deliver which I would much rather not have been entrusted with, and at breakfast I said to Sarah, "Mr. Rayner had sent me a message to you in a letter I have just received from him. He says, 'Tell Sarah not to forget the work she has to do in my absence.'" As I looked up after reading this out to her, I saw that her face had turned quite livid, The old hatred of me gleamed in her eyes, and I wished Mr. Rayner had written to her himself, instead of making me deliver a message which appeared so distasteful to her. She said, "Very well, miss," and I wondered what work it was. I spent most of the day by Hady's bedside. I did not see Mrs. Rayner, for she appeared neither at breakfast nor at dinner, and to my inquiries Sarah gave the same answer as before, that she was not well enough to leave her room. She could not even see anyone either, Sarah said, when I asked if I might read to her, and I was obliged to see my hopes of gaining her sympathy fade away, and to recognize the fact that either she would not or Sarah would not allow me a chance of breaking down the barrier of a reserve between us. I could let her see that I had not forgotten her, though, and, seized by a happy thought, I went in search of an old knife and a basket, and went into the garden to gather her some flowers. It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The leaves and grass were still wet, for it had been raining hard all the morning, and the mist was rising already from the marsh. There were scarcely any flowers left now, but by wandering into remote nooks of the garden, and by stepping in among the plants and spying out every blossom hidden under the leaves, I managed at last to collect enough for a very fair October bouquet. I took them into the house, and it suddenly occurred to me that they would make a better display in a large wire-covered vase that stood on a whatnot in the drawing-room. So I ran in there, with my frock still tucked up, the gardening knife in one dirty hand, and my basket of flowers on my arm. I had my hand still on the handle of the door, when I saw there was a gentleman in there, standing at the window, looking out into the garden. I slipped back, hastily, hoping to escape before he could catch sight of me, but he turned, crossed the room quickly, and stopped me. "Miss Christie." It was Mr. Crothers. "They told me you were out." Sarah's work, thought I. No, I was only in the garden. There was no help for my appearance now, so I quietly took the pin out of my frock and let it down while he went on talking. "I am very, very glad to see you. You are looking very well, I'm afraid," said he, still holding my hand. "You have not been missing any of us much." "Well, you see, I had known the people there only 2 days," said I seriously. "The people there? As if I care how you miss the people there. When I say you have not been missing any of us, I mean you have not been missing me." "But I haven't known you longer than the others," said I, smiling. "But you have known me so much better than the others," said he deprecatingly. "I am not quite sure of that. Didn't you talk to me more than to the others?" "Yes." "And walk with me oftener than the others?" "Yes." "And didn't you like me better than the others?" "I think I did. Yes, I did." "All of that is very tepid. I can't think why you don't like me when I like you so much." "Oh, you do not understand me, Mr. Crothers. I do like you very much, but—" "There, you have spoilt it all with that unkind but. Don't you think me handsome? I am considered one of the handsomest men about town, I assure you." "Not really?" This slipped out quickly, for I thought he was in fun. I afterwards found out, to my surprise, that it was true. But I did not learn it then, for he looked very much amused and said, "That is blow number 2, but I am not going to be crushed. Don't you think me good?" "Oh, no." "Why not, Miss Christie?" said he, pretending to be in despair. "My chief reason was that, if he had been very good, he would not have made Lady Mills angry with me by taking me on the river late at night. For he had shown, later, that he knew it was not considered right. But it would have seemed ungenerous to recall that when it had all passed over, so I only said, 'I know from the way they talked to you and of you that they did not think you very good, and that you did not wish to be thought so. But I am going to reform after what you said on Sunday.' 'Oh, no, you are not,' said I, shaking my head. 'You say so only because it amuses you to see how much you can make me believe of the things you tell me. Do you judge all the people you know as severely as you do me, Miss Christie?' 'Yes, quite,' said I gravely. 'Oh, The gentleman who gave you the red rose, for instance." He said this in a mock bashful tone, looking at the carpet, as if ashamed to meet my eyes. I could not help getting red, and I think he knew it without looking up. Or perhaps he never does anything wrong. "Oh, yes, he does, Mr. Crothers," said I, with a bright idea in my head. He had been laughing at me long enough, I thought. He did very wrong in thinking he need be jealous of any of the gentlemen I met at Denham Court. Mr. Crothers raised his head and looked straight at me. I am not sure that he was not a little annoyed as well as amused, though he laughed very good-temperedly. "I will never make love to you any more, you ungrateful girl," said he. "Make love? Do you call that making love?" said I, laughing. "It is not the best I can do by any means, but I shall be very glad to show you." "You need not take that trouble, thank you. I will take your word for it," said I, laughing again. I had learned to answer him back in his own way, and I think he was a little surprised at the progress I was making. "You are too quick of fence for me," said he, shaking his head. "Well, don't you want to know what has been going on at Denham Court?" he asked, rather suddenly, in a different tone. "Oh, yes, but there has not been time for much to happen. I left there on Monday, and this is only Thursday. There has been time for a very serious misfortune to happen, for all that," said he gravely. "Last night, Denham Court was broken into, and Lady Mills and Miss Cunningham and Miss Carew and some of the other ladies had all their most valuable jewelry stolen, and a quantity of gold plate was taken too. We had been standing by the window all this time, I playing with the flowers in my basket. I went on mechanically twisting a chrysanthemum in my fingers after he had finished telling me the startling story. But I did not know what I was doing. "Last night, did you say?" said I at last in a frightened whisper. "Yes, last night. Sit down," he said kindly, putting me into a chair. "This seems to have quite overwhelmed you. Why, child, your lips are very white. Let me ring for some." No, I interrupted, starting up. "I'm quite well. I'm not going to faint. Don't ring. Tell me about it quickly, please. When did you find it out? Have they caught the thieves? Do they know?" "Stop. I can't tell you all at once. The thieves have not been caught yet, and we don't know who they are. The robbery was discovered this morning." "This morning? Who discovered it? How?" "Now, don't get excited, and I will tell you about it. This morning a ladder was found lying underneath Lady Mill's dressing-room window, which had been opened by smashing one of the panes from the outside. It was Lady Mill's maid who first gave the alarm by a cry at sight of the open window when she went into the dressing-room this morning after calling her mistress. Lady Mills ran in, they looked out together, and saw the ladder lying underneath. The dressing-room has 2 doors. The one, which does not lead into the bedroom, had been unlocked and left open by the thief to pass into the house by, but at first sight nothing seemed to have been disturbed. The dressing-case was locked and in its place. A strong tin case in which Lady Mills kept the greater part of her jewels was still in the locked-up wardrobe. But on moving it, they found that the lock had been burst open and it was entirely empty. Jewels, cases, and all had disappeared. By this time the head gardener had come into the house saying that he hoped all was right, but that he had gone to the tool house in the morning with one of the under gardeners, a man named Parks. Tom Parks? Yes. He keeps the key of the tool house. And they had found the door forced in, and a file, and one of the ladders gone. Of course, the alarm spread quickly all over the house. And then the other losses were discovered one by one. There is a mysterious part of it. Everything had been done so methodically and so neatly, even to locked doors being found still locked, that it was not until after careful examination that the stolen things were missed. Lady Mills and Miss Carew found their dressing cases locked, but when they opened them, each found that the most valuable of the contents were gone. The butler and Sir Jonas himself examined the plate chest together. That was locked too, and, on first opening it, they congratulated themselves on its having escaped. But on removing that part of it which is in constant use, They found that the gold plate, which is used only now and then, and some solid silver cups and candlesticks had been taken. But the loss which had caused the greatest sensation is Mrs. Cunningham's. She came into the breakfast room quite white and scarcely able to speak, with some pebbles and a piece of cotton wool in her hands. She declares that she carried about on her person, sewn up in wash leather and cotton wool, a very valuable set of diamonds and cat eyes, that it was not until long after she discovered her other losses that she cut open the leather, just to make sure that her greatest treasure was safe, that she found the jewels gone and the pebbles she produced in their place. The poor woman was so hysterical that it was a long time before she could tell us all about it. She declares that she slept with them under her pillow and that no one in the world knew where she kept them, for that she never mentioned that fact to anyone. "Oh, but that is not quite true, Mr. Crothers, for she told me." "So she said," said he, looking at me steadily. "But you could have never repeated such a thing to anyone who could make a wrong use of the knowledge." "Oh, no, the only person I spoke of it to was Mr. Rayner." "Mr. Rayner," said he quickly. "You could not have chosen a worse person to entrust the secret to, I am afraid." "What do you mean?" "Why, he is the most talkative man I know. I have met him at Newmarket several times, a bright, amusing fellow enough. But the last man to whom I should tell anything I did not wish to have repeated for the amusement of the next person he met." "Oh, but he would never repeat a thing like that," said I earnestly. "He scolded me for telling him, and said such confidences should never be repeated, no matter to whom." "That's all right," said he, much relieved. "Then I shall tell Miss Cunningham you didn't mention it to anyone. The poor woman is half out of her mind. It was she who sent me over here today to find out whether you had spoken about it in the presence of anyone who could use the knowledge. For my part, I thought it very likely she had only imagined she had spoken about it to you. But I wanted an excuse for coming, so I gained my object and put her under an obligation at the same time." I did not pay any attention to the implied flattery in these words. I was much too interested in the robbery. "And no one is suspected?" I asked, with trembling lips. "At present we know nothing, and we suspect a different person every minute. The robbery had been so well arranged and was carried out with such discrimination. For nothing but the best of everything was taken. That, at first, the servants were suspected of complicity, but my man Gordon, who has no end of sense, suggested that it was only fair to them all to have their boxes examined at once. This was done, but no trace of anything was found. Of course, that does not prove that they may not have given information to the thieves, whoever they were. There has been a gang of navvies at work on the railway close by for the past fortnight, and a hat belonging to one of them was found in the garden, and has been identified already. But it seems that the friends of the man it belongs to can prove that he passed the night drunk in the village. So, at present, we know absolutely nothing. Gordon told me privately that he doesn't believe either the servants or the navvies had anything to do with it, and he pointed out the resemblance between this and a robbery which took place some time ago at the house of another of my friends, Lord Dalston, whom I had been staying with not long before. He believes that it is the work of a regular jewel robber, and that very likely he got a discharged servant to supply him with information. I pointed out to him that no servant who had long left could have given him such precise details as he seems to have had concerning the jewels of the ladies who were only visiting there, for instance. But I could not convince him. As for Miss Cunningham's, that really seems marvelous, because she is a cautious sort of woman. I suppose her maid somehow found out the secret and then told it to heaven knows whom. I suppose so, said I mechanically. I was trying to put together what I had just heard and what I had already known. Mr. Crothers rose. I need not trouble Miss Rayner at all now that I have seen you, said he. Mrs. Rayner? I repeated in the same mechanical, stupid way. Yes, When the servants told me you were out, she said I could see Mrs. Rayner. I did not want to disturb her, knowing that she has the reputation of being an invalid, but she insisted. "Wait one moment," said I, as he took my hand. "Are you quite sure, Mr. Cuthers, that the robbery took place last night?" Before I uttered the last words, his eyes suddenly left my face and were fixed on some object behind me. I turned and saw in the doorway Mrs. Rayner, paler and more impassive than ever, and Sarah. All the doors at the Alders opened noiselessly, and they had overheard me. And as I looked at Sarah's face, my heart beat faster with fear, and with suspicion become certainty, for I knew that I was on the right track. End of Chapter 21. Read by Rosie's Reading.
Chapter 22 of The House on the Marsh, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The House on the Marsh by Florence Warden. Chapter 22. In his astonishment at Mrs. Rayner's ghost-like entrance and appearance, Mr. Carruthers had not paid much attention to the end of my question, and I determined to try to get another opportunity of putting it to him. He expressed his sorrow to Mrs. Rayner at having caused her the trouble of receiving him when she was evidently suffering, and said that he had ventured to call to tell Miss Christie about a great robbery which had taken place at the house she had so recently visited, Denham Court. Nothing but physical suffering could have explained the impassive stolidity with which she listened, her great gray eyes staring straight in front of her to the account of the robbery. She made no comment until it was over. Then she turned to him and asked with a faint expression of relief, "Then nobody was hurt?" "Oh no, there was no collision at all. They vanished like spirits, leaving no trace." "I am very sorry they were not caught. My husband has been in town since Tuesday morning, and I am nervous while he is away," said she, like one repeating a lesson. All this time, Sarah stood by her, smelling bottle in hand, as if prepared for her mistress to faint. Yet to my eyes, Mrs. Rayner did not look worse than usual. When he rose to go, I accompanied Mr. Carruthers to the door, where a dog-cart was waiting for him. But Sarah, whose duty by her mistress's side was suddenly over, followed close behind, and I had no chance of suggesting to him my own suspicions about the burglary. When he had gone, I reflected that it was better for me not to have said anything to a comparative stranger, to implicate one of the servants in the house where I was living, until I had consulted Mr. Rayner. To give vent to my excitement over the important secret I fancied myself on the track of, I wrote to Lawrence. With Sarah about, a letter was a thing requiring caution, as the event proved. I was so sensible of this that I contented myself with giving an account of Mr. Carruthers' visit and of the robbery at Denham Court, only saying in conclusion that it might have some connection to what he had seen, and that I had something to add to that. I said that I would write more fully as soon as I had an opportunity of going to Beaconsburg to post my letter myself. And then I said a great deal more concerning different things which were perhaps really less important, but which were much pleasanter to write about. The postman called for the letter bag at 6 every evening, so I waited at the schoolroom window until I saw him come up to the house and heard Sarah give him the bag. Then I ran out into the hall as if I had only just finished my letter and put it into the bag, which he held. Sarah could not even see the direction as I put it in, and I congratulated myself upon my artful strategy. But I might have known that she was not to be baffled so. I had stood at the door and watched him turn into the drive, and returned to the schoolroom in a flutter of excitement at my own audacity, when from the window I saw Sarah flit after him. I dashed out onto the lawn and got up into the drive just in time to see the postman fasten up the bag and go on again, while Sarah, saying something about a misdirection, put a letter into her pocket, and I knew that it was mine. With my heart beating fast, I walked up boldly to her. "What did you take my letter out of the bag for, Sarah? said I, half choking with anger. "It's not your letter, miss. What should I want with any letter of yours?" said she, looking down at me insolently. "It's a letter to my sister that I've forgotten to put the number of the street on." I knew quite well that this was a falsehood, but I could not prove it, for I had indeed been too far off to recognize my letter when she put it into her pocket, and my moral certainty counted for nothing. She knew this, and stalked off defiantly to the house with my letter, while I crept back to the schoolroom and sobbed bitterly at the tyranny I was suffering from this hateful woman. Well, it would soon be over now. That was a comfort. I would tell Mr. Rayner all I had seen on Tuesday night, and about the cart Lawrence had met outside. Perhaps I would not mention it was Lawrence who saw it, and about Parks wishing to avoid me at Denham Court. I should not dare to suggest to Mr. Rayner any doubt about Gordon, who seemed to be in some way a personal friend of his. But now, with all my thoughts turned to jewels and jewel robberies, I could not help thinking again about that strange disappearance of my own pendant while I was staying at Denham Court, and its restoration by this man. Then his treating Tom Parks as a stranger at Denham Court when I had seen them together one night at the Alders seemed to me now a rather suspicious circumstance. I congratulated myself on having been so cautious in my letter to Lawrence that Sarah would not learn much by reading it, and wondered when I could make an excuse to go to Beaconsburg to post one to him with my own hands. It seemed very hard to be cut off in this way from the relief of opening my heart to him. But it would be all right on the morrow, when Mr. Rayner came back. She would not dare to annoy me then. But the next morning, to my great disappointment, I got another letter saying he should not be back until Monday afternoon. I had written to him on Wednesday, and he had got my note. He said, as I mentioned, that the weather was bad, and the fogs had begun to be thick, it would be better for Mrs. Rayner to leave the ground floor and sleep upstairs. "I expect you will have difficulty in persuading her to leave her own room," the letter went on. "But I am so anxious about her, for it seems to me she has looked paler than ever lately, and I feel so sure she would be better on a higher floor that I beg you, dear Miss Christie, to use all your powers of persuasion to induce her to move. Tell her that it is only for a time, that she shall go back to her old room as soon as the weather is warmer again. Tell her I wish it. Tell her anything you think likely to affect her. I have a great trust in your diplomatic powers, little madam, and I anticipate the happiest results from them in this instance. I have given Sarah orders by letter to prepare the big front spare room." I was delighted with this letter. It made me for the moment angry with Mrs. Rayner for her persistent ignoring of his kind feelings toward her. But when I remembered her agony over her child on the night of Haydie's illness, and the settled melancholy I now know how to detect under her cold demeanor, pity got the better of me again, and I was glad to have an opportunity at last of doing her some good. She was always supposed to be attached to her room on the ground floor, and Mr. Rayner wrote as if it would be difficult to persuade her to move. But I had two powerful weapons in her husband's loving letter and her affection for Haydie, and I resolved to use them well. As I was dining alone, I was just wondering how I could get at her when the opportunity presented itself, as if at my wish. "Mrs. Rayner feels well enough to have tea in here with you, miss, this afternoon," said Sarah. That, then, would be my chance. But I reflected that I could not be very persuasive at tea time, subject to the chance of our common tyrant Sarah pouncing down upon us. I went out after dinner and sat, in spite of the damp, on the little seat at my nest for a little while, trying to invent subtle plans for inveigling Mrs. Rayner into the drawing-room or the schoolroom for an uninterrupted tete-a-tete. As I sat there, I heard someone coming along the path from the house. The trees between were not yet bare enough for me to see through, but when the steps had gone by, I crept through the branches, peeped out, and saw Sarah getting over the stile into the path which led to the high road. I ran indoors, asked Jane where Sarah was, and learned that she had gone to Beaconsburg to get some groceries. I had noticed a black bag in her hand. I seemed to breathe more freely at once. Now was my time for seeing Mrs. Rayner. I was a little shy about going to the left wing without an invitation. She might be asleep, or she might not wish to be disturbed. I thought I would reconnoiter first. So I went into the garden with my knife and basket, as if to cut some flowers, gathered a few china asters, and ventured round, past the drawing-room window, through the wet, rank grass and the swampy earth, to the left wing. I had put on my galoshes, but they were not of much use, for I sank into pools that came over my shoes. Still, I went on, through the unwholesome mass of fallen and decaying leaves, to the dark yews and laurels that grew round Mrs. Rayner's window. I had never ventured here since the evening of my arrival, when I had strayed this way in my explorations, and been startled by my first dim view of Mrs. Rayner's pale face at the window of what must be her room. Again I pushed aside the branches of the now almost leafless barberry tree, and looked for the second time at the gloomy window overhung by an ivy bush, which now seemed to fall lower than ever. There was no face looking out this time. A broken gutter pipe caused the rainwater to form a sort of slough under the window, so that I could not go close to it. But I went near as I could, singing and cutting off little branches of yew, as if not knowing where I had strayed. My ruse succeeded. Just as one of the branches I pulled down toward me swung back into its place, Mrs. Rayner's white face, looking astonished and alarmed, appeared at the window. I smiled good morning to her and made a show of offering her my flowers. I wanted her to open the window. This she seemed reluctant to do, but I stood my ground until at last she put a hesitating hand upon the fastening. When the window was just a few inches up, I said, opening upon a point where I knew we had sympathy, "Sarah has gone to Beaconsburg. I saw her off. I hope she will be a very long time." I was right. She opened the window, which was a little above the level of my head, more confidently, and I saw that it was barred inside. "Haidee is so much better today, Mrs. Rayner. I think she might come downstairs for a little while tomorrow into the dining room, if we make a good fire there. She was asking today why you did not come up and see her, and I told her you were not well enough. She is very anxious about you." "Give her my love," said Mrs. Rayner, with a faint smile. "I could not do her so much good as you have done." There was a plaintive expression of helplessness in these words, which touched me. "Thank you, Miss Christie." "I am so glad she is better," remarked I, venturing impulsively into the slough that I might stretch my hand up to the window ledge. "I think it did do her good to go upstairs. The lower part of this house is damp, you know. Dr. Lowe said so." She seemed to shrink back into herself a little at these words. However, she said, "You have been very good to the child. It was best for her to go." "Yes, I think it was." "Don't you find that the mist from the marsh makes your room very cold in this weather, Mrs. Rayner?" She looked at me in a frightened, irresolute way, and then she formed with her lips, rather than spoke, the words, "Yes, rather cold now." "Wouldn't you be more comfortable in one of the rooms upstairs while the fogs last?" I insinuated shyly. But I saw that her breath was beginning to come fast, and the faint pink to tinge her cheek as it did when she was excited. "Did anyone tell you to say that to me?" she asked in a whisper. "I told Mr. Rayner, when I wrote, that we had a slight fog here on Tuesday night, and this morning I had a letter saying he thought it was bad for you to sleep on the ground floor when the mist had begun to rise high, and that he had told Sarah to prepare the large front room for you." Instead of looking grateful for this proof of her husband's thoughtfulness, she became agitated. And at last her agitation grew almost uncontrollable. She trembled and clung to the bars inside the window, and I saw that her forehead was wet with the effect of some strong emotion. It looked like fear. At last, I have been here too long," she gasped. I thought that the effect on her nervous temperament of making her leave the room against her will would outweigh any physical good that the change might do her. The wild look was coming into her eyes, which I had seen there twice before, and I was afraid of her being seized with a paroxysm while I stood on the other side of the barred window, powerless to help her, so I said gently, "Of course Mr. Rayner would not wish you to go if you did not wish it." But she shook her head, and putting her face between the bars to be closer to me, she said in a low, broken voice, Do you know what his wishes mean when Sarah carries them out? I stood looking up at her, appalled. Her terror was so real that it infected me. And for the moment, I almost shared the poor lady's mad belief that there was a conspiracy against her. But her next words restored me to my senses. "Are you against me too?" she asked piteously. "I always thought you were, but then you were kind to my child, and I don't know whom to trust." "You may trust me, dear Mrs. Rayner, indeed," said I earnestly. "I would not have suggested your leaving your room if I thought it would cause you so much pain. Indeed, I did not know you were so much attached to it." She shuddered. There was a pause, during which she stared at me steadily and searchingly. But I had no cause to fear her poor mad eyes, so I returned her gaze, and she grew gradually calmer. "Miss Christie," she said at last in a whisper, "you have influence in this house. That night when Haidee was ill, you made Sarah obey you. If I may trust you, give me proof. Get me 1 day's respite. Let me stay in my own room till tomorrow." Her voice sank till I could scarcely catch the last words. "I will try," I said softly. "And oh, Mrs. Rayner, shall I tell Sam to take the dead leaves away in a wheelbarrow? I am sure it can't be wholesome to have them so close to your window." "No, leave them, never mind," said she hurriedly. "You must be in the water. You will catch cold. Go, heaven bless you." She shut down the window in a frightened way and disappeared into the room. I could not see in, for the windowsill was some 8 or 10 inches above my head. I turned and splashed my way back with my teeth chattering to the house, and changed my wet shoes and stockings, half crying for pity for the poor, helpless, forlorn lady for whom I could do so little. At tea time, she came into the dining room, and as Sarah was there, I practiced the innocent deception of pretending not to have seen her before that day. I thought it better that the lynx-eyed guardian should not discover that I had found a way of communicating privately with her unlucky charge. So I said again at tea time that I had a letter from Mr. Rayner, that he thought that on Saturday she had better move into the spare room. "Saturday?" interrupted Sarah sharply. "Yes," said I, rather frightened at telling such a story. "Do you think you would like to go tomorrow? Or would you rather go tonight, Mrs. Rayner?" I asked gently. "Tomorrow," said she, with a steady look, which I took as an acknowledgment, and I turned to Sarah. "I will answer for it to Mr. Rayner if there has been any mistake," I said as modestly as I could, for it was an awkward thing to have to give orders before the mistress of the house, however tottering her reason might be. "Very well, miss," said Sarah to my surprise. For the second time, my use of Mr. Rayner's name had acted like a charm, and I wondered how this woman, who dared so much to cut me off from communication with Lawrence, could calmly submit to receive orders from me. After tea, Mrs. Rayner, in her turn, surprised me by a warning which seemed to show keen observation. She came and stood by me at the fireplace while Sarah was clearing the table, and once, while the latter was for a moment out of the room, breathed softly into my ear without turning her head. "Take care, she hates you, and she is dangerous." I glanced up quickly, but Sarah was already back in the room, and Mrs. Rayner's face was as impassive as ever. I was so used to living in fear of Sarah that the warning did not make any particular impression upon me, and I went to bed neither more nor less afraid of her machinations than usual. I woke up in the night without being conscious of any cause for doing so. I had started at once into full wakefulness, and I saw Haidee was sleeping quietly, and that the fire was still alight but had burnt low, and I thought I would replenish it. Then, as I raised myself on my elbow, I thought I heard a sound, too faint to be called a noise, outside the door. So I kept quite still and listened intently. I heard nothing for some time. Then again a muffled noise, as of something being shuffled softly from one stair to another. Then again no sound. The turret staircase was uncarpeted. It had once been polished, but the beeswax had worn off long since, and had not been renewed. I got out of bed softly, lighted my candle by putting a match to the dying fire to avoid the noise of striking it, crept to the door, and literally put my ear to the keyhole. And, after a few moments, I heard the same soft shuffling again. It might be Nap, Mr. Rayner's retriever, trying to find a stair softer than the rest to lie upon. Yet they were surely too narrow for him to make the attempt. Whoever or whatever it was seemed to be making its way down by very slow degrees until it seemed that it must be about 6 or 7 stairs from the top. I screwed up my courage and resolved to give the intruder, human or otherwise, a fright. All the locks were kept in good condition at the Alders, and there was not such a thing as a creaking door in the place. I turned the key without the least noise, then the handle, and flung open the door, stamping my foot and brandishing the candle. I heard Haidee scream. I had forgotten her. My plan succeeded only too well. A figure, which had been crouching on the stairs, sprang up. It was Sarah. Before I had time to do more than recognize the savage, frightened face, her foot slipped, and, with a piercing cry, she fell backward down the stairs. The staircase had one turn. I, trembling at the door, saw her long, thin hands clutching and struggling to save herself at the corner, but she failed, and I heard a heavy thud and then a groan. She had fallen headlong to the bottom. For 1 second, I leaned against the wall, unable to move. Then, trembling so that I could scarcely find the top stair, I stepped forward to go down. But on the second stair, my foot suddenly slipped, and if I had not been going very slowly because of my agitation, I must have fallen. On the next stair, I slipped again. On the next to that, putting out my foot very cautiously, I found a string fastened across. With a sudden suspicion, I sat down without advancing farther and slid my hand along the stair. It was slippery, so were the others. The turret staircase was dark even by day. If I had been running downstairs at my usual pace, nothing could have saved me. It was a trap set by Sarah, if for not getting rid of me altogether, at least for seriously injuring me. She was greasing the stairs one by one when I had heard her. In her alarm at my sudden appearance, she had sprung up. Her foot had slipped on the greasy plate below, which she had been using, and she had fallen herself a victim to the trap she laid for me. And as a horrible truth broke upon me, I heard another groan and a murmur I could not distinguish. Sick at heart, and for the moment almost as helpless as she, I crawled down the stairs, wondering and fearing what spectacle would meet my eyes at the bottom. End of chapter 22. Read by KimberlyB.